What it do, what it do, what it do, man. What it do? It's tatted shiz. You feel me? It been a long time, you know. Sorry I
You
haven't made it
create
no
videos, and you do it well, but optimizing them, that's our thing. Say
my
hello
fault.
to
You know what I'm saying? My bad, you feel me? For you know, not making a video. But, you know, niggas gonna get onto it. You know, I'm still gonna say not guilty, you feel me? He's a judge gotta take a doodle. That's funny as hell. These niggas funny. So I don't know what's going. I heard a lot of shit going on with the trial. I haven't been up to par with it really. You feel me? I've been slacking, doing my own little thing and shit. Uh, I did hear that. I did hear that they denied of the jury going to see the car. I think they denied that shit. There's some other shit that was going on too. So and we got O3 Greedo, man. I did a video on him while he was getting out not so long ago. You feel me? Um yeah, man. Like it's crazy, yo. Like me personally, three. Like I've been watching different videos and shit. Like I seen his shit. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna watch it later. But I already seen it. Like I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I ain't too pressed about it. Like it is what it is. Um I seen, you know, certain people talk about it. I seen, you know, what he had to say about it. Um I want to hear from the source. I want to hear from the horse's mouth. And I was kind of looking at a little bit of it, but this right here, bro, this dude right here, he says he knows some people, he got in contact with some people, and dude ain't snitched on him. He said, I don't know why people saying that. If he would have snitched on me, he said he would have brung it out himself. So I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say. I don't want to feel like I'm being biased because you know I like O3 Greedo. You feel me? I feel like, you know, he took all them years and this, that, and the third. So I don't want to feel like a biased person, but we gonna get into that shit. Let me see. Hold on. We're gonna have a lot of tabs open. You feel me? What the fuck? Alright. We shouldn't be on airplane mode though. That's crazy. Um, I'm just seeing how the stream going. You feel me? I want this shit to go smooth as possible. You feel me? Oh yeah, mind you, yo man, if y'all watching this, go follow me on Kick. That's the it's just like Twitch and shit. Go follow me on that bitch. You're just seeing how the stream going. You feel me? I want this shit to go smooth. All right, yeah, that's, you know, y'all can hear me perfectly fine. So yeah, we straight, man. We nitty gritty, you heard? So we just waiting for them to come back to say what they want to say. You know, Hold on real quick. I'm gonna be right back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be right back with it. Yeah, we'll be right back with it. I'll be gonna do something real quick. Ain't gonna take long. As y'all waiting though, you know, y'all come watch this.
Murder trial out of Broward County, Florida. The courtroom was dark last week, but the trial for the Murder on My Mind rapper finally back in session. We believe the state is wrapping up their case in which they allege 24-year-old Jamel Demons shot and killed his two friends from inside of a vehicle back in October of 2018. Demons and his co-defendant Cortland Henry say that they were actually victims of a hit and run. And fellow rappers Anthony Sack Chaser Williams and Christopher Juvie Thomas Jr. lost their lives that day. It's going to be up to a jury to determine what exactly happened inside that car. But right now, we are listening to arguments happening outside the presence of that jury. So let's get back to it and hear what they have to say.
You have the transcript of this witness?
I ordered a copy and we did not receive one.
I do have the transcript, Judge.
If counsel can be so kind as to also provide us with a copy, we haven't received our copy.
Any problem with that?
No, I can email it right now.
All right, so could you give a copy of that to Travis?
Yes.
And what I'll do is I'll make it, I don't know if I'm allowed to make copies.
I can email to Ingrid, and then I can email to them. They have their copy machine right there. I do have one quick follow-up, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
So there is a line of cases, and counsel is arguing from the line of cases where the defense has violated the rule of sequestration. So
I'm back.
Violating the rule of sequestration. You do have to go into a Sixth Amendment analysis because it's his constitutional rights that the court still has to protect. And that's why you have that stringent standard. However, when you're dealing with the prosecution violating the rule of sequestration, then it becomes the question of my client's rights to a fair trial. And that's how the analysis should go. And you're looking at those line of questions when you go to 96.16. There is another section that comes down that gives exceptions to the rule of sequestration, which we see. We have the witness's family in here. Why are they allowed in here? Because of 96.16 gives that exception. But there's case law that says when that family gets up there to testify, Mr. Demons' client rights to a fair trial will trump the other people's rights in this case. In this matter, Mr. Glass doesn't have any rights to be in this courtroom. He has no right to be watching this from TV.
Oh shit.
His testimony to the evidence. I would ask that we look at this in the light most favorable to Mr. Demons and his constitutional right to a fair trial. And that's what we want today. And it's not going to happen with a witness who's been watching this proceeding from the comfort of his home.
But the defense isn't suggesting that this was all some type of connivance with the state, that they planned this or executed in some fashion to get around the rule of sequestration. You're not suggesting that. You're suggesting that you shouldn't be allowed to testify because it's a violation of the rule, which the state's agreeing it's a violation because the rule of sequestration was invoked. But you're not alleging or suggesting the state had anything to do with it, are you?
So, Judge, and I did ponder this last night, and for the sake of being a professional, I did not come with a motion for prosecutorial misconduct. But as we've heard Ms. Smith admit herself that she sat in that deposition with us, and they too realized that he had been watching the trial.
What's going on?
Testimony. The simple
Hold on.
that the state now wants to even put him on the stand is knowingly, Judge. They knew in the deposition, one, two.
They gonna zoom in on his face like.
My motion. So they had the opportunity after the deposition to, after my motion pointing out we violated the rule of sequestration, just not to call them. They, however,
Hold on. I gotta put on the air skin. Hot in the motherfucking head. I'm drinking and shit.
And put him on the stand. So, yes, when we look at it that way, the state may be acting inappropriately.
Thank you. And counsel, from your perspective, as far as the state's concerned,
Hold the fuck up.
His location was found and you gave.
Oh, fuck these ads, man. This shit getting. Bro, I don't know what's going on.
You made a representation to that effect. When was the first time that you
Hold on, I'm gonna keep this on. I'm gonna see, can I go to like,
Last Thursday, because prior to that, I had only spoken to him on the phone, and he had told me, we essentially had abandoned almost calling him as a witness absent a decision to do a rule to show cause, which we had not decided at that point.
I'm trying to see, you feel me?
Coming in, I had no further conversation with him until he contacted our office.
Yeah, he got the, he just watching it. I'm trying to see somebody break it down though, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I go live with the case. I don't know if usually academics usually go live with the case, but he's obviously not on right now. So, it's
It was set on a particular day, and he failed to appear that day. And then I called him when he failed to appear while defense was still in state attorney's office in the lobby. I said, "Are you in Broward County right now?" He said, "No, I'm not. I don't have a ride." I said, "Okay, if transportation is arranged, can you make yourself available?" He said he would. He called us. He told us he would be in Broward County, I think, Thursday afternoon. He called us on Thursday, said he was in Broward County, and that was the first time we met with him in person. And I would say, Judge, the defense is asking you to essentially apply a per se rule. The case law says there's no per se exclusion for the rule of sequestration. The only thing she's saying that's been affected is his seat position in the Mitsubishi car. That seat position is on video. It's in state 7. And so that's something that the state could even show the witness in preparation for his testimony. It's something we would publish during his testimony. So that contradiction between where he sat in the car is not of the sort that should exclude his entire testimony and would color his testimony.
Thank you. My question, though, as to when you first advised the witness?
Thursday, Judge, when we met with him in person.
Past Thursday.
Yes, Judge, when we met with him in person
Pat.
for the first time.
Thank you. All right, I'm looking for a ruling on it. Just, I'd like to read the transcript.
Your Honor, I think the case law is also clear that you need to read his initial statement to see if there's been any change in his statement from the initial statement to the deposition.
And I'm going to provide, if I can approach, Your Honor.
Where's the case law? I thought you were having the case law.
I'm providing you this statement so I can provide it to the judge.
I have the statement. I want to see the case law you're quoting to, because we're talking about excluding him. I didn't see any case law. It says
I don't think
substantial.
they cited any case law, counsel. They just cited the rule. But let's do this, though. I'm not done with this yet. I want to read what he said as well as the statement. I want to take a look at those things.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
And so
Who's
the
your
case,
next witness, by the way?
It's Danny Benitez. He's a records custodian, so we anticipate it's going to take.
He said, "Don't be silly."
Which is why we.
Who's your next witness after that?
Mr. Glass.
Where's this Detective Murray?
He's also
He's
going
not
to be
being
this
here.
afternoon.
and Judge, I'm going to print out the copy of the case law that the state is saying to, which I'll print out a copy for counsel and for Your Honor.
So the witness not there right now.
She's got her notes on it. I don't want that, because you have your notes on there. So I'm not.
So I'll take it's just the last.
That's all right. Can you just email it?
I'll do it right now, Judge.
Thank you. She'll print it out. I would like to read it. And we'll just have it marked as a court exhibit for the purpose of this. So,
State's otherwise ready, Your Honor, to proceed with the first. Dan Benitez, records custodian for Montessori School.
And Judge, we do need to do one quick order to keep state 64 under seal for the purposes of the clerk. There is sexually explicit photos of minors and videos on there, so that has been, the clerk needs to be made aware of that on the 9804. That's the 9807. Mr. Demon's phone, Mr. Demon's phone.
any objection?
No objections.
All right, go ahead and sign. I'll sign it. Thank you. All right, you all set, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Okay, so that was actually from a few minutes ago. We're a little bit behind. That's why I want to bring in right now Terry Austin, who's jumped out of that courthouse to explain to us what's been happening this morning. So, Terry, good to see you again.
Okay, so this is old.
Exactly that argument.
This is a while ago. Not a while ago, but
and how Judge Murphy ultimately ruled on his testimony.
Well, Jesse, this is extremely exciting. Trevion Glass is one of the individuals, one of the 4 individuals who was in that red Mitsubishi, which was next to the subject vehicle. He is being deposed, or was deposed last week, and what the judge is trying to determine right now is whether or not he's going to be on that stand. At first, he was limiting the examination, and now he's trying to determine whether he's going to get up at all. Initially, the state was arguing we don't want drug use, we don't want other bad acts, we don't want certain information, and the judge made those determinations. But now the defense has actually objected and said he shouldn't get in at all, and here's why. The defense is saying Melly's right to a fair trial is being violated because the witness, Trevion Glass, has watched, and he said this during the deposition, he has watched the trial while it's being live streamed, and so for that reason, he has not been sequestered. The judge was really trying to determine, when did the state advise Trevion Glass that he should not be watching the trial, and he was literally just advised last week, certainly when he contacted the state, that he was going to respond to that subpoena. So it would be very interesting. It's the first time I think we've had someone who is actually at the scene of the crime, and so if he is allowed in, it should shed some light on what's been going on.
No, I said we kind of jumped out of that because we are planning to jump back, but how did it all wrestle in the end? How did the arguments end before the jury was brought in?
Yeah, the judge has not determined that. He's determining 2 things right now: whether Trevion Glass is going to get on that stand, and he's also determining whether Daniel Benitez, who was here, he's the custodian of record for the Montessori school, which had some surveillance of what happened that night. He's determining whether or not the jury can watch that video. Apparently, the defense has not seen that video, so the judge decided to take a break. He wants to very seriously consider both of these issues. Is Trevion Glass going to get on that stand, and whether or not this video is going to be shown to the jury. I might also add, Jesse, that he wants to see what else the state has for the day, and we do know that lead detective Moretti is going to be called and will be ready once these issues have been determined.
Yeah, so again, we were a little bit behind, but there was a witness who took the stand, and my understanding it was about providing surveillance video to law enforcement. What do we know about that testimony? And I also understand it ended early.
Well, that was Daniel Benitez, and he was on the stand maybe 5 minutes, Jesse, and he stated that he owned and operated that Montessori school, which was nearby, and he had surveillance. Now, he didn't testify yet as to what surveillance he had, and the judge wants to watch that video before the judge determines whether the jury can watch it. And the defense objected, and so that's why the judge wants to take a look at that. And I believe the defense is taking a look at it, too. I think that was one of the reasons. They had a sidebar, so we could not hear that part, but it does seem as though one of the reasons the defense has objected is because they have not seen that video yet either. So, Jesse, that jury could very well see some video of what was going on that evening, and they may very well hear what exactly Trevion Glass has to say.
You mentioned Detective Marietti. I might be mispronouncing his name. What do we anticipate his testimony is going to be?
I'll be back.
That's Detective Moretti, and yes, I think it's going to be very interesting. He is the lead detective here, and remember, he is the detective that they have accused, the defense has accused of not doing a good job in terms of investigating this case. He is also the detective who reordered, I believe, the DNA analysis of the DNA on the back door of the subject vehicle on the left-hand side. And there was also some discussion of a Celebrate report that the judge said cannot get in because the state did not produce that to the defense. So I think the judge really wants this detective to come on and to clarify some issues, and he wants the state to proceed with their case. He's asking them, who do you have? Are they ready? Can you proceed? What if I decide Trevion Glass cannot come on? Are you ready to go? And the state said, yes, we will be ready. The judge said, is your witness here? Is Moretti here? And she said he will be here. So he's ready to get the case rolling and to have them close on their case at this point.
And remind us, there was that issue about the DNA because the first test that they did didn't come back positive for the defendant's DNA. It was only a subsequent test that came back and they found something, which goes to the idea of how thorough the law enforcement techniques were and how, I think the defense has been very keen at suggesting it was a sloppy investigation. Not saying it was, but I think that's what they were trying to suggest.
That's exactly what they're trying to suggest. They're saying that it was a botched, they used the word botched investigation, and that this case has been going on since 2018, and it was only in June of 2023, this year, that Moretti decided, look, let me go back and see if I can get a second look at that DNA, and that evidence came back. And so at first, no DNA from YNW Melly was on that car, and then when they went back for a second time, apparently there was some DNA on that back door and the driver's side. So I think Moretti is an important witness, and I think to hear what he has to say about multiple issues is going to be important for that jury to hear.
By the way, who's in the courtroom today? Anything different? What's the vibe like right now? I mean, again, we've been off for a week, so I'm curious to see as we come to the conclusion of the prosecution's case, if you've seen anybody, noteworthy, anybody attending for either side.
That's a great question. I do see a packed courtroom this morning. Both sides are filled. I do see Christopher Thomas's mom in there. I see Melly's grandmom. His mom's not here yet, but she's on her way apparently. And the jury is there all ready to go. They have their jackets because it's normally quite cold in the courtroom, although I will say today the temperature is a little bit more comfortable. I think everyone is ready to start the defense case. Everyone is on their tippy toes as they're arguing,
as they should,
and they're very solid arguments, and
it's gonna make or break if he gonna get home or not, bro.
Trial, come to some sort of conclusion, but everybody's on their P's and Q's this morning.
All right, Terry's going to jump back into that courtroom. We'll have her on later on in the program. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we'll see if this testimony can jump live. Stay with us.
Tippy toes as they're arguing.
What's the... As they should, man. They should be on their tippy toes. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got... This shit gonna make or break them. This shit will make them break them, bro. If he gonna come home or not. And if he come home, bro, it's gonna be crazy because, like... Bro. Alright, so since, we're gonna go back to the 03 Greedo shit. Again, go look at my video. I did a 03 Greedo, before he even got out, bro. I did like a little joint on him where, somebody was just sitting there, talking about him. You feel me? Like, not on no bad shit, but like, they was talking about him on like, it was Trap Ross. And he had like a whole little documentary on 03 Greedo, you know what I'm saying? And I did a reaction to it. I listened to some of his music. I feel like he's pretty cool. He's pretty dope. You feel me? Like, ain't no, So I seen a couple of people to talk about him, talk about the videos and shit. I feel as though, like, if y'all feel as though snitching, like, let's talk about snitching, right? And this shit might be a while, but let's talk about snitching, right? Snitching, people with snitching, bro, that shit been like tarnished. Because, like, people... Alright. Shit, charging. So, like, everybody got their own little thing about snitching. You feel me? Snitching is different from what everybody know. Everybody got their own little definition of snitching. You cannot talk to the police at all. If you do, that's snitching. You know what I'm saying? That's how people take it. Me personally, I feel like if you put somebody in jail, that is snitching. If you put somebody in trouble to get your own self out of trouble, that's snitching. In my book. Because you're trying to get out. You feel me? If you do a crime with somebody, and you said, look, it wasn't my shit, it was all his shit, I was just there, you snitched. Now he got in trouble, he locked up, you snitch. Now, I was looking at this video, it's a dude on there that says, you feel me, he got sources. So I looked at everybody else's shit. This only personal shit. Like, ain't really nothing. Really, it's just personal shit from people with personal. You know, again, I don't. You know, I fuck with 03 Greedo. I like some of his music. I ain't gonna hold. You feel me? But again, I like the Gunner's music. I don't really. You feel me? I looked at DJ Academic shit. Let's look at his shit. You feel me? Cause he also said some real shit. I ain't gonna lie. Let's have it a little down. So just in case.
It's all good, with more ways to connect.
Are we saying that when we push that button, we destroy the world?
Daniel Benitez took the stand to testify about surveillance video that he provided to law enforcement for the case.
Hold on.
Very long,
back to the case.
But do you want to watch how that questioning unfolded now? Let's take a look.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Benitez.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you're currently employed?
Sure. I'm employed at Montessori Academy in Broward in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And have you been employed with the Montessori School in one capacity or another since October of 26, 2018?
My wife and I started the school in 2002, and up until today, we're still involved in the school as director of the school. I'm the operations director of the school.
And back on October 26th of 2018, were you you and your wife, the owner and operators of that school?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And the Montessori School, where's the specific address?
The address is 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines.
Okay. And you mentioned that's in the city of Miramar, correct?
Yes, I have.
So at some point in time, you provided video surveillance from your school to law enforcement, either 2018 or early 2019.
Yes, I have.
And how long is the system, how long does the video maintain until the system overrides naturally?
The system actually maintains a backup for 90 days and then overrides itself with the oldest of the events being erased.
Okay. So in order to preserve video surveillance, you would have had to capture it and preserve it within that 90-day window, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've had an opportunity to review the video surveillance that was provided to law enforcement and then placed on a USB?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we're showing your counsel with a pre-marked that states quadruple H, so HB, HH. May I approach the witness?
You may.
It says, is this the USB you were able to review?
Yes, it is.
And how are you able to recognize this particular USB?
Well, it has my initials on the back.
Okay, and did you sign in and initial it after reviewing the video surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Is that video surveillance a fair and accurate representation of the video surveillance that was captured back on October 26th of 2018 from the Montessori School's video surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
And that video surveillance was maintained and kept by Montessori School until it was turned over to law enforcement?
Correct.
And it's routine for you to maintain that system? In fact, you still have a system to this day?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence what was pre-marked as state's quadruple H. Is the next number the exhibit, I believe, 82?
And we're going to object, Your Honor, we're double checking, although the sentence.
Excuse me, just one second. Reflecting the jury stepped down, counsel ran along with the defendant. You want to play the video now? Show counsel the video. I don't know how long is it, Mike? How long is it?
3:40 to approximately 5 a.m. We wouldn't be intending on publishing the entire thing for the jury. But just so it's clear, this was previously provided from the records to defense counsel. We just now at sidebar learned that they have not been able to watch it and the file was corrupted. They have not told us or asked for an additional copy in any way, shape, or form.
Didn't we just take care of that sidebar? Didn't I ask them that?
Yes, Judge, but I'm making sure the record is clear on the state's part on that. In addition to the other images and things that she discussed in videos, those were from the phone, and those were available for defense. They were in my office on Friday afternoon. As to the things I said I would email, that was the PDF of all the photos that were published in open court on Thursday afternoon. Just so it's very clear.
Okay, I'm back here right now with trial attorney Janine Atamian and federal law attorney Gwen Marie Davis Hicks. Gwen Marie, I'll start with you. What an interesting morning, right? So we start off with all these arguments back and forth between the attorneys and the judge regarding Mr. Travion Glass. Then this witness comes on the stand for like 30 seconds and they have to go back and see what this video looks like. What do you think about what's happening?
It's a really important point in the trial right now. Before the state prosecution rushes this case, they're trying to get everything in as much as possible. What I'll say is that from hearing the arguments back and forth, this is a really crucial ruling, however the judge decides on whether or not the witness should be able to testify. One of the things I thought was really interesting was that the state said that they couldn't find him. We didn't know where he was. We weren't even going to call him. The timing of it is that the defense actually subpoenaed him to come. And that's when, during deposition testimony, they found out that he's been listening to the trial. So he should have been sequestered. So the timing of it is interesting, and also what the state is saying is that, hey, the part that we're showing is that we have video anyway showing where he's sitting. So I'd be really interested to see how the judge rules on this. On this issue right here.
What should the judge do, Janine? Because it does become a question of whether or not this witness's testimony is going to change.
So I think that the judge should rule with the defense. You know, the defendant's rights trump this situation. We know that he's been watching it. I don't care if he can be impeached. I think that the most important thing, especially because this is a death penalty case, is that the defendant's rights are protected. I also want to say that the judge is visibly frustrated with the state. The state is very, very, very disorganized. And I think that that's, going to kind of play into his rulings because everything is very last minute with them and they're very unprepared.
And this is not the first time this has happened, right? I mean, Gwen Marie, he took issue with the state a couple weeks ago with the discovery violation. And so that's problematic. On top of the fact, the defense has really accused the prosecution of wrongdoing at other points. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's more of the same. It's true. This happened a couple of weeks ago, another issue, and the state is having wrongdoings. But maybe what the judge might rule is make it limited, the scope of the defense, of the witness's testimony, just limited to what happened with the vehicle and having the surveillance. That's their point. And that's the option. The judge might just limit testimony to that. So that's something that the judge may do. I'm curious to see, though, what he does. But again, I would agree. They have been last minute on a lot of things to say, and it is a death penalty case. So it's really important what happens here.
Stakes don't get higher than that. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can jump live. Stay with us.
It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? Just looking at the what they saying on here. Hey, Melly, my son. Hey, free my son, Melly. What I miss? Are they on lunch break? Tom Brady did it. Alright, so back to Ultra Greedo, man, and now 1090 Jake exposed, Ultra Greedo, and now my thing is, I feel like they said 1090 Jake got some shit on him. So why he even coming out and saying something, bro? Like if he got some shit on him, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? It's too much going on. I don't understand it. And he been going crazy with the shit too. He been going crazy. I've been seeing on Twitter, been going crazy with the shit. Cause he said another nigga was snitching. It was 03 Greedo and another nigga. There was another nigga, he said it was snitching. Then I heard Quando Rondo was snitching. So it's a lot of niggas he putting under the shit just so he could throw his little shit under the rug. Cause he got some paper right out on him, I heard. Cause a lot of people ask me, yo, you think he's snitching? You think he's snitching? And I'm like, bro, I don't know. I don't know if he's snitching. But you know what I'm saying? I feel like he swept his shit under the rug, and now he's doing finesse 2 times. Finesse 2 times. I think Jake did him? Or his shit just came out. We're gonna look at this first though. Cause I see it right here. Cause I had to think. I was like, yo, it's another nigga. And I look and I was like, oh yeah, finesse 2 times.
Let me tell you this. 1090 Jake, I have to actually give him credit, but I also have to warn him. I think what 1090 Jake has done, to me, is the closest thing of shaking up the rap community since I did the War in Chirac. And obviously it's 2 different things, but the impact was sort of similar. Like what the War in Chirac.
Nah, bruh. It's like when you did the War in Chirac though, you was just showing how Chicago really is. This motherfucker just giving out yo, this is a snitch, he's snitching. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could say it's type similar, but you know.
It was almost like, you know, obviously drill music was happening, but it was like people were so close to it, and it was like this ongoing thing that people were just always hearing about shit going on. That's the case nowadays with everything, you know what I mean? Like shit, whether it's like whatever beef or war in Philly or whatever situations in
real shit.
The cases. At the moment, you know, I knew it was kind of edgy. I didn't necessarily have the best outlook or even have a knowledgeable outlook of how it could really affect people. I think what 1090 Jake is doing now, I think is gonna change gangster rap forever. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, there's another snitch getting unveiled every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, 1090 Jake is literally just killing everybody's reputation.
But you know why he's killing everybody's reputation though? It's a reason why he's killing everybody's reputation. I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna let y'all, you feel me? I already said it. He already said some shit. There's already some shit out on him about him snitching. So why you think he's killing everybody else's, trying to kill everybody else's buzz? You feel me?
Game. Now, we heard about the Rich Homie Quan thing. We heard about Finesse 2 times. We're gonna get into that as well. But then now we're hearing 03 Greedo. This is a guy, from what I'm hearing, this guy is just, he's like he's official to the bone gristle, okay?
And I did.
Now he's supposedly.
And I did that shit too. Go look at my videos.
And you know, back when I was doing the War in Chirac, you know, luckily, you know, I wasn't in Chicago, right? But I do also want to warn 1090 Jake. I think some of these niggas about to start getting on his ass. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Like, I think they're realizing that the power that 1090 Jake is now built up, like he snap his finger and do a video on you, and nigga, like I seen people today on the timeline say, yeah, I can't listen to 03 Greedo no more. Like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, niggas been listening for 5 years. One video come out, yeah, fuck that nigga. So anyway,
that's crazy. That's crazy for a person that have that much power, but niggas are listening to you for 5 years, and he'll make a video on you and just, I ain't listening to him no more. He said he's a snitch. You know what I'm saying?
About the 03 Greedo thing, and then we're gonna get into Finesse 2 times thing afterwards. If you don't know him, he's a legendary rapper out of the West Coast. He was locked up for a period of time. He got back out, and the streets was definitely behind him. However, this is a big indictment. So let's just open this up and see what the fuck going on. You hear me? Somebody said Quando Snitch 2. I think in this video, Quando didn't say anything, but we can watch this video afterwards. But check this out.
Man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Video or review? All right, so is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, damn. Hold on, I gotta pee real quick. But damn, bro, we just came back. Not even on the. Alright, let's go listen to this, baby.
All right, so we'll do this again in front of the jury. So bring the jury in, please.
Said bro guilty. So they just got it on him.
Very cross-examination of this witness.
None.
Is he excused? Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you.
So he's excused. So that means, what does that mean? Oh, they got Portland up there? People say he better not snitch. Not guilty for now. Guilty, not guilty. Not guilty, please.
Yes, good morning. Are you Mr. Glass? Are you Mr. Glass?
Sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here.
They got Portland!
What I'd like you to do is remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Oh, that's not Portland. I thought that was Portland. Who the fuck is that? He blood.
Please state your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TREVEDON.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
Who is this nigga? For real, who is this nigga?
Mr. Glass, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth.
Who is this nigga?
The microphone. All right, you ready to proceed, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Glass.
Good morning.
And I know you're quite soft-spoken, so I'm going to need you to speak out a little louder, okay? And remember, you have to make oral responses, okay?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
And where are you currently living? What city?
Real Beach.
And have you lived there all your life?
Majority of it.
Okay. You completed high school, or what was the last grade you completed?
11.
All right. You're not married, correct?
Excuse me?
You're not married?
No.
So I'm going to talk about some prior stuff before we get into why you're here today. Have you previously been convicted of a felony? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And how many times?
To my best of knowledge, once.
Okay. If I were to show you something, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
A prior judgment? Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Show counsel first, please.
Yes. I'm going to ask you to just look at the document, don't say anything. Okay? Have you had an opportunity to review the document? You have to answer.
Yes.
Right? Is your memory fresh as to how many convictions you have?
2. What was that one? The other one? I'm not sure. Let's see, 2 charges.
All right. Now, you currently have some pending charges in Indian River County, correct?
Yeah.
And those are 2 charges?
Yeah.
Misdemeanor resisting without violence?
Yeah.
And an obstruction of service or execution of a search warrant?
Yeah.
Are those misdemeanors or felonies?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know what the penalty you're facing on those charges?
No.
Okay. Have you been offered probation in that case?
Yeah.
And have you been made any promises in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Right. So let's go back to October 26th of 2018. What were you doing for work?
I wasn't working at all.
All right. Were you involved in the music business at all?
Kind of, sort of.
And how so?
Making beats.
All right. And when you were making beats, were you working with a specific group or music group or people?
One person to be particular, but yeah,
Okay.
supposed to be in a group.
All right. Let's start by saying this. What group was it?
YNW.
All right. And when you said one person specifically, who was that person?
Julie.
Okay. And can you tell the members of Judy's real name?
Christopher Thomas.
And how long had you known Christopher Thomas, who you refer to as Judy?
Over a decade.
Okay. And this is back in October. And did you know somebody by the name of Anthony Williams who went by Sack Chaser?
Yeah.
And how long had you known Sack Chaser?
A couple years.
All right. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with state 73.
It's in evidence, yes?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Joey, I'm going to ask you to take a look at state's photograph number 4 and state 73. Do you recognize that person in the state's photograph with the label marking 18-3118?
I do.
And who is that?
Anthony Williams.
So, back on October 26, 2018, do you recall being at the New Era studio?
Yeah.
Who were you there with?
You other people.
Okay. Was Judy and Sack there?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall around what time you guys got to the studio?
I'm not sure when we arrived.
Okay. Was it light or dark outside?
I believe it was dark. I'm not sure.
All right. And what was the intention going to the studio?
I believe we were supposed to have a 12-hour session.
All right. And that's a 12-hour recording session, right?
Yeah.
And who was the artist that was recording that night?
Really, everybody was artists.
All right. Did you guys end up staying for 12 hours?
Nah.
Okay. What changed and why didn't you end up staying?
To the best of my knowledge, people was sleeping, so we ended up going home because, sleep in the studio.
All right. And part of that is because studio time is obviously, it's costly, right?
Objection to leave.
Stay.
Okay, you just said it was paid for. What was paid for?
Studio time.
All right. So you guys had prepaid for 12 hours.
Correct.
And obviously not utilizing that 12 hours, is that a waste?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Deleting.
I'll move on. How long, well, you said that people were sleeping. Who was sleeping?
Everybody but me, Anthony, and Chris.
All right. So who was upset that people were sleeping?
Objection, leading.
Who was upset overall?
There was no testimony that anybody was upset.
Okay, rephrase your question.
Was someone upset that people were sleeping?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And who was that person?
Sad.
Okay. And how did Zach respond? How did Zach respond to people sleeping?
Woke him up and let him know it's time to go.
All right. And how did he do that?
Yeah, he went and woke him up, shook him up.
All right. Was there an occasion where he threw water on some people to wake them up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Your Honor, this is deliberate. Can we go
Excuse me.
sidebar, please?
Counsel, if you make an objection, make an objection. Don't be arguing in front of the jury. I told you that before.
I
all
understand.
right?
Can we go sidebar?
No speaking objections.
Can we
Come
go
sidebar. Sure.
Thank you.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn, bro, this is getting crazy, yo. This shit getting crazy. Bro, if I was Melly, I'd be like, man, shut the fuck up, man. Let him stop it. Like, come on, bro. Like, what you doing? Just had enough with this case. I know he did. This doesn't prove anything though. Like, y'all got a witness up there that's not proving anything. It don't prove that he did this shit. Like, I don't understand. This don't prove nothing. It don't. Hold on, they back.
Okay, so at some point you just mentioned that you guys were getting ready to leave the studio.
Yeah.
Publishing states 72. I published image number 1 in state 72. Is
So-
still asking you to see that photo on the screen in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And who's that person?
To the best of my knowledge, Melly.
Okay. And the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing?
A jacket.
All right. Do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt?
Kind of, sort of.
If you do.
No, I don't.
Okay. Publishing image number 2. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
2 or 3 of them, yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is identify them by the clothing that they're wearing.
Jewelry, black jacket in the left, sack in the middle, jean jacket, tape, black jacket.
And Sack is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And Tay, is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And you said Portland was wearing the black jacket. Is he standing or sitting?
Who?
Oh, how did you refer to him? My apologies.
Tape.
No.
Or Julie.
The person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as?
Julie wearing black jacket. Also, is Tape wearing black jacket.
The person wearing The black jacket who's standing up, do you recognize that individual?
Chris.
Okay.
What does that prove, though?
You
That don't
recognize
prove
the
shit.
Photograph image 3.
Same one you just showed. Same person.
And who's that person?
Okay. What did he do, bitch? Like, what the fuck? What do this prove? It's not giving no evidence that he did it. You're just showing him pictures. He's saying, oh, this is this person, this is that person. So what do that really prove? That's not proving nothing. Not unless he be like, yeah, Melly did it. This, that, and the third. I was there. I seen it. This, that. Like, unless he says that, bro, what the fuck is he up there for?
What location were those photographs taken in?
And now you just gonna show photographs. What do this prove?
New Era Promotions studio.
Was that the studio we just discussed that you guys were hanging out at?
Yeah.
I'm now publishing state 7. Publishing 10/26/2018, beginning at timestamp 2/17/42. Mr. Glass, you recognize the two individuals in this screen pause at 2/17/47.
Do I recognize the back of the head?
Yes, do you recognize them?
I just see it back of the head.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play. Do you recognize anyone at timestamp 2/17/52?
Still back of the head.
Do you see an individual standing next to a red vehicle?
Yeah, that's Kobe.
Okay, you just said that's who?
Kobe.
All right. And what is Kobe's real name?
That's what I know about Kobe.
All right. Would anything refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I don't know.
If I were to show you your prior statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Could.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Glass, if you could take a moment and look at this page, read it to yourself, do not read aloud, and look up when you're done. Has your memory been refreshed as to the legal name of Kobe?
Yeah.
And what is Kobe's legal name?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was wrong. Jacoby Mills.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Jacoby
And if you could repeat the last name for the court for as well.
Mills.
All right, I'm going to continue to publish date 7. There is a second individual at the red Mitsubishi vehicle. Do you recognize that second individual?
Not really, no.
Okay. How about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep?
That's sad.
Okay. I'm going to continue to publish. I'm pausing at timestamp 2:18:21. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep?
I see him, yeah.
Do you recognize him?
That's AD.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you for AD's legal name.
I know his last name, Davis.
Okay. Would looking at your statement refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I guess so.
Honor permission to approach.
Is that your same statement?
Yes, Judge.
It's like he's trying not to snitch, but he's trying not to say too much without saying too much.
Approaching the witness. Mr. Glass, same procedure. If you could take a look at that and look up.
It's like he's trying.
Name, Judge, want me to say him?
No. Without speaking, has your memory been refreshed as to AD's legal name?
Yes.
Okay. What is AD's legal name?
Adrian Davis.
Continuing to publish, date 7. Mr. Glass, let me know if I need to rewind the video, but you had a chance to look at the face of the individual wearing what appears to be a white shirt and blue shorts?
Me.
Okay. Continuing to publish. I'm pausing the video at 2:18:41. Do you see that individual carrying something across his shoulder, wearing what appears to be a blue jacket?
Say it again?
Do you see that person on the video?
Yeah, I see the back of his head.
Do you see the back of the head of the person wearing the jeans jacket?
Correct.
Was that person the same person that you previously identified in states?
Sustain, rephrase it.
Okay. We previously looked in state 72 at an individual you identified as Melly.
Objection, Your
Sustain.
Honor.
One moment. Publishing state 72.
He's not trying to say too much, y'all.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
There's no question pending.
What's your question?
Hold on, I gotta pee real quick, y'all. I gotta. Woo! Shit.
Do you see the jacket in states 72, image number 3? The front of that jacket?
Yeah.
You see that jacket in states image 1 of state 72?
I see the same thing y'all see.
We spoke about this, Mr. Glass.
I understand that.
You ask questions, all right?
Do you wish to come aboard, sir?
Aye, I do.
By whose authority?
I am a former Indian agent, the governor's employee and acquaintance of Lord John Grey.
Publishing state 7. And then go. Oh. 17. Did you say 41? Okay. Back to State 7, timestamp 2/18/41. The individual that's on screen wearing a jacket and it appears to be something across his back. Who is that individual?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Mr. Glass, you can respond.
I see the same person as last time.
Okay, and can you tell us who that same person is?
Melly.
Continuing to publish.
Asking questions y'all know the answers to.
Mr. Glass, you can't speak when there's not a question. Mr. Glass, do you see that individual carrying something in their left hand? I'm asking if you see them, just if you see them. Do you recognize that person? Okay, and who is that person?
Bishop Thomas.
Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record, and I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into?
Red Mitsubishi.
And can you tell us who was in that car with you?
Kobe, Tay, and 80.
So 80, Tay, and Cody. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So that is a total of 4 people?
Correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Zach, Melly, Julie, Court.
Okay. And by my count, is that also 4 people?
Correct.
Right? And when those, okay. Continuing to publish at 2/19/36. I'm going to stop at 2/19/46. At the time you left the studio in that red Mitsubishi, where were you headed?
Supposed to be home.
Okay, and who's home?
It's Melly house.
Okay, and was everybody in that red car headed to Melly's house?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and what about the Jeep? Where was your understanding that that Jeep was headed? The gray Jeep?
Same spot.
Okay. So both cars left the studio with the intention of heading to what you identify as Melly's house?
Correct.
Can you tell us, I guess, what was the mood or the vibe at the studio while you guys were there?
It was 5 years ago. I can't tell you nothing right now.
Okay, if you don't recall, that's fine. Was there any physical confrontation that you observed at the studio?
It was like a regular day.
Okay.
Studio, smoking, drink.
All right. And you just mentioned smoking. What were you smoking, specifically you?
Weed.
Okay. All right, and now the vehicles, we saw that the gray vehicle on the video pulled off first. Can you tell us where you guys, the route you guys took to the best of your knowledge?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall getting on a highway at all?
I recall being in the car while I was driving. I don't know where I I don't look. I don't.
Okay. Were you awake the entire time you were in that vehicle?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know at what point you fell asleep?
I don't.
All right. And when you left the studio, you were awake. Is that a fair statement?
I was.
And at what point do you recall waking up, or what time do you recall the next thing you saw?
Once we came to a stop.
All right. And where did you come to a stop?
At the house gate.
And the house gate for Melly's house.
Yeah.
When you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi?
Same people you've seen get in the car.
All right. So by your testimony, Kobe, AD, Tay, and yourself.
Yo.
Still 4.
Yo, he getting annoyed, y'all.
How you guys entered?
He getting annoyed.
The gate was open for us.
Cause a bitch asking the same fucking questions. You see who got in the fucking car? Why I gotta repeat myself?
I'm gonna pause it at timestamp 3:49. It looks like 58. Do you recognize that red Jeep? Mitsubishi?
I do.
Is that the vehicle that you left the studio in?
Yes.
And is this the guard gate you just testified to at Melly's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle?
Yes.
And where are you located? Okay. And do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate?
Yes.
So you get through the gate, where do you go next?
To the house.
All right. And can you tell us, you pull into the house, is there a driveway in the house, in front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other cars parked in that driveway when you get to the house?
No.
All right. Do you see the gray Jeep that you left the studio with at the house?
No.
All right. So what do you do when you get out of the vehicle?
From what I remember, I went upstairs and went to sleep.
Okay. And you said upstairs. So the house is how many stories?
Couple.
Okay. So you went upstairs to where specifically to sleep?
In Julie's room?
All right. Was Juby in his room?
Nah.
Okay. Do you recall where Melly's room was in the house?
Not upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall where it was if it was not upstairs?
I think it was like first rooms when you come in the house.
Okay. Was Melly at the house when you got there, from what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
No.
Right. So you go upstairs.
Yep.
In Juby's room, and what do?
Crash.
All right. Crash meaning?
Go to sleep.
Okay. At some point, do you wake up?
Yeah.
And why?
Phone
Or how?
calls, phone calls, phone calls, phone calls.
Okay. Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yeah.
All right. And at some point, you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah.
All right. And so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right. Do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was in Broward.
All right. What city? Not the county.
Miramar.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know what hospital it was.
Okay. So you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
Okay. And obviously let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do? Or how do you react to that news?
Grieving.
Okay. Do you stay at the hospital?
Not long.
Right. Where do you go after the hospital?
I ended up somewhere. Somebody's house.
All right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
All right. Let's start with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in?
Anymore?
All right. Do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was?
It looked similar.
Okay. And just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house?
Different.
Okay. Where did you go when you went to that house?
What you mean?
Like, where in the house did you go? So you go to the house. Where do you go?
I went inside the house. I was in the back.
Okay. And would your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at?
Maybe.
Your Honor, permission to approach. I'm going to show defense counsel the same statement. Page 4.
Same procedure, Mr. Glass. If you could just review page 4.
So I'm trying to like.
I don't see nothing about the house.
If you could just read the entire page, and when you're done, let me know.
Have you finished reading that page?
Yeah.
Has your memory been refreshed as to whose house you were at?
Still don't see nothing about no house in there.
Okay. I'm going to now show you what's in evidence in state 62. Do you recognize the individuals in state 62?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Who are those individuals?
Melly and another dude, Greedo.
Okay. You said Melly and another dude, Greedo?
Yeah.
Do you know Frito's name and or any nicknames?
That's all I know about him.
Frito?
Do you recall ever going to Frito's house?
Just that time.
And just that time being what time?
After I left the hospital.
Okay. So this.
Fredo Bang! Oh shit.
And for the record, what is Frito wearing in the photograph?
Shirt. White shirt.
Okay. So after the hospital, you went to Frito's house.
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And what were you doing at the house?
Still grieving.
Okay. Who took you to the hospital?
The cameraman.
Okay, do you recall his name?
Drew.
All right. And do you recall who took you from the hospital to Freedom's house?
Same person.
All right. And before you left for the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you and Drew?
Just Drew.
Okay. Who was at the house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital?
Same people that was there when we got there.
Okay. And same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Greedo's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were?
Drew was wrong.
No, not Melly's house. Greedo's house. Where were you in Greedo's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Greedo's house when you first got there?
Everybody that wasn't at the house.
Okay. And it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm on people I can remember.
Okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a new day. Nah, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't. You guys
He wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
And how long did you stay at Frito Bain's house?
I don't know.
All right. Minutes, hours, days?
Could be minutes, could be hours.
Okay. So not days?
Not even a day.
Okay. And so when you got to Frito's house, was it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And you previously said yourself and Melly and someone else was at Frito's house. Was Frito there as well?
I think I did see him. I don't remember.
Okay. What happens while you're there? Like you're there, you're outside, what happens?
Grieving.
Okay. And you're grieving, are you grieving alone?
Yes.
Are you at the house, at any point in time, do more people come to the house or do people leave the house?
If they did come, I don't know. I was in the back.
Okay.
I was back there grieving.
At any point in time, did Melly leave Frito's house?
It came to the point when I was there by myself.
All right. So you were there by yourself. So the people that you previously said were there were no longer there, correct?
Right.
And so do you know where they went during that time?
I don't.
All right. And we're still talking about October 26th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this would be shortly after the hospital?
Yes.
All right. At some point, does Melly come back to Frito's house?
Around this time, I'm still grieving and getting a little, I don't know, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Melly comes back.
Yeah, I guess they did come back.
Right.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, does Melly leave again, a second time?
I don't remember anything farther after that.
All right.
Me grieving. That was the last thing I remember was me grieving. And I ended up in Gifford.
All right. So before you end up in Griffin, if I were to show you a statement, would that refresh your recollection as to Melly leaving and coming back a second time?
I suppose so.
Under permission to show him his statement again?
God damn, bro.
Yes,
what type of statement was you giving? Yo. Bro, he not trying to give too much, bro. And I don't know what type of statement he gave, but whatever that statement he gave, bro, it's not looking good. He gave yo, Mr. Glass is a truth teller, for real. Like, whatever statement he gave, bro, He's not trying to give that shit right now. And they just, yo, whatever. Do you want to look at your statement? Here's the statement. That's what they doing. He's trying his best not to snitch, bro. He's trying his fucking best not to snitch. He's trying his best, bro. He's not trying to tell at all.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Okay, so tell us what you somewhat remember.
I just did.
If you recall, you said you weren't sure. You went to Gifford, and then I asked you if your statement would refresh your recollection. Does your statement refresh your recollection as to whether Melly left again?
I'm not sure if they left. I was grieving.
Okay.
I'm not sure what nobody did. I was grieving.
All right. You mentioned, well, not you mentioned, let's see. I pointed out to you someone was, the person that was wearing the jacket that you identified as Melly was carrying something across his side or his back on the video. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that's referred to?
A satchel.
Okay. Can it also be commonly referred to?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the term man?
Objection.
Watch your disciple.
He's trying his best not to snitch, bro. He's doing everything in his power not to give so much information. But that's not Portland. That's not Portland at all. That's somebody else. Hold on, they back.
So, again, after you left the studio, you know what was in that satchel?
I don't.
Do you recall seeing anyone else with a satchel that night at the studio?
It was 5 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. Is there anything that can refresh your recollection as to whether or not anybody else was wearing a satchel?
I suppose so.
If I were to show you the video again, would that refresh your recollection?
I suppose so.
Publishing Suite 7.
He not trying to give too much, yo. He's not trying to give too much. He's not trying to snitch. You feel me? And not saying, you feel me, he not no street dude or nothing like that. I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying, yo, snitching and period is just, it looks bad. It just looks bad as your character. Like, nobody don't want to chill with somebody who's a snitch. You feel me? Like, that's real rap. But, like, he's trying his best not to, bro.
At 219:01.
Look.
And I'm going to pause at 219:13. Does the video refresh your recollection as to anyone else that was carrying a satchel?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, was carrying a satchel?
I see Chris for one.
And that's Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
Did you ever have any business relationship with a person I refer to as Track?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Track is?
Not really.
Not really, or
I don't know who he is at all.
do you know of him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see Track on October 26, 2018 at any point?
No.
Do you recall giving a statement, specifically the statement that I've previously provided you with here today, to the detectives in this case? You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to Detective Moretti and another detective, I believe from Indian River. Is that correct?
Could be.
Do you recall in that statement giving a different response when asked?
Stay.
Would showing you that statement refresh your recollection as to anything regarding your interactions with Track on October 26, 2018?
I don't know Track.
No. My question was, would showing you the statement refresh your recollection as to any time you saw Track on October 26th of 2018?
No.
Okay. One moment.
He not trying to snitch, bro. He's trying his best not to do it. He's trying his best. He's trying his best, bro. He not trying. I don't know who Track is. But I gotta pee real quick. Look again to me.
You said you ended up back in Gifford at some point in time on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall where Melly was at the
Trying
time?
his best not to bite that cheese, man.
I don't remember.
Was at some point at Frito's house, do you guys all leave? Meaning you, yourself, everyone that you previously identified was there?
Objection, leaving. Don't recall.
You don't recall leaving?
I don't recall leaving with anyone. I don't know when I left. I don't know how I left.
Okay. Just to clarify my question, so you mentioned you left. When you left for Gifford, was anyone else at Frito's house?
I don't know.
Do you recall Melly making any statements in your presence while you were at Frito's house?
I don't recall.
Would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to anything Melly told you while you were there?
I don't recall being told anything. So no.
Okay. You mentioned when they left the first time, you recall them at least leaving one time. Did you recall if when they came back there were any statements regarding where they went?
Sustain.
No,
Sustain the objection.
don't answer that. So you remember them leaving the house at least once?
Hey there, real quick. I'm Steve Fisher, and I'm here to tell you about a great event from the U.S. Concealed Carry Association.
Somebody said the damage is not done because it don't really prove that he did it. It don't really prove that he did it.
I'm coaching counsel. What's been remarked is
He changed. His clothes was changed. So the fuck what? I would change my clothes. What the fuck? Who want to be in the same clothes from yesterday? Nobody don't want to be in the same clothes since yesterday.
Mr. Glass, do you recognize these two pages that I'm showing to you?
Say no, bro. At least say no.
Yes, sir.
And is this a Facebook, these statements reflect a Facebook conversation?
They do.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that conversation that you had on Facebook?
It is.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce what's been pre-marked to stage quadruple I as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
I'm sorry?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
States quadruple I will be marked states 83.
He ain't saying.
Permission to publish?
He's trying his best, bro. He's trying his best not to. He's trying his best not to say much, y'all. He's trying his best. But you made that statement, it's gonna kill you.
Mr. Glass, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Where it says author, can you read that for the members of the jury?
You want me to read it?
If you can read that, what does it say next to author?
Fargo.
What does it say before Fargo?
Fetty Fargo.
Okay, do you see where it says Fetty Fargo?
Let's see.
Okay, and who's Fetty Fargo?
It was me.
Okay, so was that your kind of, was that a, how you identified yourself on Facebook?
Kind of, sort of.
And who were you having this conversation with?
Right now, I look like I'm talking to myself. I
Okay.
look like I'm texting myself. I don't know who I sent it to.
Do you see where it says participants?
Okay. So, texting Melly.
Okay. And that was page 1. I'm going to now publish page 2. I'll publish it in part since it's a little small. Can you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Right, I'm going to scroll up.
I show them niggas more love than they parents. The fuck, man, them niggas.
What was the purpose of you having this conversation with Melly, Jamel Bennett?
I don't know. Just everything was questionable.
When you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers?
Not just me.
Okay. Were people kind of pressing you for answers?
Correct.
And did that have any impact in whether or not you reached out to Melly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, and again, you said that people were looking for answers. So, did you reach out to Melly looking for answers?
I did.
Is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook?
Is that just
Meaning
a conversation?
the gist of the conversation, was that the purpose behind the conversation and the general conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
Random moments to confer. Do you know who Jamie King is?
I don't know who she is. I know of.
Okay, you know of Jamie King. Do you know how she's related to Jamel Demons?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Do you know her relationship?
Mom. It's supposed to be his mom.
Okay. Do you know if Jamie King and Anthony Williams had any?
Objection leading.
I wouldn't know none of that.
Rephrase your question.
Do you know the relationship between Jamie King and Anthony Williams?
I don't.
If I were to show you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Nope.
Nope.
And
He said nope. That's the first time he said nope on some shit. He's like, yo, nope.
nothing further at this time.
He not trying to give too much, y'all. He not trying to give too much. He not trying to snitch.
Cross-examination this week?
Yes, sir.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Glass. Your Honor, would you mind if we move the monitor from in front of the witness's face?
I don't mind. I mean, I mind.
Would you mind, Your Honor?
I don't mind. Is there a specific issue that you have, Mr.
I do. I do.
Judge, can
So,
we approach sidebar?
sure. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you step out for a second?
He said, I do. Yeah, because he know. He about to, you know what I'm saying? He know niggas gonna be on his ass about that shit, bro. That shit ain't going. That shit ain't fucking going. Yeah, I do. Look, see, punk, punk, punk. See, look. We kind of did already see his face, though. In the beginning when he was walking up, we kind of saw his face. So it's like, you might as well show that shit, nigga. You might as well show your face, bro. We already seen your shit walking up. Ain't like you had a face mask or nothing, nigga. You might as well show your face. But DJ Academics has got his shit going on, so, and he probably on some other shit. You know how he is.
Interest in space now, where I mean Drake is pretty much damn near.
I don't give a fuck about Drake. So
The monitor for a second.
Let's move it out of the way.
Can you do that?
I could do that too. But if I, as far as this goes,
No, I'm not asking you to detach it. How much do you put it down?
it's fucked up. How y'all got Danny Polo wearing the ski mask and shit all through the drawing, but then y'all take it off and y'all put the shit down. But for him, y'all don't even put the shit down. Y'all just let him see his face. They gonna fuck y'all. They ain't fucking with Bull.
They show you pictures and things like that. You have to be able to see the monitor too. You understand, Mr. Glass? All right, we ready to proceed?
And nigga mad as hell.
Bring jury back in, see if they're ready.
Y'all got Mr. Polo.
We're in recess.
Alright, so since they in recess, we're not gonna look at DJ Academics drawing. Even though it's the same shit,
Before I get into this, and now, is it dry snitching? Is it you said too much? You should have shut the fuck up. Probably that. Does that mean his career should be over? Now, granted, 1090 Jake never says that don't support this guy. He just tells you what he finds as the objective facts. But there are ramifications in hip hop, and I look at it and I'm like, man, I think if y'all like 03 Greedo before, y'all should still support him. Why would y'all not support him? Like, what's the thing? Anyway, I didn't get to play this as well. I'm gonna play this.
Do you recall who took you from the hospital to Freedom's house?
Same person.
All right. And before you left for the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you and Drew?
Just true.
Okay. Who was at the house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital?
Same people that was there when we got there.
Okay, and same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Greedo's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were? No, not Melly's house. Greedo's house. Where were you in Greedo's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Greedo's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay. And it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm on people I can remember.
Okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
This is something that we already saw, so they doing like a preview.
Nah, he wasn't.
And shit.
He wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
Okay. And how long did you stay at Greedo Bain's house?
I don't know.
All right. Minutes, hours, days?
Could be minutes, could be hours.
Okay. So
Like he not trying to give too much, bro. He not trying to give too much. He did give out that Melly, you know, changed clothes and all that, which, you know, it's normal for a motherfucker to change clothes. It don't mean, why would you wear the same clothes that you did yesterday? Even though people have did it, I did it, you feel me? But I wasn't not to. If I had to change the clothes, I would have, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I go out, I'm at my nigga's house, you know what I'm saying, my man's, or I'm at Shorty's house, or whatever the case may be, and I don't got no change of clothes right then and there. I have to wear the same shit. And I come right home, take a shower, boom, 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 change clothes. But if I had changed of clothes, guess what? I'm going to change my clothes. But I would regularly have a change of clothes and usually change my clothes, bro, because what the fuck?
Were both killed. He was grieving, talking about where he was at. What are you taking away from this?
And he's also talking about how Melly wasn't wearing the same clothes, which kind of seems odd to me because, you know, I think that once you hear that your friend's been shot, you know, he goes over to the hospital with, I forget what guy took him, and you would think that Melly would not be changing his clothes and stuff, but I thought that was interesting. I think it's a really cumbersome test.
No, bro, because you going to change, like, why not change your clothes? That's just stupid to me. Like, so cause my friend got shot, I'm not going to wear, I'm going to wear the same clothes? I'm going to wear the same clothes?
With YNW Melly or Cortland Henry after this took place. So stay with us and we'll see more of his testimony on the other side.
Yeah, the clothes switch is incriminating. Like, what the fuck? That's normal. You change your fucking clothes. Who don't change their clothes? If you don't change your clothes, that you dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, alright, so if I'm at my friend's place and they live far and I just have one set of clothes, I spend the night happily, you feel me? I go back. Bro, I'm taking a shower and I'm putting some other clothes on. That's normal. That's a normal thing to do. Who don't change their fucking clothes? Ain't that a normal thing to do, is change your clothes? Like, that's weird her saying that. Like, oh, yeah, to change the clothes is kind of normal. What? Like, bitch, what? You bugging. Hold on. I'm not trying to play the whole shit with
so you know
DJ Academics.
Up, don't you? So apparently, at least 03 Greedo saying, we don't even know who they snitched on. You get what I mean?
All right, so look.
I feel like the snitch word is...
I'm gonna look at the original video. You feel me?
Something is coming. I can feel it. In 3.
Man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090 Jake, man. I'm rocking with y'all, y'all rocking with me. And for this video, we're gonna be speaking on 03 Greedo and the new paperwork that just came to light. June 28th, 2016. It was 10:47 in the morning when a Potter County Sheriff's deputy in Texas pulled over a vehicle on the highway for a traffic violation. Approaching the passenger side door, the deputy immediately smelled burnt marijuana and realized the passenger was in the vehicle as his seat had been fully reclined. Making the driver aware he can't be in the left lane if he isn't passing other vehicles, he apologized and said he wasn't from around. The deputy pointed out multiple highway signs indicating the left lane's purpose when the passenger said, "I'm a rapper." The driver said he saw the signs but didn't know what they meant, and the rapper said, "If I was driving, I would have known." Asking the driver for his license and insurance, the passenger rapper said the car was a rental and handed over his driver's license instead of the driver. The passenger would be identified as 28-year-old Jason Jamal Jackson, who's more commonly known as the Watts rapper 03 Greedo. The deputy would ask for the vehicle's rental agreement and again ask the driver for his license, to which he was told they didn't have either. The driver would say his name is Justin, and the deputy asked him to step out of the vehicle and walk back to the patrol car to gather his information. The deputy noted both men seemed nervous, talking fast, and over each other. Justin would sit in the front seat of the deputy's vehicle as the deputy noticed Greedo climb over to the driver's seat of the rental. Justin was fully identified as Justin Scott Leader and admitted his license was suspended over tickets. He advised they were traveling from Vegas to Houston and he was helping Greedo drive. When asked how long he'd known Greedo, Justin told the deputy a couple years. He was at his auntie's house in Vegas and Greedo was supposed to do a show in Vegas, and he came with him to Houston so he wouldn't have to be by himself. But Justin would state they both lived in California. The deputy didn't think the story made any sense, and a criminal search showed Greedo has an extensive criminal history for weapons-related offenses. Justin was calm, but his speech was rapid, and the deputy had to have him repeat things several times in order to write them down. When asked where he rented the car, Justin said, "I'm not sure." When asked who rented the car, Justin said, "You gotta ask him, I'm not even sure." Justin became restless as the deputy asked questions about their travel and the rental car. At times, Justin would scratch at his beard, wipe down his shirt, mess with his shorts, and fidget with his hands and arms. When asked if they had anything illegal in the car, he said no. When asked if Greedo had anything illegal on him, Justin said, "No, sir, he don't got nothing. We just trying to make it to the show. Not a blunt of weed in there no more." The deputy advised Justin that he was going to search his car before approaching the vehicle on the driver's side where Greedo had moved to. Requesting he exit the vehicle, Greedo complied. The deputy advised dispatch that he was going to start searching the vehicle. Starting with the driver's side, the deputy observed an empty blunt wrap on the floor. With fast food and junk scattered throughout the car, the deputy pushed the trunk release button and observed a big black plastic trash bag with clothing inside. Several pairs of shoes, clothing, and an Adidas duffel bag were scattered throughout the trunk. On the left side was a Pampered diaper box that had excessive clear packaging tape to keep it shut. The tape...
Yo, hold on. Is my shit going as right?
Adidas duffel bag was scattered throughout the trunk. On the left side was a Pampered diaper box.
Yeah, I mean, I see myself moving as normal on this joint, so I don't know why this shit doing it though.
Did not appear to be that from the manufacturer. Through the handle holes on the side, it appeared to have the original contents of packaged baby diapers.
If you're on YouTube right now looking for beats, I want you to stop because I don't know if you know this, but even though most of the beats say...
Noticing the clothes in the trunk were damp with laundry detergent, the deputy returned to his patrol unit and put on latex gloves. Returning to the trunk, he removed the trash bag onto the floor and examined the contents further. Reaching in and grabbing the Pampered diaper box, he cut the heavily taped top portion. He saw 2 packs of diapers inside, with one already open and barely any diapers left in it. When he took the pack out, he then saw a brown paper bag, and inside of that was multicolored plastic bags with clear Ziploc bags inside of them. Moving the bags aside,
I don't know why it's moving like that, y'all. Sorry. If y'all watching this shit, bro, like,
he just found a stash of meth. The deputy drew his weapon, telling
I don't know why it's moving like that, y'all. I probably gotta fix something on my on the app and shit. Now right there it look like it's moving right.
yelling at Justin to put his hands up. Backup arrived and the 2 men were placed in cuffs as a total of 4.2 pounds of meth was removed from the pamper box, along with 2 stolen handguns that were found hidden in the center console of the
So I don't know if it's like moving like that the whole stream. I'm sorry for that. It will be fixed.
Damn, bro, we slipped up. We fucked up, really. But we can't talk in here. We messed it up.
It didn't look like it was moving like that long though.
Interview with the DEA. Special Agent Reese would interview the 2 men, and following Miranda, 03 Greedo would state he was being paid $3,000 to drive with Justin from California to Houston, and that he didn't know there was meth in the vehicle. He'd state he felt there was something illegal taking place, but didn't want to know the details. Agents attempted to speak with Justin, but following Miranda, he would not give any information regarding the meth and requested a lawyer. Both men would be arrested and charged with possessing roughly $80,000 worth of meth, while Greedo was also charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. 03 Greedo would be sentenced in 2018 to 20 years in prison, but would be free on parole in only 4 years. Not only did Greedo make an incriminating comment in the back of a recorded police car while telling his co-defendant they couldn't speak there, he essentially threw his co-defendant under the bus after telling a DEA agent he was being paid to travel with his co-defendant and
That's crazy.
nothing illegal was going on. With a 20-page arrest report showing he was the only one willing to speak with DEA agents, audio has also surfaced.
It's just the same video looping, y'all, so it's not really that much interesting.
Because apparently Greedo was going around the hood saying his co-defendant snitched on him.
You gangster rap. How you say some weird shit like that? What do you say? The police asked him something and he was just like,
Now this is interesting. This is interesting because I seen a little bit of no jumper shit with Flacco and some other boy, and he knows some people, he know Great Street niggas, and he got in contact with him and he said nah. So we're gonna get into that. And then we're gonna get into finesse 2 times shit too.
Like, think about that. You gotta know the lifestyle we living, bro, and the niggas we dealing with, and the shit we talk about and put out there at our lifestyle. So why would you put that out there? Man, what if I would have really got my head knocked back, bro?
Now keep in mind, I myself did not find this paperwork. This paperwork was sent to me by the Grapes.
Hey yo, Jake, you wanna expose these niggas on BL? These niggas hoes, mark ass, ratting ass niggas on G drama time, nigga. Crunch time, nigga. Ain't nothing bigger, nigga. You know ain't nothing bigger, nigga. Yeah, nigga. PRM, nigga. Gang, nigga. Fuck on with you niggas.
And this wasn't just a 20-page arrest report. I was sent all the evidence photos from the case, leaving little to no room for argument about how valid.
A partnership is critical
Now-
to ensuring patient health.
We need to empower dental professionals and give them scientific information.
Making sure
Now this dude say he cool. Now he cool with the
work. It is exciting to really improve people's lives.
Amanda?
They kill me with this fucking ad shit.
The paperwork is. Knowing how strict California gang politics can be, the statement Greedo gave against his co-defendant is definitely damaging. And it's that much worse that law enforcement pointed out Greedo had an extensive criminal history, but it was his co-defendant who refused to answer questions and ask for a lawyer. It was also his co-defendant who told the deputy Greedo didn't have anything illegal on him when he could have put it all on Greedo. Now I know the politics behind this is gonna be heavy. You're gonna have people leaning one way, you're gonna have people leaning another way, right? How I look at it is this. Everyone on the internet has their own definition of snitching. People are gonna say, oh, he didn't snitch. Snitching is when two people go and commit a crime together and then one person tells on the other, da 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 da. If we take that, right, that example right there, they were pulled over. The driver said, oh, I didn't know what the signs meant, because that's why they were pulled over, for a traffic violation. 03 Greedo was like, I'm a rapper. If I was driving, I would have known what the signs meant. Why would you even say that shit? That right there is already like, man, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, that little incident right there would be in the back of my mind like, this isn't about to go good. But then, we get put in the back of the police car, right? Me and Greedo sitting there, I'm the driver. He goes, man, we fucked up. We can't talk in here, but we fucked up. Why are you talking in here? I know we're not supposed to talk in here, that's why I'm not talking in here. But you talking in here on the fucking camera. Then he gets interviewed by the DEA, the fucking DEA. They read him as Miranda. You have the right to remain silent. You can, whatever. Do you still wish to speak with me? Yes. What happened? 03 Greedo says, I got paid $3,000 to drive down to Houston with him. I didn't know what was going on. I felt like something illegal was going on. I didn't know there was meth in there. That statement right there, in my opinion, you're throwing your co-defendant under the bus. I got paid $3,000 to travel with him. I felt like something illegal was going on, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't want the details, and I didn't know there was anything in the car. This is like literally the definition of you did something with somebody and then threw them under the bus. I felt like something illegal was going on. This is an admission of guilt. Why would you feel like something illegal is going on? You thought something was suspect that he was doing? So what are you really doing? That's how I'm looking at it. You felt something illegal was going on, and you decided to say this to a DEA agent, which is gonna make him look.
This is my thing, though. This is my thing. This is my thing. This is my thing. There's paperwork on you, though. It's paperwork on you. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you doing all this other paperwork to try to throw your shit under the rug or something? I'm just saying, like, is that what you trying to do? Is
okay, so this guy must have been doing something. This guy must have whatever. Come to find out, there's fucking 80K worth of meth and 2 guns in the center console. But see, I don't have to be the politician. I'm just the YouTuber. California politics, they're gonna politic themselves. And they got some of the strictest politics. I don't think you're supposed to give any fucking statement. Especially not saying, yeah, I got paid to, do this with him and I felt like he was, shit was moving funny. Shit doesn't look good. Let me know y'all's thoughts and comments in the comment section. I mean, we got to hear the co-defendant's thoughts on this. And once again, this is a rapper. We don't know if they're cool to this day. We don't know if, man, I'm gonna just let that shit slide, bro. It ain't that serious. We both did our time for this shit. We just gonna go back to getting this money. We don't know what the situation is of the relationship between them. But we heard the audio of the co-defendant feeling exactly how I feel. Why the fuck would you say something like that? That's crazy. Now, y'all's thoughts and comments in the comment section.
now, that's that video, right? Hold on, I don't know if this shit, what the fuck is going on with this shit. But that's that shit. I'm gonna show y'all another joint where it's No Flacco.
Wawa's
It's
adding
no
a
jumper.
tropical twist to their smoothies, lemonades, and refreshers.
No jumper
Guaranteed
clips.
to take.
I'm tapped in with a lot of reputable. I'm tapped in with a lot of rep.
Nah, he said he's tapped in.
Got all the info.
He said you got all the info. Alright, so we back with this shit, so
Where you claimed that you were awakened by Drew.
Objection. Counsel testifying to proper impeachment.
Overruled. Do you understand the question, sir?
I don't even remember getting asked a question.
All right, restate your question.
Did you ever make a statement to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay.
he said he don't recall. Now this shit about to go left. Hear me? This shit's about to go left. Oh yeah, hold on. I don't know why I did that. Muted it. Listen to this shit, y'all. I'm about to go to the bathroom real quick, but listen to this shit, y'all.
Objection to improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Question by the detective. Then, and so when you first saw Drew, when did you see him? Where did you see him at? Your house or Fredo's house? Answer, at the house in Miramar. At Melly's house. Okay. He woke me up. It was like, come to the hospital. You said that.
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. When we spoke to you last week, you said you were awakened by phone calls from Christopher Thomas's mom.
Now I'm hoping he makes
Right?
it seem like, yo, man, was you threatened for your life?
And, pardon me?
Different people.
Different people. And the one that you answered was Ricky? So you were awakened by a phone call from Ricky?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So as you recall it today, Ricky is the one that woke you up with phone calls, not Drew that woke you up in person.
Correct.
Okay. So you smoke a lot of marijuana, right?
Possibly.
Well, you smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrase it.
It's your answer, yeah.
That was your answer.
I smoke when I smoke.
You smoke when you smoke?
Yeah.
And when's that?
When I smoke.
And when would that be?
When I smoke.
How many times a day?
Objection to asked and answered.
Overruled.
Twice, 3 times, maybe.
Okay. And on the night before you got to the studio, on the day in question, you had smoked at least 2 joints, right?
I sure guess.
That's what you said, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you got to the studio, you were smoking, correct?
Possibly.
Were you or weren't you?
It was 5 years ago.
You forget?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were drinking
Alright,
Hennessy, I believe?
so you doing this to
Or
the
do you not recall
co-defendant,
that?
but when you was doing this to the...
Possible.
You was doing
But
this
you
to
don't
the
recall?
defendant, bro. What was this
So you don't
same
recall
energy
much
at?
of that, do you?
What the fucking...
Right? Fair?
Right.
Okay. And when you got in the red vehicle and left, you went to sleep in the vehicle when you left the studio. Right?
Yeah.
And you didn't wake up until you got to the guard gate.
I woke up when we came to a stop.
You did not wake up until you got to the guard gate. Am I right or wrong?
I woke up when we came to a stop.
Okay,
Which was at the guard gate, yes.
Okay. One more. With respect to your daily. Right. You've never seen Melly with a gun.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Move to strike.
Here's disregard the last question.
Have you ever seen Melly with a gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen him track with a gun?
Possibly. Yes. Maybe. Maybe so.
You don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time, Anthony Williams at any time?
I know it.
And you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time?
I know of.
And you don't know of any friction that occurred at the studio that night that would cause anybody to get murdered?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Sustained.
You didn't see any friction at the studio that night of any magnitude?
I did it.
You did?
I did it.
Okay, you did. With respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing. Thank you.
I should have.
Counsel, is there any regret?
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Glass, did you live in Broward County back in October 2018?
I did not live here.
Okay. When did you come in relation to this incident to Broward County?
I was picked up probably, I don't know, I was picked up on the weekend or something like that.
So how would you, I guess, date how long you were here prior to the incident? Time frame.
3 days, 2 days?
Okay. So you were not a full-time resident of Melly's residence?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. It's 12 o'clock, so ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take our lunch and recess now? It looks like it's over after 12. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And certainly no research. We'll see everybody back at, let's say, 1:30. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep those heads on cheers. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel Rand, along with the defendant, anything to discuss, counsel? Thank you. We're on
All right, that's that. So
I'm Javi, and I got Botox Cosmetic. There was a particular photograph. The lines were so.
all right, that's that. Whatever they come back on. You know what we doing. Hold on real quick.
Do you see where it says participants?
Okay. So, checks and Melly.
Okay. And that was page 1. I'm going to now publish page 2. I'll publish it in part since it's a little small. Can you see that in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Great. I'm going to scroll up.
This one quick, it's the same shit. So hold on. Let me see. Cause I want to hear what they, what they gotta say about the whole shit. So
when you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers?
Not just me.
Okay. Were people kind of pressing you for answers?
Correct.
And did that have any impact in whether or not you reached out to Melly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, and again, you said that people were looking for answers. So, did you reach out to Melly looking for answers?
I did.
Is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook?
Is that just the
The
conversation?
gist of the conversation, was that the purpose behind the conversation? And
hold on. Let's see. Let's.
Yeah, don't be. I told you that before. All right.
Can we go sidebar?
No speaking objections.
Can
Come
we go
sidebar. Sure.
Thank you.
Nah, the judge is tight. Again, to give you out of context, this is a guy who's close to one of the guys who died. He know the guy for over 10 years. I would imagine he knew this guy more than Melly. Now, why is he testifying? By the way, this is the first actual person that was there on that night.
Turn down the air conditioning. They know that color.
Alright, hold on.
That is testifying, and somehow the state has this person. What does that mean? It means that they're going to be given some compelling testimony to say, I don't know, it might lean to motive. Hey, listen, oh yeah, we heard them arguing before they got in the car. That would be big. The nigga might be like, yo, hey, this is the nature of their relationship, or oh, whatever the case is. You know what I mean?
So he's far behind, but he's gonna get way more content into the
point that Melly got in the car with these guys, and what's being.
He's gonna give way more content than what I'm giving. You feel me? Like what I'm seeing, he not saying really much. He's not really trying.
Driven home so far is these guys were tired. They're sleeping. It makes what the medical examiners say sound right. If they're sleeping in the studio and they say, all right, yo, let's leave because everybody's sleeping, they might be sleeping in the car, which would be in tune with the wounds that say that these guys were sleeping when they first got shot. Okay, at least the guy in the front. Okay, let me get past the sidebar. Here it goes.
Cause he's covering on everything, yo. So he's not just covering the Melly case. He covering everything. But
by the way, he hasn't said Melly's name.
DJ Academics can give him more. He can give it more than what I can give it. You feel me? He could talk about it more.
I published image number 1 in state 72.
And get a more understanding.
Mr. Glass, can you see that photo on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And who's that person?
To the best of my knowledge, Melly.
Okay. And the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing?
A jacket.
All right. Do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt?
I'm sort of.
If you do. Okay. Publishing image number 2. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
2 of them, or 3 of them, yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is identify them by the clothing that they're wearing.
Jersey black jacket in the left, sack in the middle, jean jacket, Tay, black jacket.
And Sack is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And Tay, is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And you said Cortland was wearing a black jacket. Is he standing or sitting?
Who?
Oh, how did you refer to him? My apologies.
Tate.
No.
Or Julie?
The person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as?
Julie wearing a black jacket. Also, is Tate wearing a black jacket?
The person wearing the black jacket who's standing up, do you recognize that individual?
Chris.
Okay. Do you recognize the people in photograph image 3?
Same one you just showed. Same person.
And who's that person?
Melly.
Now this DJ Academics, you gonna break it down a little bit more than what I could break it down and shit. You feel me?
Images that were just shown from State 72. Do you recall when those photographs were taken?
Same night.
Now he a little bit far. We already seen all this shit.
10/26.
So
Of 2018?
I'm a little far behind too, but
What location were those photographs taken in? 2018. How about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep?
That's sad.
Okay. I'm going to continue to publish.
Good
I'm gonna pause
afternoon
this.
and happy Monday. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, and I'm going to be with you for the next hour as we take your questions during the double murder trial of YNW Melly. The Broward County Courthouse, of course, was dark last week, but the trial for the Murder on My Mind rapper is back in full swing, and we believe the state is wrapping up its case in which they claim 24-year-old Jamel Demons, who we all know as Melly, shot and killed his two friends from inside a vehicle back in October of 2018. Demons and his co-defendant, Cortland Henry, have a different story, saying that they were the victims of a hit and run. Fellow rappers Anthony Sackchaser Williams and Christopher Juvie Thomas lost their lives that day, and soon it will be up to the jury to decide how that happened. But for now, I'm here with a great panel. Terry Austin is down there in Broward County at the courthouse covering the trial. Law and Crime's Linda Kenny Bodden is here with me as well. She's also a criminal defense attorney, a famed criminal defense attorney. And with me is civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey in South Carolina. So thanks everybody for being here. Terry, let's start with you. I want you to tell us what's been going on in the courtroom today, as we've heard from Travion Glass, who's really a very important witness because he's one of the only witnesses, really the only witness we've heard from who was there that night.
That's right, Anjanette. He's critical because he was there at the scene, and he is the first witness to testify about what he saw that night. Now, there was a deposition that he did just last week. He's back here on the stand, and we've already had his direct and his cross-examination. It's very interesting. He did say he did not want to be here. The only reason he is here is because he is afraid he is going to get arrested and charged if he did not appear, because he has some other outstanding charges pending, and so he had to appear. And he also has a bit of an attitude, I must say, with all parties, both the prosecution and the state and even the judge. So ultimately he got up on that stand and he did testify. He said and he confirmed who was in each of those cars. You know, obviously there's the gray car, the gray Jeep, and then there's a red Mitsubishi, and he confirmed the 4 individuals in each of those cars. So we knew that from looking at the video. He looked at the video, the still shots, and he confirmed the individuals who were in all of those cars.
And he also talked about how it sounded like the
which he
plan
didn't have
was
to
that
do because
night
we already know who the
everybody
fuck
to
was in
go
the
back
cars.
to
They
the
did this so many
apartment complex
times.
where they all lived. It sounds like he and his friends in the red Mitsubishi did that, but the Jeep didn't.
That's right. He said he went back and he went to Melly's place and he fell asleep. He was exhausted. That's why they left the studio, because they were sleeping and you have to pay for studio time. Sack wanted everybody to get up and get out because they were actually not doing any work, and it was, senseless to be there without paying, so they all left. And he did say that he went back to Melly's house, he fell asleep, and then ultimately he did get this phone call that said, something had happened, and he confirmed that, Sack and Juvie had deceased, that had been killed. And so he went to the hospital, then he, later, left the hospital. So he's definitely confirming everything that happened that night. He also said he went to, I think it's Fredo Bang's house, and a bunch of people came into that house as well. So there was a lot of chaos and confusion. He didn't know exactly when Melly came and left. One thing he did say, I will say, is that when Melly came back at one point, he had different clothing on. So I think that was a critical piece of information as well.
How though?
Yeah, I'm sure that's something that the prosecution will hone in on, because they're going to say, why were you changing your clothes in the middle of the night after your two friends were murdered? So it'll be interesting to see how they wrap this up. Again, with the lead detective, Moretti, who's supposed to be taking the stand.
So you're supposed to have the same clothes on when your friends are? Like, what the fuck?
As I mentioned at the top of the show, for the next hour. So submit those to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads. Get on Threads if you're not on there already, and TikTok. So let's get right to the questions. Linda, I'll throw this one to you. At Nate Dog from YouTube asks, do you think Melly will testify?
Wow, that is always the most interesting question. I don't think he is going to testify. However, having said that, we have seen a rash of defendants get on the stand. The problem with that is that if he testifies, the trial will come down to just what he says. Now, the defense may think he has to refute why he changed his clothes, but maybe there's somebody else that they'll put on to talk about why he changed his clothes, because to me, that may be a single most important fact in this case for the prosecution.
A change of clothes around the time of a homicide is always a big red flag. It's something that raises a lot of suspicion, because it just seems kind of too coincidental. There aren't many coincidences in life. The Z Sisters from YouTube asks, do you feel as if YNW Melly has a chance of being found not guilty as of right now? So Tyler, I'll throw that one to you.
This is a tough case where he's being charged with these murders basically based on mainly circumstantial evidence. I do think there's some reasonable doubt, but what I think is reasonable doubt versus what jurors believe is reasonable doubt is a real question. As of right now, I don't see him being found not guilty. We still have to see the defense's case. Maybe they'll bring up a lot that's going to strengthen their case. They've been bringing up a lot of good points here, but as of right now, I don't see Melly walking away from this case.
Our next question, Menace JPN from YouTube, Terry asks, is this witness, Travion Glass, beneficial to Melly? What do you think?
Well, I think he has benefits for both sides. I mean, he isn't really saying anything that's going to help the prosecution or the defense. I mean, I mentioned the clothing because I do think that was one piece of information that could be helpful as far as the prosecution's concerned. But here's what's clear, Anjanette. He does not want to be here. He does not want to be questioned by either the state or the defense, and he's showing that he is impatient. He does have a little bit of a sense of humor. He did say when he was asked about his smoking and his marijuana, he did say, I should have had some before I came here. And the courtroom sort of all laughed at that, including the jury. But I don't think he's just given any information that's really going to do anything for either side at this point. He was very hesitant to say very much.
And I can understand that. There's this whole thing about snitching and being perceived as being a snitch, and he's probably fearful and doesn't want to be there. I mean, we're talking about a case that involves allegations of gang membership and things like that. So I don't blame him for not wanting to be there. At @GotMorals_1106 from Twitter, Linda, how long is this going to be? The judge even looks tired with the defense's horrible evidence.
Well, the defense really hasn't put in any evidence yet. It's always the prosecution who goes first. As a matter of fact, the defense has no burden to put in any evidence at all. But I do think they will have their own medical examiner. I think they'll have their own crime scene reconstructionist. That could take some time. Now, of course, that's a couple days. Now, if Melly testifies, then all bets are off, obviously, because then that case, as I said, becomes around him, and it will take a lot longer. But I don't see the defense going that long on the evidence that they may have. I think they're going to be pointing towards, if he does get a conviction, as you know, in any death penalty case, you start by doing your mitigation first, even if you don't have a verdict, to make sure that if you do get a verdict against you, that you can try to avoid the death penalty through your mitigation investigation.
You know, you mentioned the possibility of Melly testifying. A lot of people think he won't. But, you know, Linda, this is really a decision that he makes. Right. I mean, Melly, that's really one of the only decisions he gets to make in the case, is whether or not he gets up there.
Right. He gets to make several decisions. He gets to make a decision whether he pleads guilty or not guilty. He gets to make a decision whether he waives a jury or not. And the third decision that is only his is whether he testifies or not. His attorneys can say no, and he may say yes, knowing that he has that 10 million followers out there on Spotify, and say, hey, I'm going to tell my truth, and my truth is the truth they want to hear. So, yes, you're absolutely right, Anjanette. One of the three decisions a defendant gets to make himself without his attorneys.
Tyler, this next one's for you. At Teresa855-24156 from Twitter asks, if the defendant is found guilty, how likely will an appeal be approved because the judge allowed this witness, Travion Glass, to testify after he had been watching live streaming of the case before he got on the stand?
Well, appeal being...
Oh, that one's for Tyler. Sorry, Terry.
I was saying whether the appeal be improved or if the defense will file one, I think is the question. The defense will all but certainly file an appeal if Melly is convicted. I think there's a lot of issues for appeal. This is a death penalty case. The stakes are very high. Some of the evidence that was entered into the case, there's a lot of objections to. So I believe all but certainly they will file appeal if Melly's convicted.
Damn.
All right, Terry, this one's for you. Malcolm Chandler from YouTube asks, why didn't the defense, and we're back to the close now, why didn't the defense question the witness on Melly changing clothes? Are they conceding this as fact?
I don't think they're conceding anything at this point. I think they did not want to redress that issue again. It's already been stated on the direct examination. I think they focused, like surgery, on the points they wanted to make. One of the points was that Facebook messaging back and forth between Melly and between Travion Glass. And the one point I do think that the defense made was, look, they were having a discussion about what happened. Apparently, Glass was concerned. People were asking him. But I think defense made it very clear that Melly basically didn't respond for at least the first page. And then later he said, I'd never do, quote, nothing like that. So I think he made it clear on the cross-examination that Melly, at least at that point on Facebook, was denying that anything had happened. I think, you know, defense decided I'm not going to ask about the clothing because, you know, that is, I think, a very difficult issue to address.
Yeah, and they may think it's more beneficial to them to just gloss over it and move on and not make a big deal out of it. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll take more of your questions. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok, and we'll get to
whatever. I don't think the clothing is a big deal.
I'm pausing at 1821. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep? Is that a yes?
Yes.
So that is a total of 4 people?
Correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Zach, Melly, Julie, Court.
Okay.
like, again, you're a state's witness. You could have hid. I don't know if he was. It don't seem like he was incarcerated. It looked like he walked in under his free volition, which means he wanted to be here. Okay, now maybe he's getting some type of benefit from testifying. But dog, are you here to give it up or you're not here to give it up? Because that's a very easy question, I think. If somebody died on a night 5 years ago, and it was a guy you knew from 10 years, right? You knew that nigga for 10 years, he died. You tell me you don't know the vibe that night? Like, I would always remember the vibe for that night. I'll be like, damn, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, someone's always off. Like, yeah, so-and-so was quiet. Oh, yeah, this nigga was arguing with this nigga. He took a phone call. He just walked outside. We ain't see him until we got in the car. Like, nothing, nigga?
They're at the studio.
Yeah.
Looks like a regular day. Studio, smoking drink.
Right. And you just mentioned smoking. What were you smoking? Specifically you?
Weed.
Okay. And publishing states. And can you tell us, getting a lot of phone calls.
We're just gonna skip over some of this shit.
What do you do? Or how do you react to that news?
Grieving.
Okay. Do you stay at the hospital?
Not alone.
Right. Where do you go after the hospital?
I ended up somewhere. Somebody's house.
All right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
All right. Let's start with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in?
Anymore?
All right. Do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was?
It looked similar.
Okay. And just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house?
Different.
Okay. Where did you go when you went to that house?
What you mean?
Like, where in the house did you go? So you go to the house. Where do you go?
I went inside the house. I was in the back.
Okay. And would...
Somebody made a great point. They say, yo, I don't know why old boy sounds so aggravated when he's the one who all of a sudden offered to testify after he caught a case. Like, he seemed like he don't want to be there, but it's like, nigga, you don't gotta be there. They're not forcing you to be there. Whatever case you done caught, nigga, go do your time and fight that with your lawyer. But clearly you're trying to leverage you testifying to get some type of, relief in that case. Don't be in here huffing and puffing, nigga.
Your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at?
Maybe.
Your Honor, permission to approach. I'm going to show defense counsel the same statement. Page 4.
Same procedure, Mr. Glass. If you could just review page 4.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, and we're taking your questions about the YNW Melly double murder trial. The court is back in session this week after being dark last week for the holiday and for some other issues. Submit your questions to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Our next question, Linda Kenny-Bodden, comes from Daniel Baker. He says, do you think this case is winnable even with all the circumstantial evidence? And I think he might be referring to, is it winnable for the defense?
Yeah. Yes, I absolutely do think it is winnable for the defense because, remember, the question is, even if Melly was in the car, was he in the same place that he was seated earlier, or did the shots come from somebody else who may have changed places with him? And the prosecution has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that Cortland Henry, that he has a co-defendant who was having a separate trial later on because the prosecution has charged him also here for the accomplice to the homicide. So the defense could easily win that case where somebody could get hung up and say, well, he could have been the shooter, but so could have been the other guy who didn't get on the stand here for the state and
nicknames?
testify.
That's all I know about him.
Tyler, Michael Jorgensen has a question on YouTube. Do you think the prosecution team choosing to put on a witness that seemed hostile and unwilling to cooperate makes them look desperate to jurors?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if it makes them look desperate. I think the prosecution team obviously felt this witness had really something to bring. I think this witness does not want to testify. He does not want to be perceived as a snitch. And his statements must have something very helpful in them, in those statements. That's why they keep trying to refresh his memory. This witness is pretty savvy saying that the statements are not going to help him recall, so that information is not getting in. I think the prosecution is being optimistic, hoping they could get this evidence in, but they're not looking like they really can't. They're using him for what they can, but he's not bringing what they want him to bring, clearly.
Terry, our next question is from @Robin_Deshant, I think, from Twitter. One simple question. Why does he, and I think she means Melly, she just says he, seem so happy to be there?
He's also charged with
well, I don't think he's very happy to be here. I think it's an opportunity for him to be out of prison. Remember, he has been in jail since the very beginning. He is not on house arrest.
Who allegedly picked up Melly. Fredo Bang. Fredo Bang could be like, hey, they would obviously would ask him like, hey, did Melly have blood on him? What did Melly tell you happened? Obviously, it doesn't look like he's going to take a stand. He's nowhere to be found, actually. Well, nowhere to be found in court. I'm wondering what steps they went through trying to force him to, testify.
Even with all the circumstantial evidence,
Sure.
I think that you might be referring to
So after the hospital, he went to Greedo's house.
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay?
Yeah, because
And
Fredo made a song called Free Melly.
Still grieving.
Okay. Who took you?
Alright, but we're gonna listen to what's going on.
And he understands how serious the case is, but you can still see him smile from time to time.
Our next question, Linda, comes from Threads, EST_4_18_1981. I'm assuming that's somebody's birthday. Can the judge subpoena Mr. Glass's cell phone records regarding him talking/texting while on the stand, even if they were in recess? Wow.
Well,
I don't know if I've seen people talk or text on the phone during recess on the stand.
Well, I mean, interesting, because I've had cases where the other side has asked whether or not you talk to anybody on the phone in between a recess and who. The judge cannot subpoena anything unless there's a request from the prosecution, and the prosecution has good cause to believe that some type of order may have been violated. And what could be that order? That could be that the order could be, well, were you talking to another witness about your testimony and influencing another witness? But since everyone basically in the case has testified, that's really not going to go anywhere. So the prosecution could try to do that. But, you know, this is a really smart witness. And I want to repeat again what Tyler said and what we talked about at the beginning of the hour. He knows enough to know that when he's asked whether a statement will refresh his recollection, to say no, because you can't use the statement to refresh a recollection if the witness says no. Most people say, sure, let me look at it, right? Maybe it'll help. So he's very smart, and I don't think that he's going to make any mistakes that's going to put him in the, shall we say, as a target of being a snitch at this point in the trial.
He's trying to,
Junina43 from Instagram asks Tyler, question, was this witness scared of anyone in the room? Why was he constantly trying to hide his face with his hair?
I can't say if he was scared of anybody in the room. I think that, nobody is used to testifying on the stand, especially in a case of this nature. It's a death penalty case against a former associate of his who he probably has known for years. He has his own legal problems that he's testified about. He does not want to be there. Now, is he scared of anybody in the courtroom? I'm not sure. He probably knows this case is streaming to millions of people across the world, and he does not want to be perceived as a snitch, especially in his community. He's testifying in his county, and he's also an artist as well. So he doesn't want that to probably mess with his career.
Yeah, that's gonna fuck with his career.
A lot of pressure for people to not snitch. Depending. This is the kind of case where people would be freaking out about being perceived as a snitch. It's just the way it is. TikTok. This question comes from TikTok. Terry MD. Axeman3 asks, is there a picture of Melly with different clothes? Can it be proven?
Well, there's certainly still shots of him at the studio, and he's wearing this blue jean type looking jacket, and he was on, a photo having that on. I have not seen any photos of him with the shorts on or any still videos of him with these shorts on. He's only had that one outfit where he had pants and this jacket on in the studio and getting into the car, and that's what Trevion Glass actually testified about. Yes, that's Melly right there. You just saw his picture. I just told you that was him. Yeah, he's wearing the same thing. And so there's no picture of him that I am aware of any different clothing. Just so far, Glass's testimony that he came back to the house with different clothing on. And I think he was talking about Fredo Bang's house and not Melly's house, because he came back and forth to Fredo Bang's house.
And Fredo Bangs is the one who picked Melly up that night. We know that from texts and stuff like that. Facebook question, Linda. Catherine Vargas from Facebook asks, how many more witnesses does the prosecution have?
Well, it appears they may have this witness and then a follow-up witness, because we know that they're planning to probably end their case soon. I think they had hoped to get a viewing of the car and then maybe have had another witness to talk about the car viewing. But the judge denied that earlier, as we know. So I think the prosecution is going to close out probably today, at the latest tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Michael Jorgensen from YouTube asks, does the fact that the defense was able to get the witness to admit that he remembered little about that night affect his credibility with the jury? Would it render what he said useless?
I don't think it would render what he said useless. I think it does help out the defense that he doesn't remember much or everything that he said that night. It's something that the defense likely would try to bring up in their closing or use it throughout their case when they present it in different forms of fashion if they can. I think this witness will probably be perceived as credible, given he does not want to be there. Anything that he's forced to say is likely, if I was on that jury, I would take it more so of being a fact, because he does not want to testify. He's not saying that he doesn't want to say. He's actually being forced to testify and forced to either confirm or deny things.
Terry, that best dad ever from YouTube asked, do you think the witness drinking and smoking that night affected his memory?
I don't think it affected his memory, and here's why. He said he smokes all the time, and I guess long term, I'm sure medical, evidence has shown in the past that it probably does affect your memory, but he didn't seem as though he couldn't remember anything. It did seem to me, and probably to that jury as well, that he had this selective memory. He remembered some things, but not other things. Some of his memory was refreshed. I agree both with Tyler and Linda. He is a savvy witness. If he doesn't want to remember something, he says, nothing you can do will refresh my recollection, and the prosecution had to move on several times. So I think the jury is looking at him as a smart witness, somewhat funny witness, definitely someone who is not as respectful as we've seen witnesses be in that courtroom. But as far as his memory is concerned, it's selective, and he remembers what he wants to.
Linda, that doesn't necessarily benefit the defense, though, does it? I mean, you could look at this witness and have different viewpoints. You could think maybe he said something differently back then because he felt pressured, or maybe he's saying things differently now because he doesn't want to be looked at as a snitch. So it could go either way.
Right. Absolutely, Anjanette. It could go either way. The jury could say, well, wait a second. Your deposition was taken on, Friday? And you can't remember between then and now what you said, and nothing will refresh your recollection. So you must have said something helpful to the prosecution that you're not going to say now. But the problem is the jury doesn't know what it is. So that's why I think his issue of remembering the clothes could be important. But then again, a lot of the rappers wear the basketball shorts under their sweats and just take off their sweats. So he's wearing shorts to somebody's house. It's different than he was in. That may not mean very much. So very, very interesting.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yes, he doesn't want to be there. Yes, he is hiding his face a little bit. Yes, he's in public view. But I think the jury understands that this case is this case, and you're going to see that.
It'll be interesting to see how it all turns out. We're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok.
All right, going back to here. See what
And I'm going to pause at 2:19:13. Does the video refresh your recollection as to anyone else that was carrying a satchel?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, was carrying a satchel?
I see Chris for one.
And that's Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
He not trying to really say too much, y'all. Cause
Did you ever have any business relationship with?
Cause I'm gonna say this, yo. Putting a snitch. If y'all go to my video and look at a dude that called somebody a snitch, the dude had a clothing brand, and dude came out and called him a snitch. That fucked this whole business up on him making money and all that. So him not trying to give too much is gonna fuck up his business with rappers and cause a snitch is a bad name. It's just bad to look at. You know what I'm saying? But
You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to Detective Moretti and another detective, I believe from Indian River. Is that correct?
Could be.
Do you recall in that statement giving a different response when asked?
Stay.
Would showing you that statement refresh your recollection as to anything regarding your interactions with track on October 26th?
These are 3 unique Manscaped trimmers, all designed for different parts of the body. The Lawnmower 4.0 is perfect for your nether region, but it also works great on anything from the neck down. This is the Beard Hedger. Its adjustable guard allows you to dial in the perfect beard length. And for the finishing touches, we have the Weed Whacker 2.
You said you ended up back in Gifford at some point in time on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall where Melly was at the time you went to Gifford?
I don't remember.
Was at some point at Frito's house, you guys all leave, meaning you, yourself, everyone that you previously identified was there?
Objection, leaving. Don't recall.
You don't recall leaving?
I don't recall leaving with anyone. I don't know when I left. I don't know how I left.
Okay. Just to clarify my question, so you mentioned you left. When you left for Gifford, was anyone else at Frito's house?
I don't know.
Do you recall Melly making any statements in your presence while you were at Greedo's house?
No recall.
Would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to anything Melly told you while you were there?
No recall being told anything. So no.
Okay. You mentioned when they left the first time, you recall them at least leaving one time. Did you recall if when they came back there were any statements regarding where they went?
Sustain.
No,
sustain the objection.
don't answer that. So you remember them leaving the house at least once, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when they came back, do you recall any conversations that Melly had in your presence that first time, after the first time?
I don't recall.
Would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to those statements?
No, it would.
All right. Did you have a Facebook page back in October 26th of 2018?
I believe so.
On approaching council, what's been pre-marked is states quadruple I. Previously shown. Wish to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Glass, do you recognize these two pages that I'm showing to you?
Yes, sir.
And is this a Facebook, these pages reflect a Facebook conversation?
They do.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that conversation that you had on Facebook?
It is.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce what's been pre-marked with stage quadruple I as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
I'm sorry?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
States quadruple I will be marked states 83.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Damn, bro.
Mr. Glass, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Where it says author, can you read that for the members of the jury?
You want me to read?
If you can read that, what does it say next to author?
Fargo.
What does it say before Fargo?
Fetty Fargo.
Okay, do you see where it says Fetty Fargo?
I see.
Okay, and who's Fetty Fargo?
It was me.
Okay, so was that your kind of, was that a, how you identified yourself on Facebook?
Kind of, sort of.
And who were you having this conversation with?
Right now, I look like I'm talking to myself. I
Okay.
look like I'm texting myself. I don't know who I sent it to.
Do you see where it says participants?
Okay. So, Chase and Melly.
Okay. And that was page 1. I'm going to now publish page 2. I'll publish it in part since it's a little small. Can you see that in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Great. I'm going to scroll up. What was the purpose of you having this conversation with Melly, Jamel Denton?
I don't know. Just everything is questioned.
When you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers?
Not just me.
Okay. Were people kind of pressing you for answers?
Correct.
And did that have any impact in whether or not you reached out to Melly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, and again, you said that people were looking for answers. So did you reach out to Melly looking for answers?
I did.
Is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook?
Is that just the
The
conversation?
gist of the conversation, was that the purpose behind the conversation and the general conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
Random moments to confer. Do you know who Jamie King is?
I don't know who she is. I know of.
Okay, you know of Jamie King. Do you know how she's related to Jamel Demons?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Do you know her relationship?
Mom. It's supposed to be his mom.
Okay. Do you know if Jamie King and Anthony Williams had any?
Objection leading.
I wouldn't know none of that.
Rephrase your question.
Do you know the relationship between Jamie King and Anthony Williams?
I don't.
If I were to show you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Nope.
And one moment further. Nothing further at this time.
Counsel, thank you. Is there any cross-examination this week?
Yes, sir.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Glass. Your Honor, would you mind if we move the monitor from in front of the witness's face?
I don't mind. I mean, I mind.
Would you mind, Your Honor?
I don't mind. Is there a specific issue that you have, Mr.
I do. I do.
So,
Oh, he not trying to get seen in court. He said, I do. You don't get seen on the stand.
sure. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you step out for a second? Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case concerning no research.
Let's see what's here. It's muted up.
On this side of my face. So.
Councilman Mann, with the defendant, and assistant state attorneys. So, Mr. Glass, I don't understand. What's the issue?
On this side of my face and show whenever the scene. Because I'm blind in my left eye, I'm trying not to.
So you don't see out of your left side?
Correct.
Left eye?
Correct.
So my thought is, let's try this. Can we, Gary, can you do me a favor? Just move the monitor for a second.
Let's move it out of the way.
Can you do that?
I could do that too. But if I, as far as this goes,
No, I'm not asking you to detach it. How much do you put it down?
that's just here.
All right. So, Mr. Glass, is that all right?
Just your courthouse.
Okay. So we can proceed like that. I think that works for everybody. So they show you pictures and things like that. You have to be able to see the monitor too. You understand, Mr. Glass? All right, we ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, bring jury back in, see if they're ready.
They took a recess. We're behind, so we'll just catch back
My
up.
brother called me and was concerned, that's all.
The conversation.
Judge, I think the only individual who would not be allowed to speak would be myself and Ms. Smith, so I think that should be the extent of the inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Glass? All right, you're looking at me. All right, thank you. I wasn't here. I left the office, left the bench to come for a recess, came back in, and counsel suggested to me that you're on the phone and you read something and you're discussing something on the phone. Is that true?
It's true.
Yes, so did it have anything to do with this case?
Not at all.
So was it some other business or?
So it's me texting. So,
You were texting? Were you texting about the case?
about it.
What were you texting?
Texting saying that this wild shit wild. That's all I said.
I didn't hear you.
I said things are wild. That's all I said.
Things are wild.
It's wild.
Anything else?
That's it.
And did you have a conversation with someone?
My brother called me and was concerned, that's all.
Concerned? Yeah. Concerned about what? Did he say?
Concerned about who I'm here with and how I got here.
Okay. And anything about the case, facts of the case, your testimony, anything like that?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right, so are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stay ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, can we proceed to jury break?
Yes, sir.
You thought it looked like you were talking to yourself because you were the only one typing. There were no responses, at least on the first page, correct?
Objection to counsel testimony.
Sustained.
There are no responses to this.
Wait, let me read some of these messages. So this is him sending messages to Melly. And he says, I ain't believe shit, but what you tell me, nigga. Just these crackers got everybody mind wondering. Do you not know what the fuck they saying? Come on. And he says, I ain't never gonna see my niggas again. Y'all niggas got stories fucked up. I don't know no more. Come tell me real nigga shit. Tighten up, real talk. And with all this texting shit, pull up and tell me something. Fuck you mean my mama hurt? So fuck you mean my nigga, my mama, well, no. Fuck you mean my nigga, mama hurt. She just want to hear from y'all boys. Hope you come. If not, I'm on everybody's ass. I put that on everything, nigga. Okay.
So your text on this first page?
No.
On the second page, the state was discussing that essentially you were inquiring of Mr. Demons Melly what had gone on because you were trying to get information, right?
Yeah.
And you see a conversation here where you get a response. I want to direct your attention to
I see it.
that statement. It says, I show them niggas more love than their parents, right? You see that?
I see it, bro.
Okay, thank you. And the next statement by the next message in sequence is again from Melly, and it says TF. What does that mean?
You tell me.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. So you were having a conversation and you didn't understand the
I don't know what
response.
TF means.
Okay. You didn't understand that response. Correct?
Just said it.
Okay. And then there's another one that says, man, tell them fuck that. If they think I did some shit like that, we can go to war. Nigga, you know I would never do nothing like that. See that?
That's it.
Okay. So, Statement mentioned that you got arrested recently and charged criminally. Correct?
Correct.
And on May 30th, not too long ago, of this year.
Yeah.
And one of the charges that was made against you was obstruction of the service of the execution of a search warrant. You're aware of that?
I am now.
Pardon me?
I am now.
Okay. So you got charged and you had no idea what you were charged with?
Correct.
Okay. And you are now out on pretrial release?
I bonded out, sir.
Okay. And while you were on bond, you are of the opinion that if you don't come here,
I'll be in jail.
Objection, Your Honor, apology.
That's the only reason I am.
Excuse me. What happens is when they make an objection, just wait before you answer. Objection, no, it's overruled. Proceed.
That's
you're of the impression that if you don't come here and sit in that chair and testify, you're going to go to jail.
Correct.
Okay. There are several instances in which Miss
Hey, yo.
Smith, prosecutor, that questioned you, showed you a statement that you previously gave. Remember that?
Yes.
And you told us you remember seeing me in a deposition not too long ago.
I said what?
You remember seeing me last week on Friday?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And you recalled at the time that your statement to the detectives was a few days after the incident.
You say, do I recall?
That's what your recollection was at the time.
Yes.
A couple of days after.
A couple of days after.
Okay. And now after seeing the statement, you realize that it was 4 months later, right?
You say what?
The statement you gave to police. That
you're telling me it was 4 months?
It was 4 months ago. Pardon me?
You telling me or asking me?
I'm asking.
That don't make sense. For you to ask me if I've told you it was 3 to 4 days after they died, why are you asking me if it was 4 months if I just told you?
Okay. So, in the statement that you gave to...
Yo, this is like an aggressive snitch. Like, what's up with this guy, man? This guy, like, he's trying to, like, see, like even this demeanor. What's up with this nigga, man?
He said he's like
a hostile cooperating right here. What's going on, man?
Back then, you claimed that you had gotten into the red vehicle in the rear seat. Right?
Aggressive snitch. Ain't that some shit?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah, that's what I said.
You're saying the statement was a few days after, right?
What did you tell?
The statement that you gave to the police was a few days after the incident?
Yes.
And you said then that you had gotten into the rear of the red vehicle?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then you watched this trial unfold on TV over the last couple of weeks, right?
No.
You didn't watch any of this trial?
I watched it, but I didn't watch it unfold or whatever you're trying to say.
Okay. You watched this on TV, this trial?
On my phone.
Okay. And you saw a video of yourself get into the red vehicle, right?
Correct.
and you learned that the statement that you gave a few days after the incident was wrong?
Because I said I was in the back and I was in the front.
Yes, exactly that.
That piece.
Yes, that piece.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so your recollection had begun to fail you only a few...
Yo, I can't tell if this nigga, like, whose side is he on? I thought he was on Melly's side low-key a little bit because he was kind of like a little mouthy to the prosecutor. But nigga, he looked like he on devious time and now. Or maybe I wasn't seeing his face before. Now seeing his face, this nigga just look untrustworthy.
A few days after the incident, as regards that issue, at least.
Objection to counsel testifying as perjury.
You forgot where you sat in the vehicle a few days after.
Objection to counsel testifying.
Overruled. We can answer.
Answer what?
That question. Is that correct, sir?
Did I forget?
Did you forget?
Or did I have made a mistake and say I was in the back and remember that I was in the front?
So when you told the law enforcement officers that you had gotten into the back of the vehicle a few days after the incident?
That's what I thought, to the best of my knowledge.
That's what you thought. Okay. And when you got to Melly's house that morning, you had a key?
Did you have a key?
No, I didn't. Did you?
No, I didn't.
Who had a key?
I don't know.
You know of anybody having a key to Melly's house?
I don't know.
Okay. But you did gain entrance to that house that morning when you were leaving after you left the studio?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you just went and crashed and went to sleep in Judy's room. Right?
Factual.
Okay. And you were awakened by your friend Drew.
I did not say that.
Were you awakened by your friend Drew?
I said I was waiting by phone calls.
Okay. On February 26th of 2019, when you actually gave your statement to law enforcement, do you recall this question and this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
On that day, you told the police that Drew woke you up.
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
I don't recall.
Excuse me, I sustain the objection.
Okay. On your honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Did you ever make a statement differently where you claimed that you were awakened by Drew?
Objection, counsel testifying to proper impeachment.
Overruled.
If you, this is like a meme right here. This is like a definitely a meme. Hey, it feels like this guy, like, you know, obviously was really good friends with one of the guys who died. Maybe he's on some fuck Melly shit. You get what I mean? Like, seems like he's close with the guy's family as well. You got to imagine everybody got to choose sides, right? So, again, the family of the deceased believe Melly did it. So you can't really play both sides. You can't be like, oh, I'm going to be still cool with Melly and I'm going to be cool with the family or have sympathy for the family, because the family's saying, nigga, the person who took our son or our brother or cousin away is the nigga on trial. So I don't know if maybe he's not on Melly's side, but I don't get what this testimony is for then.
Do you understand the question, sir?
I don't even remember getting asked a question.
All right, restate your question.
Did you ever make a statement to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall now being asked this question and giving this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Question by the detective. Then, and so when you first saw Drew, when did you see him? Where did you see him at? Your house or Fredo's house? Answer, at the house in Miramar. At Melly's house. Okay. He woke me up. It was like, come to the hospital. You said that.
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. When we spoke to you last week, you said you were awakened by phone calls from Christopher Thomas's mom, right?
Plenty of phone calls.
Pardon me?
Different people.
Different people. And the one that you answered was Ricky? So you were awakened by a phone call from Ricky?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So as you recall it today, Ricky is the one that woke you up with phone calls, not Drew that woke you up in person.
Correct.
Okay. So you smoke a lot of marijuana, right?
Possibly.
Well, you smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrase it.
It's your answer, yeah.
That was your answer.
I smoke when I smoke.
You smoke when you smoke?
Yeah.
And when's that?
When I smoke.
And when would that be?
When I smoke.
How many times a day?
Objection to asked and answered.
Overruled.
Twice, 3 times, maybe.
Okay. And on the night before you got to the studio, on the day in question, you had smoked at least 2 joints, right?
That's your guess?
That's what you said, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you got to the studio, you were smoking, correct?
Possibly.
Were you or weren't you?
It was 5 years ago.
You forget?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were drinking Hennessy, I believe? Or do you not recall that either?
It's possible.
Possible. But you don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. So you don't recall much from that night, then, do you? Right? Fair?
Right.
Okay. And when you got in the red vehicle and left, you went to sleep in the vehicle when you left the studio, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't wake up until you got to the guard gate.
I woke up when we came to a stop.
You did not wake up until you got to the guard gate. Am I right or wrong?
I woke up when we came to a stop.
Okay,
Which was at the guard gate, yes.
Okay. One moment. With respect to your daily, right? You've never seen Melly with a gun.
Objection, Your Honor.
Staying.
Move to strike.
Yo, somebody said ever since they moved the damn monitor, this nigga just don't give a fuck no more.
Here's disregard the last question.
Have you ever seen Melly with a gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen a track with a gun?
Possibly. Yes. Maybe. Maybe so.
Okay. You don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time, Anthony Williams at any time?
Not that I know of.
And you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time?
Not that I know of.
And you don't know of any friction that occurred at the studio that night that would cause anybody to get murdered?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Sustained.
You didn't see any friction at the studio that night of any magnitude?
I did.
You did?
I didn't.
Okay, you did. With respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing. Thank you.
I should have.
Counsel, is there any rebirth?
One moment, Your Honor.
Yo, this nigga got no.
Mr. Bloss, did you live in Broward County back in October 2018?
I did not live here.
Okay. When did you come in relation to this incident to Broward County?
I was picked up probably, I don't know, I was picked up on the weekend or something like that.
So how would you, I guess, date how long you were here prior to the incident? Time frame.
3 days, 2 days?
Okay. So you were not a full-time resident of Melly's residence?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. It's 12 o'clock, so ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take our lunch and recess now? It looks like it's a little after 12. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And certainly no research, we'll see everybody back at, let's say, 1:30. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep those heads on cheers.
All right, and that was an intermission. Let me see whenever they're back. They should be back almost soon.
You can take a look for it. Yeah. Supposed to be in the group.
All right.
Want to testify. He does not want to be perceived as a snitch, and his statements must have something very helpful in them. In those statements, that's why they keep trying to refresh his memory. This witness is pretty savvy, saying that the statements are not going to help him recall, so that information is not getting in. I think the prosecution is being optimistic, hoping they could get this evidence in, but they're not looking like they really can't. They're using him for what they can, but he's not bringing what they want him to bring, clearly.
Mm-hmm. Terry, our next question is from @Robin_Deshant, I think, from Twitter. One simple question. Why does he, and I think she means Melly, she just says he, seem so happy to be there?
Well, I don't think he's very happy to be here. I think it's an opportunity for him to be out of prison. Remember, he has been in jail since the very beginning. He is not on house arrest. And so I definitely think it gives him an opportunity to see his family, to be outside of the prison that he's there, the jail that he's in. And so, you know, he might be laughing at times and he might be smiling at times, but I don't take it as he's happy to be here. This is a death penalty case. I am certain that the severity of this crime is weighing on his mind, and the results of the case is a very serious, situation. And I'm certain, and I've seen him be very pensive as well. So if you see him smiling, it's just because, he's talking to his attorneys. That's my impression in any event. I think his demeanor now is not as jovial as it might have been in the beginning.
All right. We're gonna wait for it to come back a bit. Let me see. This just kind of happened. Apparently, G Herbo was locked up for a gun.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Catching a gun charge in Chicago is like a rite of passage. You feel me? They give you a slap on the wrist. They probably give you a 30-round clip, maybe even a drum, and they make sure, they give you a pistol and send you back on your way. G Herbo was actually busted for gun possession in Chicago. You got to imagine it's probably easy for them to predict who has a gun in Chicago. Everybody, and they probably also look at it like, if you got something to lose, why wouldn't you have a gun? Now, I believe that G Herbo might be a felon. I'm saying might, but I don't know for sure. Regardless, let's read the TMZ story. G Herbo has a new heaping of legal trouble after Chicago cops arrested him on Sunday evening in connection with a gun bust. TMZ Hip Hop has learned. By the way, interested to know, I know some of y'all will be like, ain't G Herbo rich? Why is he still in Chicago? I can imagine he got family there. Not too sure if the mother of his kids still live there, but clearly, he has a lot of ties to Chicago. He has to go there at some point, right? They say law enforcement sources tell us that Herbo, anytime you see this, that means there are paid off cops within the precinct that's getting paid off by TMZ, which is crazy, but it is what it is. Law enforcement sources tells us that Herbo was busted around 5:45 p.m. near North Wabash Avenue and East Ontario Streets, where cops said they found a gun. Herbo's Chi-Town fans will recognize those streets as he frequently mentions them in his songs. According to cops, he was arrested and booked for a misdemeanor unlawful use of a weapon in a public place. Wow. On a misdemeanor? How is there a misdemeanor use of a weapon? Let me look up this charge. What the fuck does this mean? I'm guessing use of a weapon would mean shooting a gun. How is that a misdemeanor? Let's see if I can find it for Illinois. Nah, this is a felony though. Okay, what is misdemeanor? Here it goes. A person charged with unlawful use of a weapon for FOID card or carry concealed will likely be charged with as long as first instance. What the fuck is it though? I don't know. Anyway, all right. We're told that Herbo has since bonded out and will have to appear in court at a later date, which could cause the rapper some setback to his rap career. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think these are light charges. He'll be fine. By the way, the charge I thought he was gonna have some problems with was this fraud case. This was a Fed case that he was busted for. They claimed that there was a lot of fraud happening in his circle, that people were paying for private jets, vacations, basically with like stolen credit cards and shit like that. And essentially they were using him being the face of it, like, yo, well, he's the rapper, so he's getting money to kind of not, because if you see a broke nigga getting a private jet, you're like, bro, where'd you get the money? If it's G Herbo getting a private jet, you're like, oh, he's paying for it with his rap money. This case, I think, I forgot what happened to, but I think that I think he got like probation or some shit for it. I forgot what happened to him, but he's definitely not going to jail. So if he could beat this case, a little gun charge in Chicago, come on, man. It's like a jaywalking ticket. In other news that's also going on right now too, yo, my boy Jamie Foxx is just back. Like, he just popped up back on the scene. I don't know if you guys have seen it recently, but he's at Top Golf now. Look. This is a good video because if he's at Top Golf, you know, golfing requires a lot of range of motion from swinging to also puts certain type of torque and whatever on your calf and ankles. So if he could be a top golf, like hitting golf balls, like shit, maybe this motherfucker is really all the way fine. Now, I think people want to hear him talk, right? Haven't heard him talk. People like are assuming he had a stroke, and some people say when you have a stroke, sometimes it could impair your physical ability or even your speech. So I think the physical ability part looks kind of decent because he's, the first one I'd seen was him on a yacht, but he wasn't standing up. So I was like, maybe he can't really walk all the way because he was sitting down. This is this video. Yeah, it looks fine to me. Apparently he was with his family, but he was sitting down. So I'm like, all right, maybe, he is out of the hospital, as some people were wondering. The information about this whole Jamie Foxx shit been so spooky. Other people also have surmised that they say, and again, this is a legend. I don't know this to be true, but they say Jamie Foxx is known for throwing some of the wildest parties known to man. And they said if you listen to him storytelling, he tells you about these wild ass parties, and sometimes there'll be a lot of narcotics there. So a lot of people believe that he has taken drugs over the years and maybe they finally got to him or some shit like that. That's what some people were thinking. We still don't know what the hell happened to him. It looked like, I guess, if somebody said a stroke, I would probably accept that, but it's like we still don't really know. Anyway, a little bit more of the video up from him playing, or him at Top Golf.
May I have your attention, please? We want to thank you for coming out tonight. It's the last call at Top Golf. This means we would be great.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling. I'll read the story. He's back. He's hitting up Top Golf over the weekend. He was in Naperville, Illinois, around 11 p.m. and the swing says it all. The club in hand, he has a firm grasp and full range of motion, as I was saying. They say his swing was better than the people he was competing with, and they said he has a very strong swing, and he won. He said beyond that, he was walking around chatting with friends and family. The eyewitness says he was walking regular, not dragging his leg. There was arm movement, definitely good. He said it was regular Jamie. They said the Top Golf driving range is near the rehab facility that he was been recovering from since the medical emergency. I don't know, man. Maybe he went to LeBron James' doctor, man. Don't LeBron James got like some miracle doctor that every time LeBron James gets some injury, like he be having that nigga transfer some blood. Kobe went to that nigga too. Transfer some blood, get you back up like in 2 days. I don't know. The only reason why I think there's a lot of spookiness too when it comes to this is when we think about Hollywood, and Jamie Foxx is like almost the epitome of like being in that Hollywood life. We just think about a lot of spookiness that kind of comes with it, and I think that's why people are fearing the worst. But clearly he's back up, one of the most talented individuals in the game. Hopefully he'll hit the big screen soon, or the fucking comedy stage, or the hosting stage, or maybe get back to music. But regardless, he's an amazing talent, and I'm glad he's okay. All right. Somebody said, you think he's cloned? Man, y'all niggas in this clone shit, man. Y'all niggas in this clone shit. Other shit that's going on, man. Yo, it's so crazy. Like, this is my perception of Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer, I don't see Keke Palmer as a thot.
I mean, you can just go on at DJ Academics and he just got shit for you. You feel me? Like talking about Keke Palmer. What's up with Keke Palmer?
To be serenaded by Usher, like she was giving it all up. You get what I mean? Super embarrassing to her current boyfriend, and even her boyfriend even pointed out that even her dressing or her clothes that day was just even embarrassing just to the family, just the fact that they got kids. Now, it's kind of interesting because I looked at Keke Palmer as a good girl, but maybe I don't know her that well. So I would think she would behave better than these other women who we're gonna see next. Sweetie, self-proclaimed icy girl. She's all about the icy girl summer. You know what I mean? Basically, she promotes thought activity, thought behavior to her fans. She tells them, fuck on rich niggas, scam rich niggas. As long as it's a rich nigga, you should just give your pussy up. That's really her whole thing. You know what I mean? However, she's dating YG these days, and If you don't know, YG's an infamous blood out of California. And she went to the Usher show in Las Vegas. Now, you got to understand, this Usher show in Las Vegas is super interactive. He's not only on that stage, he's walking around with a mic. You know what's happening? Because it's a residency, a lot of celebrities in town, they're stopping by. They're getting tickets. So he's showing love, and it kind of makes make the shit pop even more. People have been saying he earns every... I'm going to look up, you know me, I'm a pocket watch. I got to see how much he's really getting. But everybody keeps saying he earns every fucking penny. Like, the show is that good. Now, granted, here's the thing. He's a...
of the underage child that has to be kept under seal.
He's a legendary R&B singer, right? And, yeah, most women or most people grew up on his music, and now they get a chance to be up close and personal with it. Now, I wouldn't suggest you bring your girl to his show, especially if your girl's a fan. Not this type of show. Wait till it's one of them arenas where she could sit in her seat and watch him on stage. Here, shit. He might be over here like playing with her hair, singing in her face, your girl giving him the googly eyes, all that type of shit. That's what type of shit it is. So Sweetie, who's with YG...
Hold on. I gotta listen to this shit.
But you could tell, when you got a gang-banging nigga as your boyfriend and you don't want to get the beats, you act a little bit different, okay? Sweetie understood the assignment, and I got to give Sweetie some props because I do tell her when she's wrong. I think she dealt with this fantastically. You know, Usher trying to get her to, like, you know what I mean, take her bra and panties off. Usher a freaky nigga, you get what I mean? Trust me. Usher had Kiki basically damn near wishing for herpes. You know what I mean? Sweetie, she kept her composure a little bit, I think.
There she go, there she go, there she go, there she go now. If you don't know, oh sweetie, you too cool to sing my song. You too cool to sing my song right now? Okay. Let's try this one more time. Yeah. Ooh, girl. There goes my baby. Ooh, girl, look at you. You don't know how good it feels to call you my girl. There goes my
All right. Now, another woman who got put to the test recently was Winnie Harlow. She's a model. I think she was dating like Wiz Khalifa. That's kind of where I know her from. I think she's dating now that feminine basketball player, the nigga who was giving Kyle Kuzma. Okay, she's dating him. And the only reason I call him feminine because I think he was the other side of the double stuffed Oreo with what that nigga name? Lil Baby, right? And plus, the way I seen LeBron handle that nigga, I'm like, there might be some sugar in that tank. Who knows? Anyway, she was at the show with her dude, and Usher starts walking up, and basically Usher about to do it to one of them. Now, she did the best thing ever, and this is what she did. Everybody her caption said, figured out the secret to the Usher concert. Sit in your man's lap, mamas. She said she chose. Here we go. She basically just got on her man's lap and said, nah, nigga. Nah, nigga. Hey. Salute to this chick, man. Like, yo. The only thing about the Keke Palmer thing that I think people were talking about is that, we're living in this society where, like, dudes are essentially encouraged to be emasculated and cucks. So you're supposed to be happy that Usher's serenading your girl, kissing her on the neck, touching and caressing her. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to have any standards. You know, men these days, you're not supposed to have a standard of how your girlfriend or your significant other act. They can act any type of way, embarrass you in public, and when you get embarrassed, you're supposedly seen as more of a man because you could tolerate it. That's just not the case for many people. And even, Kyle Kuzma, I guess he got some type of law laid down in his crib. because she knew what type of time it was. Get your ass up, sit on him, let Usher sing over there. The spotlight gonna be on both y'all. Y'all clap it up for him, and you tell that nigga keep that bumpy dick over there, and nigga keep moving down the road. You feel me? Usher don't age though. What's going on with Usher? Like that nigga do not age. He still look like he's in his 30s, yo. Has Usher ever had a beard? You listen. Does Usher have a beard?
No, he gonna look up Usher has a beard.
Let me see how this shit's giving up. Oh, you do got a beard. You just don't have like a full goatee type shit. He looks super young. Hairline still intact. You can't really see that. Yeah, Usher looks young as shit. He must be on that same shit that Pharrell be on.
And what's that?
How old is Usher?
Black don't crack. Black don't crack, brother.
Maybe it's because he take care of himself.
Got to.
Okay. All right. Let me get back to this YNW Melly thing.
Oh yeah, let me cut his shit off because it is back. So.
With regards to that last video that counsel is taking issue with, this is the absolute last video or audio file that is on this phone before the defendant turns himself in, and he does use that term. However, I think in the totality of the circumstances, it is more probative than prejudicial.
We stipulate that he used the phone on that day.
My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these privates are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
So in terms of, it shows the defendant just prior to his arrest and booking, and showing that he was turning himself in, which has already been testimony about, that was brought in from the defense with regards to Deputy Maycock, who did the booking prints on this case.
We'll stipulate that he used the phone on that day to avoid the potential prejudice of him offending jurors on the racial pejorative.
Play it again.
Sure.
Hello, so everybody. This is Jim French. My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these privates are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
And so, just to be clear, there has been numerous other inflammatory, racially motivated terminology and language that has been used, and there's been no objection on that ground.
We all done? Anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, so regarding the one with the presumably under 13-year-old child on the video, just hold that until I can see what the CFR say. Most of the jury regarding the last video where the majority of terms used, crackers. Just go ahead and delete it, all right?
So with the county's permission, and I can take out just that term?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what was
I'll need a couple minutes to do that.
I hope that's enough.
Hold on, yeah, my dog. Is it just muted? I ain't muted.
I think the judge is like looking over something real quick. All right. What's going on, man?
Alright, hold on. Let's.
So run us down through the O3 Greedo shit.
Alright, so this is O3 Greedo. Again, you know, they said he's Jake 1090 Jake says he speaks on a Greedo situation and say Snitch. There's a dude on here that says he's tight with the Great Street. You know what I'm saying? And he says, man, he goes back to his source. Sources says nah, but we're gonna get into that video. Cause we don't know.
Man, look, you feel me? I seen 1090 Jake make the video about Greedo snitching and shit, and I'm tapped in with a lot of reputable. I'm tapped in with a lot of reputable Grape Street members. So as soon as I seen that this topic was on the table,
he said he's tapped in with a lot of Grape Street reputables. You feel me? So
got to make phone calls and shit like nigga. I be over there and I be fucking with niggas, so I'm like I can't just be up here nigga talking if that shit not 100% factual. So I got to make phone calls. You feel me? I ain't gonna say no names, but allegedly, what niggas is telling me, you feel me, is that Greedo didn't snitch. Niggas is I got a screenshot from one of the niggas from Grape talking to his co-defendant. You feel me? I ain't gonna say no names or nothing like that, but the co-defendant who's supposedly on the case, the message says somebody said, Greedo told on you. The nigga says, no. Why you say that? What happened? The other nigga says, I'm just making sure people sending me shit on Grape. The nigga says, if a nigga ever tell on me, I'm gonna be on his ass. I won't give a fuck if it's my daddy. And the other nigga says, on Caleb. Then the other nigga says, on BL. Wouldn't be none of that cool shit if he would have broke the code. You feel me? Then the other nigga say, okay, I'm just making sure. You feel me? So the nigga sent me the screenshot of the co-defendant. For me, and that's not the person in the Greedo video. I guess allegedly the person in the Greedo video is not the co-defendant. That's just somebody who got personal shit going on with Greedo behind the scenes that they got going on. So allegedly.
So that's a dude that got a personal issue with Greedo.
We're in recess.
So that's reset. So back to this, O3 Greedo shit.
For like what people don't really realize is like sometimes it takes until the second or third album for a label to actually start making money off of an artist. They usually spend a lot of money in promoting that artist, in trying to get, it's an investment, in trying to get them to a certain level. So I don't think that there was any sizable money coming in that this guy would be trying to steal from Erica Banks, number one. But here's the thing with artists. Artists always think that, you sign for this contract and then there's a bunch of checks in between. No, you get your advance. After you get your advance, you might have a budget to make your album, right? After that, if you're not booking shows, until you turn that album in and you get the other part of the advance, right? So as you get...
I don't know what's going on there, but we back to, O3 Greedo. So, basically, this dude right here is tapped in with Great Street, and he's talking to somebody and saying that one of the people is talking to his co-defendant and said, the co-defendant said, yo, He ain't snitched on me. And if he did, yo, I would've came at him. Even if that was my dad. You feel me? So he go back a little bit.
Daddy. And the other nigga says, on Caleb. Then the nigga says, if a nigga ever tell on me, I'ma be on his ass. I won't give a fuck if it's my daddy. And the other nigga says, on Caleb. Then the other nigga says, on BL, wouldn't be none of that cool shit if he would have broke the code. You feel me? Then the other nigga say, okay, I'm just making sure. You feel me? So the nigga sent me the screenshot of the co-defendant. For me, and that's not the person in the Greedo video. I guess allegedly the person in the Greedo video is not the co-defendant. That's just somebody who got personal shit going on with Greedo behind the scenes that they got going on. So allegedly niggas is saying they trying to just throw down on his name because Greedo not fucking with them. I don't know. All I heard, you feel me? This is just what I'm hearing.
Question though, right? But I think like 1090 played audio though from the co-defendant like.
Authentic Mexican beer meets refreshing watermelon flavor. New Modelo Chelada Sandía Picante.
Get a new set of tires in just a couple clicks at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
While in jail, saying in 03 said something that could be kind of weird, but not really. You feel me? Right? So it's like he said though, like, and he said something weird, and he's supposed to be like a gangster rapper. So I guess. I don't know, like, what weird can be interpreted as, you know?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You feel me? So, because I don't know, man, but, hey, listen, man, this is, like, the video got about, like, 70,000 views right now in about 2 hours. It's probably going to hit about 1 million views in, like, a day or two.
Look, from what I'm hearing is that Greedo and the co-defendant is going, speak on it together.
Yes.
Sure.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And the co-defendant isn't in jail. He's out.
Yeah.
The co-defendant isn't in jail. He's out on bail.
Wait, out on bail or he's so
no,
like
he's out for something separate. For something completely separate. You feel me? So he's out.
He just got out?
Yeah, like a week ago.
So yeah.
He's out.
Wait. So then and how did this case go then?
That I don't know. But I do know that the nigga said I don't know why the nigga said he snitched on me. He did snitch on me. I would have been said something if he did snitch on me. And yeah, they say he out for something completely separate. He bailed out from it, and they said the nigga been out since a week. So
yeah,
hey, I know. 10IJ said one thing. I ain't trying to, you feel me, say he cap or nothing, but you know what I'm saying? My sources, niggas who actually really from over there really do shit for niggas that's over there, all hit me like 3 different niggas. Hit me and was like, nah, nigga, that ain't happen.
And like to be honest too, right? 1090 like did say, hey, listen, they gave me this paperwork. I ain't go ahead and get it myself, right? So
I think that's the one nigga who they said allegedly got some personal shit going on with Greedo.
Right?
That's what they said. Did this say none of this came from me? This all came from you, for me, the reputables from over there who told me to relay the message. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Here, right. So if it is like bad work, then like that bad work is on them and not 1090. Feel me?
Right.
So
Facts.
Right? 1090, fuck. Let's see what he's talking about, man.
Give him a call. Cause this is some like.
Yo, Jake, what up? This Ring, we live on No Jumper, man.
What's good, bro?
Yeah, so you got the internet in a frenzy this morning with the paperwork that dropped and the video that dropped today. So we just been here talking about it. So how did you even get your hands on the paperwork? Where all this come from?
That shit got sent to me by somebody from his hood.
You can't say his name?
No, I wouldn't even do that. 'Cause that's just, motherfuckers is willing to stand on it themselves and speak on it themselves. And then I got somebody from that hood in my video saying they want to expose whatever. I forget what bro name is because I don't really, you feel me? But he in the video.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if you've been watching, but I frequent that area. You know what I'm saying? And I'm tapped in with quite a few of their reputable members. You feel me? And they all hit me. You feel me? Saying like, nigga, his co-defendant. I got a screenshot from his co-defendant talking to one of his homies saying that I don't know why nigga saying he snitched on me. Nigga said, why would that happen? If a nigga ever told on me, I wouldn't give a fuck if it's my daddy. I'm gonna say it. He ain't break the code, X, Y, and Z. So you feel me? A lot of reputables from over there is hitting me saying that he ain't telling nobody.
I mean, my opinion on that is, you know, respectfully, when somebody got motion in their hood, a lot of people in the hood still gonna ride with it. And I've seen it happen before. I've exposed somebody and had their co-defendant hit me up and say, yeah, he ratted. And then that same person went on Say Cheese and said, nah, he ain't rat on me.
Yeah.
So it's like,
that's a fact. I remember that.
That's their business. However they want to perceive it, you know, that's great business. The shit got sent to me from them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, however they want to go about the situation, the co-defendant can say whatever the fuck he wants. They could be best friends right now if they want to. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't care about that. All I know is I read the paperwork. Paperwork says bruh sat down with a DEA agent and said, I got paid $3,000 to travel to Houston with him. And I didn't know about nothing, but I felt like something illegal was going on. That sounds crazy. There's an audio, apparently from the co-defendant, saying he thinks it sounds weird. Now, everybody jumped on Gunna because Gunna and Thug was in the car. They got pulled over. The police said, oh, is that yours? And Gunna said, nah, it ain't mine. And everybody took that as he's implying it's Thug's. But in this situation, you get pulled over with 4 pounds of meth and 2 handguns, and you tell the DEA agent, look, I got paid 3 bands to travel with dude. I don't know about nothing, but I felt like something illegal was going on. That sounds crazy.
Yeah.
So whatever perception they have of it, that's their perception. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just putting out the paperwork, the audio, whatever's in the background of the case. Like I said, I didn't get it myself. It got sent to me, and the people that sent it to me was standing on. He made a statement that went against his co-defendant.
And what some of the niggas over there is telling me is that the nigga who exposing it supposedly, you feel me, took something from Greedo, you feel me, and niggas got some personal shit going on that niggas couldn't solve. So niggas end up putting this out. This just what niggas is telling me. You feel me? That supposedly it's like some personal shit.
I wouldn't even be surprised because something like that normally is something that would be handled in-house. But at the same time, the audio recordings and whatever anyone's opinion is on that, that's their opinion. But the paperwork is the paperwork. You feel me? So it's like what's there, what's written. There's no different perception or opinion. Everybody's gonna read the same thing, you know. So whatever the motive was, if that's what it was, and dude got a personal vendetta, and he was cool with him, but released this on some fuck shit, that's flaw on his behalf. If he got his own personal and he's trying to, because if you was cool and got what you wanted, would you have not put it out there?
Right, that's what niggas are saying to me. You feel me? That they tried to solve it, it couldn't, so this shit popped up.
Yeah, bro, right?
Well, let me ask you then. Do you question their morals and principles on what the paperwork is saying then? If they were willing to keep it behind the scenes and it's saying that he gave a statement to the DEA?
What? That one nigga, yeah, because I don't know how many people was involved with that. Supposedly the nigga took something from him, so that was just on some personal shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if everybody already knew. I don't know if it was one person, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, because I just had another one of the, I think he great, just hit me up. And he was like, you know, I got the paperwork too. I know that's official. He was telling me he heard the audio was like,
oh, damn.
Like dude got tricked or something. But he said he finna get dude that's got the issue and Greedo in the same room and figure it out or whatever it is. I don't know, bro.
Niggas are telling me the same shit that they, you feel me, niggas is finna figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? But I just couldn't be up in this motherfucker and just say like, yep, for sure. When niggas hit me fast, like, hey, that's not, you know what I'm saying, for sure what went on. It could have transpired this different way. You feel me?
That's exactly what I said at the end of the video. I said the politics are gonna be heavy about this because people are gonna lean one way, and people are gonna lean another way. You know what I mean? People are gonna have their opinions on however they want to play out the situation. At the end of the day, if he sat down and gave a statement. And his co-defendant.
So I only seen it from here, and then I was like, So I only seen it from right here, from what he said his part, and I didn't know he was gonna call this. You feel me? That's why I was like, let me put this in a video. You feel me?
Statement. He sat down in the back of the police car, looked at Buddy, and said, "Yo, we fucked up," while it was getting recorded, and then told the co-defendant not to say nothing after he already did. So it's like, yeah, you could write that part down as record, but sitting down with the DEA, it says the co-defendant didn't give any information and requested a lawyer. It said that Greedo said what he said. So it's like, you know?
Yeah, man. Hey, right? Here, right? Also, too, right? Let's clarify this. Like, 1090.
You can hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, bro. So look, 1090 has like no issues with 03 Greedo. And it was the people from his side who contacted like 1090 and voluntarily gave up the information, right? So even if it does come back as, you know, like that's some fool shit, then that's not on 1090. That's on those niggas for giving him some shit, right?
Facts.
You know, so, you know, but.
Man, I don't got no personal nothing with nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
And it's like I've said in other things. If a situation comes out to be false, you know, I did the shit with a 100K track. I made a video on him with the Melly case.
Yeah.
I think I called him a rat. I don't know if I flat out said it or implied it, whatever the situation was.
Yeah.
But new paperwork came out. I corrected it, brought him on for an interview. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, it ain't a personal thing on my end. It's business. And business is fucking booming. So when some paperwork is sent to me, I'm going to push that shit.
Man,
man, we just wanted to get your side because I ain't gonna lie, you got the internet in the frenzy this morning, gang.
You sure
Alright,
do.
so what did 1090 mean in his name? I already want.
That's some, you feel me? Some
shit.
big whoop shit. You feel me?
Okay.
Some big whoop
That's
shit.
what I thought it was. I was just making sure, brother.
Big whoop. Yeah, that's some big whoop shit.
Yo, 1090, I'm gonna let you go though. Appreciate you calling in. Well, I called you though, but yeah, I'm gonna tap in with you, bro.
Alright, bro.
Hey, yo, man.
My brother with
listen,
them big
man.
calls, man. Shout out to me with them big calls, making this shit shake, man.
And listen, man, all this, and all this game politics making me feel uncomfortable, man. What's next, man?
Yeah,
I'll
nigga,
be real, man.
Nigga gotta walk
All this
light
game politics
with
make
that
me
one.
make me feel uncomfortable.
I'll be outside. That ain't some shit I could just get up here and just be like, yeah, that nigga Snitch.
Hey, nigga, what? Bro,
I'm not doing that,
man.
nigga.
Listen, your Grape Street business.
It's yo.
You feel me? That guy.
If you don't know, you don't know.
At the end of the day, what?
Cause you can't just say, yo, anybody a snitch, bro. I got a video on there that tell you like, yo, you can't just say this person doing this or this person doing that. But I'm gonna enlarge this drawing. I'm gonna take a little break. You hear my dog in there? He drawing right now. You feel me? So I'm gonna take a little, break and shit. I'm gonna be watching, you feel me, and seeing what's going on.
Hector was in his final year and a half.
So they back. So
Cases, he asked me, he said, I have him at the hospital, I have 2 dead bodies, would you mind coming out? Of course they said to me, that's fine.
So when you got to the hospital, what did you see?
When I first got on scene, I made contact with the on-scene supervisor, which was Sergeant Bermudez. And he walked me through the scene, which was, at that point, it was just a 2018 Jeep Compass that was parked in the emergency unloading zone. It had many bullet holes on it.
Time out for just a second. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the emergency room unloading zone is separate and different from other areas of the hospital?
It's a pull-up where it has the electric sliding doors that it allows you straight access into the emergency room, which all hospitals are relatively standard in that sense that there's going to be a quick immediate access for the hospital personnel to provide immediate care in triage type situations.
Is the emergency room the only entrance into that hospital?
No, you can come, there's an entrance off of Pembroke Road and there's an entrance off of 172.
And when you came to the scene, do you remember which side you went to first?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The time when you get to the hospital, you talked about speaking with Sergeant Bermudez. Who else did you see on scene?
A couple of the detectives were already there. Detective Bertrand, Detective Toyota was there, and then also a couple of the other sergeants because we had 2 young males that were deceased. So, it prompted a lot of people to be called out to the scene.
Okay. And in terms of civilians, were there any civilians on scene when you got there?
At that point, I wasn't made aware of all the civilians on scene until after we had spoken with Cortland Henry.
Okay. So you mentioned Cortland Henry. Who is that?
Cortland Henry is the driver of the vehicle, and he is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room. It was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, ma'am. At that point, I came into it blindly.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
He was a victim of a crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160th, closer to 172, in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, we didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there is businesses there, but on the south side is residential. As many bullet holes there was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
Okay. So when you were there on scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you saw at least 10 bullet holes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims or the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some front end damage, but you could tell it was older front end damage.
Was that explained during the course of his statement? That's from the prior accident?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on the location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got an established venue, which has been for jurisdiction for us to investigate the crime.
Speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar Hospital?
It's in the city of Miramar, county of Broward, state of Florida.
And at that point, when you're making contact with Cortland Henry, does the name Jamal Demmons come up in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any indication that he was in the car told to you at that point?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned at some point in the statement another shooting off of I-95.
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation did you do to see how that was potentially related to this case?
I was able to get a hold of the detective on scene, which is Detective Curcio from Broward Sheriff's Office. And I was able to compare notes and discuss and figure out that shooting was definitely not related to our shooting. They even had a weapon left on scene, which was, I believe, an assault-style rifle, and we was able to determine that was not related to us.
In terms of, were you able to determine if different caliber weapons were used in those two shootings?
To the best of my recollection, there was different calibers, and at the end of the day, I know they made an arrest on that, and their facts didn't even match up to our facts.
So going on to potential suspects that Mr. Henry gave you, does he mention anyone or point the finger at anybody at that point?
I think he mentioned one name. They may have had some beef up from Vero, from some guy named Bentley or something like that, but nothing that we could verify.
And in terms of the beef with Bentley, did he say if it was ended?
I believe his statement, he said it was taken care of, it was squashed.
With regards to an incident at Walmart, were you informed about a potential suspect there?
Yes, there was an incident a few months back at Walmart. I think during his statements, he said first the fight took place inside and it was outside, but I guess the necklace was stolen. It was posted online. But it didn't seem that anything really came of that either.
Okay, so Detective Moretti, based on your training and experience, have you had the opportunity to respond to various Walmarts across South Florida?
Yes.
Have you done criminal investigations regarding incidents or crimes that have occurred at those Walmarts?
Yes.
Based on that, do you know how long Walmart keeps video for?
Traditionally 30 days.
And in terms of the time period that was being described to you, was that within the 30 days?
It was way beyond 30 days.
So going back to that morning, did you go with Mr. Henry in the car with Detective Toyota to find out where this incident had happened?
No, Mr. Henry rode with Detective Toyota, and it was just them two in the car.
And in terms of the evidence or anything that was reported back to you as the lead detective in this case that was recovered from the street surface of Miramar Parkway between I-75 and 184th?
There was no evidence recovered at all.
So, knowing that you had this location, are there businesses along Miramar Parkway that have surveillance footage?
Yes.
Were you able to go to some of those and retrieve some of that surveillance footage?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with what's been marked as the state's quadruple L, which is a composite of 2 photos. Counsel, you have a copy? Detective Marty, I'm showing you a composite of 2 images which have been labeled as State Triple L. Do you recognize those 2 photos?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize those 2 photos?
These are snapshots of the video from the McDonald's, the corner of 172 and Miramar Parkway.
And how do you recognize those?
Well, I'm the one that retrieved the video myself personally. But you can see at 3:46 a.m. you see a red vehicle going by, a red SUV, and then at 3:46:57 you see a silver SUV going by, which was consistent with the 2 vehicles.
Well, before we get into that, do those photos fairly and accurately depict the video that you took from the McDonald's on October 26th of 2018? Are those 2 screenshots from the video that cover the time frame of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state would request the state's quadruple L and the state's 84.
Any objection?
No.
You're admitted.
State's quadruple L will be marked State's 84.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting at States 84, page 1, which is 10/26/2018, 34650.040. Detective Meridian, the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so I'm going to zoom in on the picture a little bit. And can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the screen you were talking about?
Right.
If you move, it should show the cursor a little bit better.
Okay.
And so what color did that vehicle appear to be?
Red.
And keeping it in the same location. Moving on to page 2, 346, 57, 840. Is that same circle around the vehicle that was in question in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that appear to be a darker colored vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did you learn about New Era Studios?
When we spoke with Mr. Henry, he informed us that they just came from the recording studios in Fort Lauderdale. And so two of our detectives then responded there, Detective Bertrand and Detective Toyota, to retrieve the video, or just to go there to see what evidence they could recover.
Okay. Once the video was recovered, did you review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately how far is it from the New Era 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale to the Sunset Lakes 40th Street Guardhouse?
30 miles.
And have you had the opportunity to drive that distance or look that route before?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to the studio video, it's been admitted as State 7. Did you review this before or after the search warrant was conducted on the Jeep?
This was before.
Okay. So going to channel 4, 2:17:42 starting time. Fast forwarding here till 2:18:40. Were any man purses, satchels found in that gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Specifically, the beige one that's pictured at 2:18:40?
No, ma'am, we did not recover that.
Continuing forward to 2:19:05. Was a black satchel recovered?
No, ma'am.
Specifically the one that is seen in the individual in the black and white jacket?
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Henry have possession of either of those satchels or man purses at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So after you learn about the studio video, do you have an occasion to respond to a location that's identified as 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Yes, we went to that before the video was recovered. That was the location where the defendant was residing at the time.
And who else did you know lived there at that time?
I believe the defendant, co-defendant, Mr. Henry, Mr. Mills, Mr. Davis, Mr. Glass. I believe they were all living there, as well as the victims.
And in terms of the location of that address, do you know the name of the subdivision it's in?
I believe that's Sunset Lakes.
And where is Sunset Lakes? What city?
City of Miramar.
When you went to that 18521 Southwest 44th address, did you go inside?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like when you first got to that location?
At that point, we had already cleared from the hospital. It was probably, the sun was already coming up, so, you know, maybe 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe even a bit later. We went, there was no cars in the driveway. We went to the front door, knocked, looked in the windows. We didn't see anyone.
While you were on scene, did a vehicle pull up?
Yes.
What vehicle was that?
It's the red Mitsubishi.
And who was in that?
Driving it was Dontavius Withers and Adrian Davis.
Did you make contact with them?
Yes.
Without going into what they said, were you able to get a phone number from each of them?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant, Jamel Evans, there at that time?
No, ma'am.
Were you invited into the house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In terms of the McDonald's video, when time and the continuity of when you did things, when did you go to McDonald's?
I believe that I went to McDonald's the week, this happened on a Friday or Saturday morning, and I was at McDonald's Monday morning.
Okay. So I want to go now to on October 26th. Did you do any additional evidence collection or interviewing of any individuals?
On the 26th?
Yes.
No, I just wrote the search warrant for the Jeep.
Okay. While you were at the hospital, you mentioned that you didn't see civilians when you first got there.
Correct.
Were there any civilians that you made contact with before you left?
Yes.
And who would those be?
There was some of the victim's family there, some of the Phillips family.
No, neither victim has the last name Phillips. You'll have to identify who
the Phillips family was with Chris Thomas's family.
Okay.
There was also I didn't make contact with him. Detective Bertrand did. Trayvon Glass, an Andrew, I forget his last name. He was there. I made contact with the defendant's mother, Jamie King.
Okay. And after you left the hospital and made contact with those individuals, did you do anything else other than writing the warrant and executing the warrant on the gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have to do to write a search warrant.
The search warrant is based upon probable cause. There's an affidavit, like an application, and then there's the actual warrant. We write the warrant, the application, the affidavit, and then we send it to a state attorney. We find when the state attorney is on duty. Hopefully we get the way from up early in the morning because we're up. So we send the warrant to them, they review it, and then if they approve it, then it goes to the judge. The judge will then sign it. At this point, we're doing an electronic warrant so we could submit it electronically.
And in terms of the search of the Jeep, can you start searching it while you're waiting for the judge?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't have authorization to go into the Jeep. And we secure it, we can take it, we can hold it, but until that warrant is signed, we cannot touch that vehicle.
So after the warrant is signed, it's executed. Are you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
Why?
I actually have to read the warrant to the vehicle. I know that sounds very strange. It's one of those procedures that's been done for years. I can never explain it, but if it's a house, we have to read it to the house. If it's a vehicle, we read it to the vehicle.
Is that why we see you holding papers with all these warrants?
Yes.
Oh. So after you read the warrant aloud and tell the people that are assisting you what you're looking for, what is your role while the warrant's being executed?
I step back. I don't get involved in that process.
Do you collect evidence at that point?
No, ma'am.
Do you indicate which areas may be of interest for evidence collection?
I'll point out that this is who was sitting where. This is what we have, but that's their area of expertise.
After that warrant is executed on the gray Jeep, when are you made aware of the casing that's found in the back seat?
That night, when they collected it.
And going forward to October 27th of 2018, did you leave Broward County and travel to meet with other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We went up to Vero Beach, into Gifford to make contact with some of the victims' family.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to, without going into what was said, see Adrian Davis again?
I saw Adrian Davis again. We saw Dontavius Withers again. I believe we saw Chris Thomas Sr. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the girlfriend of Chris Thomas as well.
Was there an occasion in which the application Snapchat was brought up?
Yes.
As a result of learning about a Snapchat, did you author a warrant for Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you authored the warrant for Snapchat, which has already been admitted into evidence and is already as states, what were you looking for?
I was looking for communications between Janelle Demons and Dontavius Withers.
And what were those communications supposedly going to show?
The communication was supposed to show that Janelle Demons sent a message.
Can we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to clarify one thing. Prior to the trial, I mispronounced the defendant's name. It's pronounced Demons, D-E-M-O-N-S. Lemons with a D is the way it was explained to me. And I know it's been pronounced different ways here, but it's pronounced Demons. All right? Detective, all right? Demons?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so going into what's been previously offered into evidence as State 61, the account information, if you could publish what this says, and I'm trying to make it as big as possible, as to who owned this particular Snapchat account.
Okay.
You could read?
Yes, this is the display name is Melly Montana. The email address associated with is mellymontana@icloud.com. The phone number is 772-713-9807. And I guess I think they call it the vanity name YNW Melly.
Okay. And is that display name as it's indicated here?
Yes.
And in terms of the IP history, did you do any additional investigation or research into the IPs that were provided?
No.
Going into the...
I'm sorry. Is there objection?
There's no objection, but we need the rest of them.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. Certainly no research. Just leave your overhead on your chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Mann along with the defendant. You need the record break? Can you arrange that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Devins?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I apologize for interrupting.
No problem.
I'm going to show you how to clear this down.
You apologize for pronouncing his name wrong.
You make everywhere you look has to be predetermined to prove your case and your theme. So the theme here is what?
I think the theme is here that Melly killed two of his best friends growing up, you know, and I think that the forensic evidence was pretty powerful, you know, in terms of them putting the forensics on. It made it hard for me to believe that he wasn't somehow involved. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, we know that he was sitting in the seat that we saw him get into on the video when they left the studio. And I thought that, you know, the use of the dowel rods was pretty, you know, I mean, that's old school. I mean, I think they're using lasers these days, but like the dowel rods, I mean, in terms of the angles, it was compelling evidence. I think that I probably would have ended on that with that type of stuff, because if this guy's the last witness, then we're not going to hear that statement that you were talking about from the snaps. And that is ultimately, you are definitely going to hear about that in the defense's case in chief, and you're certainly going to hear about it in the closings.
Yeah, but you know what, Bob, and you and I have been around the trial, so is Christy with the dowel rods. I've had a lot of cases with them. You know, they're shooting in the back of the neck, but all somebody had to do was turn like this, and then the shot comes from someplace else, and if the bullet's not found. So I assume the defense is going to go there if they have an expert witness talking about it. But we'll see. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be back to the scintillating testimony in the courtroom as the prosecution seeks to end their case on a strong note.
Electrolyte, instant hydration.
Welcome back to Long Con. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we're in the case of Florida versus Jamel Devins. Who is he? YNW Melly, the rapper who has about 10 million view fans on Spotify. People watch him, listen to him, and looking at his trial where he is accused of the double homicide, shooting two of his friends in the YNW collaborative network. That's Juvie and Sack Chaser. Well, the prosecution is seeking to close out their case soon by showing that YNW Melly was at the scene of the shooting at the time his friends died, by putting his cell phone there, by putting him as the owner of the cell phone and putting the cell phone in his possession. And to do so, they're about to present a number of 50 more photos, 24 videos through their lead detective, that's Mark Moretti. So let's go into court and listen how they do this.
Who is that?
Cortland Henry is the driver of the vehicle, and he is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room. It was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, ma'am. At that point, I came into it blindly.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
He was a victim of a crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160th, closer to 172, in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, we didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there is businesses there, but on the south side is residential. As many bullet holes there was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
Okay. So when you were there on scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you saw at least 10 bullet holes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims and the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some front end damage, but you could tell it was older front end damage.
Was that explained during the course of his statement? That's from a prior accident?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on the location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got an established venue, which has been for jurisdiction for us to investigate the crime.
Speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Entering.
Jones, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury, the defendant, the judges, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, all witness protection must already remain on the stand. Bradley, I think you're still on your direct examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Moretti, we had started talking about the Snapchat records. Before we go in and publish the rest of those, in your investigation, were you able to determine nicknames and legal names for various individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting with the defendant, did he have a nickname that he was commonly referred to as?
Melly.
Okay. Hold that microphone, it got pushed away. Thank you.
On Williams' phone, he was known as Smurf. I'm sorry, on Williams' phone, he was known as Slim.
Okay.
Some various other names.
So in terms of for Cortland Henry, did he have a nickname you learned during the course of this case?
Yes, Cortland Henry actually went by the name of Ward.
Okay. And for Mariah Hamilton, did she have a nickname?
The one most commonly used was Riri.
So in going through the messages, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on this. Like for example, Friday, November 9th, 2032:05 UTC. What is the difference between UTC time and November of 2018 post time change?
It's UTC is Universal Time Code, which is 5 hours ahead of our current time zone.
And that's in November. What about in October? What was the difference before the time change?
It was 4 hours time difference. I think the time change, the actual date was November 4th.
Okay. So in terms of this message, there's a lot of kind of gibberish characters at the end after it says kill me. What are those gibberish characters?
Usually those are emojis that when it's printed, that's how it looks on paper.
And so I'm going to make sure we understand, and that it's clear to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what these columns each stand for. So starting with the far left column, what is that column?
Is the ID column, I guess the two accounts that are speaking with each other.
Okay. The next column, what is it?
It's the from, that's to be the sender, and then the next column is to, which would be the receiver of the message.
Okay, and then under where it says body?
That is the actual message.
And over here on timestamp, what would that reflect in that last column?
That was in the actual time that the message was sent in UTC, and you would just subtract 5 hours off of that. That's okay.
Okay. I'm not going to make you do the math right now because that's we'll get to that in a second. So I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Were there any messages captured as part of the search warrant on October 26th, 2018?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the message here on Tuesday, October 23rd, who is identifying themselves as using this Snapchat account?
The name being used is Melly.
Okay. So were you able to determine who was Dat Baby 01?
Yes, that was Mariah Hamilton.
How could you tell that?
The context of the conversation between them two, as well as interviewing Miss Hamilton.
Were there pictures that were sent back and forth that also included her photograph in these?
Overall.
Yes, there was photographs between it as well.
So going to this message here, which is Friday, November 9th, 2023, 12 UTC, 2018. Now I am going to ask you to do the subtract 5 math on that one.
What you see there is 2023 UTC, which would be 8:23 UTC PM time. However, but transferring it back to Eastern Standard Time, it would be 3:23 PM.
And what I'm going to do here, so it's clear on the columns again, go back to the first page of the chat. So this message is going to the defendant's account.
Correct.
Okay. What does Ms. Hamilton say to the defendant?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
So he can read it and publish it?
Overruled.
Like I said before, your stupid ass blocked me. You move very effing funny. TF. We know what that means. BITCH. You know what that wasn't tagged on that girl page, but your dumbass just lie about everything. I peep every effing thing, and I always watch how a MF move, and this is how you've gone move, bitch. I'm not going to come around no more, period. Don't post me on your damn Snapchat if you're scared to post me on your Instagram for your bitches, period, TF. And I won't go to another show neither. Be trying to have Portland go to the shows with you so you can bring bitches and shit back to the hotel. Everything is so cool. I peep everything. You're one sneaky, lying bitch boy. F you. I'm standing on my shit this time. Bet you won't hear from me again after today. And then there's 3 emojis, which doesn't translate when you put it in.
May we approach?
Yes.
Proceed, please.
Yes. Okay, so we were continuing on. We had just published November 23/12. So going to 20/24/17. We can just stay in UTC so you don't have to keep doing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's the date of that message?
November 9th.
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled.
So with regards to, again, using the first page, so it's clear as to who is from and to, the author of this message on 2024/17, who is that from?
It's from Melly, Montana to Dead Baby B01.
Okay. Then the next message from that Melly, Montana, and this is November 9th, 2018, 20:25:19 UTC for council.
Judges, may I have a continuing objection so I don't have to interrupt the state on this?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Thank you. You have a continuing objection.
Thank you.
And so what does Melly.Montana say to that individual on November 9th of 2018? I'm going to try and make it big, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want to read it quickly before Ms. Caution. Bitch, I'm not fit to leave board with Tao after what you stuck on me being with, but you think that's all I think about. This N-word saved my life. He's coming with a K everywhere with me, cuz with a K, if them crackers come grab him, it's my fault. You forgot 3 question marks.
So then I'm going to go, so it's clear. The messages chronologically, how do they go in this exhibit?
They go by the time frame, but you can see it's a sequential argument between 2 individuals,
Okay.
the same individuals.
So let me ask you a better question. The message here below that says 2025-39 is the message that's above it at 2027-26 prior to or after?
It's after.
Okay. So in terms of reading the sequence, do you go from the bottom of the page up?
From the bottom up.
Okay. So going now to the next message, again, November 9th, 2025, 39 UTC, from Melly.Montana to that baby message. What does it say?
Dumbass ho, you so selfish and young-minded, don't even think about what I'm going through.
Okay, and then moving on to the message from this November 9th, 2027 UTC, 2018.
Fuck ass ho, you don't. FWN, which means fuck with me. Anyways, you just use me like the rest to do keep all that shit ho on God, on my mama. He was on her shit.
Okay. So, continue on to the next message from Melly, Montana, and this one is at November 9th, 2027-26 UTC. And that message here from Melly, Montana again, what does this one say?
You know I don't want board brown yay like that stupid asshole.
The next message, which is then 2027-23 UTC for the record, from, again, Melly, Montana.
Shit deeper than just bitches.
So continuing up, moving on to Friday, November 9th, 2029-20 UTC, 2018. Message from Melly, Montana to, again, that baby. What does that one say?
You don't fuck with me anyways. I peeped it. You can slide, but God knows I wasn't in her shit. N-word will end real dumb. Breaking You shit, you spoiled everything was given to you, you bitch. You act like a N-word, oh some bitch slide. I keep Borton with cuz at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life.
Okay. So this argument continues on, so you described it. So the response to that from Dat82 Melly Montana, which is on 20/30/26, Friday, November 9th, 2018. What is her response?
Oh, I am. Stop messaging. There's nothing else to say. Still peep everything, hun, and I says it's fine.
The response from Melly Montana on Friday, November 9th, 2030.
I try to pre-read it to make sure
yes.
Cautious what I say. I'm gonna keep him with me. He ain't never say half the shit you said. I put you way before him at one point. He never said none, bitch, stay away. You don't love nobody. For real, you heartless. I see it, bitch. Stay away, ho. You just want to break a N-word.
So going up to Friday, November 9th, 2031, UTC. Again, the from column, Melly Montana. What does that message state?
I'll real deal.
And then the next one here.
But you dropped 5.
My apologies, sorry. At the top.
And the end, never mind.
Okay. So then the response from Dat Baby on Friday, November 9th at 2018, 2032-05 UTC.
She responded, kill me with a question mark with some emojis that were unreadable.
Okay. So after you reviewed these Snapchat records and you weren't able to confirm or deny anything about a Snapchat communication on October 26th, 2018, what was the next step in your investigation on, let's see, so that was October 27th, we talked about in Vero Beach. I want to go to October 29th of 2018. What did you do in terms of search warrants on cell phone data?
I authored 2 search warrants, one to Sprint, one to T-Mobile. The Sprint one was to Dontavius Withers' cell phone, as well as one of the victims, Chris Thomas's.
Okay.
And then the other search warrant was for the phone of the defendant.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Cause for hearsay. And they have not established a predicate that it's, in fact, our client's cell phone.
Why don't you come sidebar?
I'm back, y'all. So I've been watching it. That whole shit was pointless. He ain't say, oh, I did it or nothing. It was just, what was the point? What was the point? Let's go back. I ain't much.
Blanco is learning. He has been here long enough. Grape Street business is Grape Street business. He is fucking right, nigga.
Shit, man, what?
Damn skippy.
I'm about to say.
Detective Moretti, you indicated that you had done a search warrant to T-Mobile. Is that for the 772-713-9807?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also done for a 954-248-9801 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the correct number?
Oh, yeah, you did say that.
This is the second time, yes.
Okay. So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means when you transpose the digit.
When I originally authored the warrant, I on the cell phone number for Anthony Williams. I transposed the last two digits, so the data came back. It was wrong.
Okay. Were you able to catch that mistake and fix it?
Yes.
You make mistakes. You're a human being.
I make mistakes. I'll continue to make mistakes. Not perfect. Never said I was.
Okay. So once you, on October 29th, you analyze you do the warrants for the cell phone data.
Yes.
You get it right away like that?
No.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about when you first got some of that data back.
We first, at the time, Sprint and T-Mobile were two separate entities. They have now since combined. We traditionally got Sprint back quicker. I think we got it back within a week. I think it took about 2 weeks for the other number, for the T-Mobile providers. So when we first got the Sprint records back, at the time, Sprint just wasn't as accurate as T-Mobile was.
Okay. In terms of, do you mean accurate or precise?
More precise. I mean, T-Mobile has the true timing advance, which at the time Sprint was using per call measurement data, but we didn't have a lot of per call measurement data, which is distance and angle from the tower to the device, which is just estimated.
So when you get the Sprint data, do you have any idea of how far away a particular device may have been from the tower?
At that time, no.
In terms of what information were you able to glean from the Sprint data as to where you need to start looking for your next potential lead?
It took us out to US 27 because the cell phone for Chris Thomas hit on a tower out on US 27 near Holiday Park, and that's where we started our.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went out to US 27, when you first got the Sprint records, what did you do?
I plotted it, analyzed the data. It took us out to US 27. Detective Bertrand and I actually walked 2 miles of US 27 because we were on 27 looking for anything, shards of glass, spent casings. We weren't near the crime scene at that point. We tried to, we went into the mobile home park, come across some people, never heard gunfire that night, didn't see anyone out there, not the vehicles, nothing.
Okay. So in terms of about what date was this that you were out walking on US 27?
It was about the first week of November, about November 7th or 9th, something like that.
Okay. So once you obtain the T-Mobile records, how does that refocus your investigation?
It was able to dial it in a little more specific. It was able to direct us out to US 27 in Pembroke Road.
Okay. When you first get the T-Mobile records, do you go through and verify and see some of the known locations? For example, the studio.
Yes.
So in terms of the T-Mobile records, I want to draw your attention to, and if I can bother Ms. Smith, be so kind as to get the T-Mobile records, which are in evidence.
I thought we was past this phone shit.
So, Detective Moretti, when you're looking at the information in the T-Mobile records, and I'm going to start by pulling up the 772-7103 records. So I'm going to publish part of State's 63, which has been previously admitted into evidence. We're going to go to 205-8127 records. The timing.
I don't know why my shit start acting up. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. We're gonna go back there. That shit start acting dumb. So
At 3:18 a.m., there's a latitude and a longitude that is listed on that particular item.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, at that point, verify the studio video versus where that latitude and longitude is showing the network thinks the phone is?
It was, yes, it was within a block of the studio.
And has that been reduced to a map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as state quadruple M, what's been previously shown to defense counsel, all of these maps before we came in. Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm showing it's been labeled as state's quadruple M. Do you recognize this? It's just two-sided. I'm sure it's outrageous, yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the map, Google map of the area where the recording studio is at.
Does this Google map fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude coordinate here at 318, 26.313371?
Yes, ma'am.
And negative 80.138733?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state was requesting the state's quadruple M in as state 85.
Can I call diagram, please?
Sure.
State indicated no objection. You're more than welcome.
Detective, this is dealing with cell phone analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And primarily, can you get up? Primarily Cellhawk and Cellbright.
Two different devices. Cellbright is for the digital forensics examination of the cell phone, and Cellhawk is the platform we use to plot the actual CDRs and timing advance records.
And how many hours have you taken in training in those two areas?
The cell phones and the
Cellhawk and the Cellbright.
Probably well over 100 hours.
Okay, and have you received any certifications?
Certification from Cellhawk as well as from CASPIS, which is what the FBI uses.
And have you ever trained other officers or supervised other people in digital forensic analysis?
On digital forensic analysis, no. Of cell sites, yes.
And is there a particular process you follow when you conduct a cellular forensic examination?
You mean when we take data from the cellular device?
Yeah.
Once you
Objection outside the scope, Your Honor. We're not talking about the device yet.
I'm sorry, for a second.
So you weren't supposed to talk about the device? Shit, I'm getting tired.
because that was a... Alright, man. Apparently, some leaked documents suggesting that 03 Greedo snitched his case. Y'all know how I feel about this shit. You feel me? Shout out to my Jordan Down niggas. Moreover, he recently responded to these accusations via Instagram videos. This shit, you feel me? Shout out to my Jordan Down niggas. Moreover, he recently responded to these accusations via Instagram videos, story posts, suggesting that such claims are ridiculous. Greedo said that his time in jail speaks for itself regarding these claims. He stood by the 5 years he served in prison on gun and drug charges as proof that he didn't tell at all. In addition, he called into question the documents themselves as they are a police report and not official court paperwork breaking down proceedings. I mean, that's a viable statement right there. You know what I'm saying? That ain't like no seal, no paperwork with a court seal on it. You gonna press the slide? Oh, all right, yeah. You feel me? I mean, yeah, I gotta see it. I didn't hear him talk about it.
Question: do y'all even like care that like your favorite rapper told?
Hell no.
Right? Like,
Hell yeah.
They make good music. I feel like
if my favorite rapper is J. Cole, then no. But if my favorite rapper is nigga Young Boy, I'm gonna be highly upset.
Type shit. Okay.
You feel me? It depends on who it is. It depends on the content of the nigga's character. You know?
Facts, facts,
If
facts.
a nigga out here screaming, smoke all the ops, and then this nigga in there singing, I just can't do it. But if you don't say that, that's not what you're about. I can't be mad at you.
No, that's straight. When he asked the question, first thing came to mind, Gunna. Gunna always gonna get played at my will. Me, I don't give a damn. That nigga tell on my mama.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That nigga say he could tell on my mama.
That nigga too cold. That nigga too cold.
Yo,
that's crazy, man.
Yo, wait, right? So look though. So imagine, right? Drake starts identifying as a street nigga, right?
Okay.
And then and he tells, "Are we done playing Drake in the Whip?"
Shit, no. Bro, I knew that nigga was an actor. He was on Degrassi.
Yeah, he was on Degrassi. So
that nigga was Jamaican. That nigga was Puerto Rican.
He's what you call a chameleon, nigga.
Boy.
Detective, when I approach the book, I can't read this.
Yes, sir.
You're reading merely off this chart, the latitude and longitude, is that correct? Correct. You don't know how this was printed, in other words, how they determined the latitude and longitude.
How T-Mobile did
Yes.
this? No, I did not know how they produce it.
I renew my objection.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. Proceed.
So, Detective Murray at this point, state offer states quadruple M as states 85.
Any additional objections, counsel?
No, sir.
Objection notes overruled.
States quadruple M over North States 85.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You may.
And so, Detective Moretti, this isn't. I have the back of it shows the latitude and longitude on here, but that covers up quite a bit of the map. So after you have an opportunity to publish this, I'm going to switch it to the other side, which then just has the indication of the marker.
Okay, it's fine now.
So, Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that's previously been testified as 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. Where was that determined to be on this map? And you can, okay, is it drawing on there?
I'll get it.
so did you personally go out to that location at various times during the course of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to go forward now. After you looked at that particular coordinate, I want to go to 335. Which is on this particular CDR, again, states 63 previously in evidence, line 127 of the 772-713-9807.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been previously shown to defense counsel, marked as state quadruple N. Any objection?
I will ask one question. Okay. With the court's permission, can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
You're merely reading off this bill or this chart, correct?
Correct, sir.
You don't know how it was derived.
No, sir.
Same objection.
So, Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple N for identification purposes only. And then going back to the state quadruple N, fairly and accurately depicts the latitude of 26.116584 and the latitude of negative 80.324128.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, and does this fairly and accurately depict the location of that on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would move state quadruple N as states 86.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. It'll be admitted.
Thank you.
States quadruple N will be marked states 86.
Detective Moretti, again showing you first the coordinate with the latitude and longitude. And if, once you're able to kind of familiarize yourself with that, I will flip it over to the other side.
You can flip it.
Okay. And here on states 86, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the whole camera is in the express lanes in this photo approximately? Sorry. And Detective Moretti, did you obtain camera footage from the Department of Transportation to cover this time of 3:35 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to continue forward now in your investigation to 3:47 a.m. Line 136 on this particular CDR for 772-713-9807.
What line? 136, you said?
136. Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as states quadruple O for identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quadruple O?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states quadruple O fairly and accurately depict the latitude of 25.977994 and the longitude of negative 80.374577? as depicted on line 136
Correct.
of the. Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple O in and publish.
Any objection?
May I ask the same question?
Go ahead.
You're just reading from that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how it was created?
Correct.
Objection.
Objection noted.
Foundation.
Objection noted, it's overruled.
Okay, so publishing what is now states 87. Travis? 87?
87.
87.
Quadruple O will be marked states 87.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the location of this particular pin or GPS marker, are you familiar with the city it's in?
This is in the city of Miramar. This is Miramar Parkway and 172 Avenue.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over on the other side. Is there a fast food establishment located at the corner of 172nd Avenue in Miramar Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by circling it? And in terms of the photos that were previously introduced as states 82, are those from that same account also?
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go forward during your investigation and go to what time has been listed as 3:53 a.m. That is line 145 of the 772-713-9807 CDR for Defense Counsel, showing what's been previously marked as states quadruple P and shown to Defense Counsel prior to this afternoon's court session. Detective Moretti, do you recognize states quadruple P?
Yes, it's Hines Boulevard.
And does the latitude and longitude of 26.007627 and negative 80.411552 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude on line 145 of the CDR in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence as states quadruple P, with states 88.
Any objection?
Same objection, and I would be asking the same questions, which we all know would be his answers.
Any objection noted, it's overruled. It'll be admitted.
Okay.
States quadruple P with marked states 87. 88.
88. Thank you. So publishing states 88. Detective Moretti, in terms of the location that we are looking at right here, where is this, once you have this GPS pin?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the other side. Again, the same map, just without the details on it.
You want me to identify the monastery school or just identify the GPS coordinates?
You read my mind. The Montessori Academy, please. Did you obtain video from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to publish what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 80.
I'm sorry, which is the 80 or 82?
82. Ms. Smith has voted on it.
Yes, you may. Send that.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm gonna go ahead and switch to the other computer. It tends to work a little bit better. Detective Marty, is this the footage you obtained from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so starting at 3:52, or 3:53, my apologies, I'm going to publish from 3:53 through 4:20. Try to swing in the lights. Detective Marty, based on your familiarity with this area and this location, the video that says U.S. Tower East View, what direction, cardinal direction does it face?
It's facing towards the east, capturing vehicles going westbound.
Okay. And the bottom, the U.S. West parking, what road is it facing in what direction?
It's still facing Pines Boulevard. It's facing west. And it would actually capture vehicles going east and west, but it's more focused on vehicles going eastbound.
Okay. And so when you say more focused on vehicles going eastbound, you mean closer to the camera? Would be that step?
Yes, closer to the camera.
Detective Moretti, in reviewing this footage at 4:06, was there a dark-colored vehicle traveling westbound?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a red vehicle traveling westbound in connection with
East or west, no red vehicle was traveling.
And that was at 3:53 as well?
353 as well as 406, there was just the one solo vehicle traveling by itself.
concludes publishing through 4:20 a.m. So going back to our 772-713-9807 CDR. You had just talked about 3:53 a.m. in line 145. I want to skip ahead to 406, and we'll come back to 403 in just a minute. So 406 is here in line 156. It's been labeled as state's quadruple Q for identification purposes. It's previously shown to the defense counsel. Detective Rennie, I'm showing you it's been marked as state's triple Q for identification purposes only. Straight state's triple Q, what is that?
This is Pines Boulevard and 196th Avenue.
Okay. Does the latitude and longitude reflected on state's triple Q of 26.010021 and negative 80.4088939
Yes, ma'am.
accurately reflect the line 156 of the CDR we've been looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that point on the map accurately and fairly depict where that location is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request him in state's quadruple Q in state's 89.
Any objection?
I know it's shocking, but the same objection.
Same. Noted, overruled. May be admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, and Detective, this is a 4:06 a.m. If you would be so kind as to show the Montessori Academy again. So I want to go back now to 4:03 a.m., which is highlighted in line 154 of this CDR, or timing advance from T-Mobile for 772-713-9807. Do you know how the environment data is done on this CDR?
Are you asking how T-Mobile produces it?
Yes.
Basically, it's from what it's determining or it's interpreting the location of the phone based upon its environment. And it either says mobile, outdoor stationary.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes. Don't form any opinion about the case to allow anyone to discuss the issue. Pleasure serving no research, no heads on your chair. Thank you. Sure, we're in recess for a minute. Mr. Devins, need a restroom break?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Range up one. Thank you. We're in recess. The attorneys, the witnesses on the stand, and the jury's in the jury room. So, counsel, why don't you go step by step and just explain to me what we're doing?
Sure. What I have also is an additional item from State 63 on the screen, Your Honor. This is the definitions page provided by T-Mobile and was introduced as part of the records in this case, where it explains exactly what each column means. And then here, for example, column 5, environment, indicates whether the call was determined to be indoor, mobile, or outdoor stationary.
Okay. So, as to what the witness is going to say about the new coordinates here, I think you said it was at 4:03 a.m. on phone 9807, the last four digits.
Yes, sir.
And at that location, where is this going to be at?
That location is going to be at Pembroke Road in US 27.
And
approximately 100 meters, 100 feet.
The 9807 number was 400 feet from the crime scene, and Anthony Williams' phone was 100 meters from the scene.
Okay.
And you're saying that, going back to the first exhibit you had on the location there, you're saying that on one of these lines, it basically indicates,
Yes, Your Honor.
under environment, line 5.
154, which is the coordinates that I just showed you, what's been marked as states quadruple R for identification, the Pembroke Road in US 27. That is the outdoor stationary notification that the T-Mobile network is saying as to the location of the phone.
Thank you. And your objection is?
Our objection is that the FBI agent, Brendan Collins, testified that not only can he not give an accurate location, but cannot tell and does not use the environment as absolutely unreliable. And the reason they brought in the FBI agent, so the court knows later down the line, and listed him and brought him in late in the case, several years, I believe, later, is because they realized that the individual, specifically this detective, was not qualified to testify to the items that the court has, that the state is now inquiring. And that was the sole purpose of adding him late in the game and making us take his deposition rather late in the game. I mean, that's what the FBI agent testified to. The environment is absolutely unreliable. He doesn't even know how it works. And they never, ever use it in any jurisdiction that the FBI is working on. And the mere fact that that prints, whatever it prints, means nothing.
Judge, could I ask for 5 minutes just to find in the transcripts where he did it so I can direct the court directly to where the FBI agent testified, not only in trial?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Can we be in recess during that period of time?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, is there anything else you want to share with me, Ms. Bratton?
No, Your Honor, not this way.
All right, so we'll be in recess. You show me what you're talking about in the transcript of the Brendan Collins.
Thank you, Judge.
I think so, but I think what Natalie said is true. I mean, I think there's shifting loyalties here. It's sort of we're dancing around something, but we don't exactly see what it is. And so because of that, there's still room to argue it both ways.
All right, it remains to be seen what happens next, but we're going to find out at the top of the hour. I do want to thank Dr. Bulber for joining us. Great analysis. And Natalie, you're going to stick around here with me. We're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more ahead down in Florida as more of the YNW Melly trial continues. Stay with us.
find it yet, Counsel?
Judge, not specifically on that point. I know I did ask if the court wants to see from the deposition transcript. That question was very clearly asked because when
I've got a note here that when Agent Brennan Collins from the FBI testified, he did indicate that he said he can testify as to records are consistent with time and date are critical. He goes on a host of things that he was discussing, but when it came to environmental issues, he said it can affect the calculation meters, not miles. Small deviation.
Your Honor, I think that was in regards to foliage, meteorological issues and things like that. That was the environment. In terms of this particular on the environment data or column, my recollection is that this was not asked on cross by Ms. Liberty, but that he said he does not rely upon this in doing his calculations. However, you could look at other collateral sources and corroborate whether this was or was not accurate.
Your Honor, may I? The mere fact that this is burden shifting. The burden is on the proponent of the evidence to establish its authenticity and that it is what it purports to be. The mere fact that the state is saying that the defense hasn't showed that it's not reliable is in fact an admission that the state has not shown that it is. And the only evidence that they're pointing to is a hearsay out-of-court statement by somebody at T-Mobile purporting to describe how it works and not even giving any indication as to the reliability of that that is pertinent to our objection here, which is how are you telling whether the person is inside or outside? I have one of these apps to track my daughter's movement. She's 2 blocks down the road at a friend. It's saying that she's at the house. So this whole notion, one, that it is precise, and two, that it can tell with specificity and reliability sufficient for a jury to rely upon in a murder case, that you are inside or outside when they have no expert laying that predicate. And it is required of them to do so before attempting through this witness to muscling that information under the guise of it being accurate when it in fact is not. And if they had a witness who could establish that it was, one, they should find that witness, and two, they should present it before trying to present this information. They can't just say, well, the T-Mobile records say it, because one, it doesn't say it, and two, even if it did say it, it does not establish its reliability.
All done?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, respectfully, I overrule the objection. It appears to me that that's all filed for cross-examination. This is all part of the document. It's in evidence. The document says what it says. And so, objection notice overruled. Can we get the jury back in?
Jurors entering.
Once again, reflecting the presence of our jury, the defendant, Mr. Dennis, as counsel, the state attorney, the witness remains understanding. Counsel, if you would proceed, please.
Thank you. Okay. So, Detective Moretti, we're now going to line 154, and that is at 4:03 a.m., 10/26/2018. We were talking briefly about the environment column on line 154, the environment column under D. What does it say?
Outdoor stationary.
So I'm now approaching with what's been marked as state quadruple R for identification purposes and previously shown to defense. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does state quadruple R fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude here on line 154 of 25.993.063 and negative 80.428081?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an accurate location as to where that GPS point is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence state quadruple R as state 90.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised.
Thank you. Objection not overruled.
States quadruple R will be marked states 90.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go here to publishing states 90. Once you have your bearings on this, this point from the 9807 phone, I'm going to switch over to the other side, at 4:03 a.m. What area does this depict?
This is the actual crime scene on US 27 and Pembroke Road.
And approximately where along Pembroke Road on this map were those casings discovered?
It was on the south side of the road, about 820 meters from US 27. 820 feet from US 27, and approximately where the GPS coordinate is at.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the next point, and the map's going to turn next to its home. So going forward now to 4:42 a.m. That is line 185 for defense counsel, showing what's been previously marked as states quadruple S and shown to defense counsel prior for identification purposes only. Showing you states quadruple S for identification. Detective Moretti, do you recognize that?
It is Pembroke Road and Southwest 178 Avenue, which is in our jurisdiction of Miramar.
Does the latitude of 25.989873 and longitude of negative 80.386462 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude from line 185 of the 772-713-9007 cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple S in and publish for the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple S will be marked states 91.
Okay. So Detective Moretti first showing with the information on the back. And then publishing on just the point. So Detective Moretti, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Southwest 178th Avenue south of Pembroke Road?
It's a subdevelopment. It's called Silver Lakes within the city of Miramar.
Okay.
The area we're looking at is south of Pembroke Road.
And you said it's a development. Is that commercial or residential?
Residential development.
And so this was 4:42 a.m. forward and showing what's been marked as state quadruple T. It's been previously shown to defense counsel on that for identification purposes only, as well as approaching with states 71. Let me show defense counsel on state 71. State 71, page 20. First, showing you as part of State 71, page 20. In blue, there is an address in that message. Can you read that address aloud?
3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida 33029.
And in terms of showing you now what's been marked as state quadruple T for identification purposes only. I'll show you all of the exhibit first and then ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
So Detective Moretti, I'm going to go forward now to 8:46 a.m. which is reflected on line 315 of this CDR. It states what's been marked for identification as states quadruple T fairly and accurately identify the latitude and longitude of 25.97775 and negative 80.405479 on the blue dot.
Yes, ma'am.
Does states what's been marked as for identification as states quadruple T fairly and accurately identify the location of 3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida, on that map?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those fairly and accurately depict those locations in Miramar, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple T, states 92.
Same objection?
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple T will be marked states 92.
So I'm going to take back states 71 again. And publishing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the address that you just read aloud. And Detective Moretti, if you'd be so kind as to say the date and time that address and message were sent and read.
It was let's see, it was read sent on 4:45, 4:46 a.m. and actually. Okay, it was sent on 10/26/2018 at 4:45:46 a.m. and it was read on 4:45:50 a.m.
Okay. So now going to states 92. First showing that same address. And so it's clear for the record, the address on this map is indicated by what color pinpoint?
Green.
Okay. Going now to the latitude and longitude that we previously discussed.
And it is blue.
And so now to take in without the okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Approximately how far apart are they?
They're about maybe less than a mile apart.
Okay. After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's. There was a video from the Monastery School. We were on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
It was much to our surprise that those cameras do not record.
And so the initial date of when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was the 9th of November.
Okay. So after November 9th, you obtained the Montessori School footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to getting those T-Mobile records, did you have any indication that Pines Boulevard was an area where you should be looking for video surveillance?
Prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. And travel to build at night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps. It's a very desolate place in the middle of the Everglades.
In terms of when you were getting there on the west side of US 27, what terrain features are there?
On the west side of US 27 is a canal that runs north and south, and that is marshy swamp areas.
Okay. To get on going now, describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 208th Avenue. Where does that road run?
It runs north and south. It connects Pembroke Road to Pines Boulevard. However, on each side, north and south, there is a gate that prohibits any travel.
Okay. Do you know what is located on that street as to why it is?
A fire training academy is located up there.
Okay. And what jurisdiction is between Pines and Pembroke Road?
Their jurisdiction, Pembroke Pines jurisdiction starts in the middle of Pembroke Road. We have the south side of Pembroke Road. They have the north side of Pembroke Road, and the line in between, the yellow line in between divides our two cities.
Okay. So now you talked about, so on US 27 going down from west to east on Pembroke Road. What's on either side of the road?
On Pembroke Road, it's marshy swamp area. There's absolutely nothing there.
When you get to the far eastern edge of Pembroke Road, when you access it from US 27, is that open to the public?
No, it's a closed area because of the waste management dump out there, and it doesn't even connect all the way through. It goes maybe another quarter mile in, and then it's the entrance to the dump, and that's it.
Okay. Is there a gate at the entrance to the waste management facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an additional gate at the far western end of Pembroke Road? I'm sorry, the eastern end of the western part?
Yes.
Would it be more helpful if I showed you a map to describe these?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states quadruple U. Detective Rennie, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple U. So don't show it to the jury just yet. Sorry. Do you recognize that map?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the geographical location you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple U in as states 93.
Any objection? No. It's admitted. What's the number, Travis?
93.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective Rennie, I'm going to put this up here to publish. And so we're going to start over here on US 27. Could you indicate on the map up ahead, and you can either use your finger or if you want to go really old school with a pointer. Take your pick.
I could probably use the pointer.
Could you indicate that canal that you indicated on the west side of US 27?
You're going north and south, running parallel with US 27 Canal Bridge.
Okay, so I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'm going now to show the 208th Avenue. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the gate is on the south end of 208th Avenue?
There's a gate right here.
Okay. And will you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road as to where traffic is stopped?
Repeat that again?
Can you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road? And in terms of the waste management facility, is that indicated and shown on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
Right where it says waste management.
And in terms of the access to that, is there a gate for there as well? Sorry, move it up just a
That was actually right about it.
Okay. And we just learned that if you touch on that screen, it works too. Okay, Detective Murray, if you resume your seat. Detective, did you have an opportunity with the Broward Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit to travel from the studio at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue
Yes, ma'am.
to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27 via helicopter?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video of that flight captured?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the points of travel that you referred to from the college and hotel records and the time in advance records you found with them?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also want to talk about, did you have an occasion at approximately 3:20 in the morning to go to 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then travel from that location across 595 to I-75 to Miramar Parkway and then out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that filmed with video to fairly and accurately show the conditions at 4 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as quadruple J for aviation and states quadruple K for the nighttime traffic. Detective Murray, approaching and showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes only, the states quadruple J and quadruple K. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, my initials and badge numbers on it.
Did you have an opportunity to review those before you came in here to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the flight from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue to the location, and as well as the dark condition driving.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple J and states quadruple K at states 94 and 5.
May I ask one or two questions?
Yes, sir.
And do it from here.
Sure.
I'm getting tired. What day did you do the helicopter trip?
Maybe about a month ago. I don't have the exact date. It would be on the video.
I'm sorry, a month ago?
About a month ago, sir.
2023?
Yes, sir.
So that would be June of 23?
Yes, sir.
While we were in trial?
No, it was before the trial started.
Picking a jury then?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, June of 23.
No, this is going to sound like promise objection.
Well, it's to the predicate. I'm sorry, Judge.
No problem. Two of us can't talk at one time, but in any event, proceed, Counsel.
The nighttime driving at 3:20, you said?
3:20 in the morning, yes, sir.
What day did you do that?
It was probably about maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
So that would have been in
maybe April.
April of 23?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at any of the conditions, whether or not there were any accidents in 19, 18 when this occurred?
No, sir.
Did you look at whether or not the weather conditions were the same as when you went out in June and April of this year?
No, sir.
Objection on predicate.
You can I see the
Foundation
side?
and relevancy.
Done? Are you done?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Can I see the sidebar, please?
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Detective Moretti, I want to go back in terms of the weather conditions of October of 26th of 2018. Do you recall in terms of, were there any storms?
There was no storms, ma'am.
And how do you know?
We were outside most of the day.
Okay. And when you did the drive at nighttime, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection as to exactly when that was done?
We did the video, actually.
Okay.
The video should have a timestamp on it, as well as I think I produced a timeline for you as well. And a report from the crime scene technician who filmed it.
Okay, and that was with Miss
Carroll.
Okay. And do you have notes as to the time frame in which you did that video with you today? Or is that reflected in a report?
I'm not sure if I have those notes with me, ma'am.
Okay. So let me go ahead and what I can do is I can show you the video. I'll take it off of the computer here. Did you select a time and date to do the video so it would be the same in terms of the daylight savings time and the lighting conditions on that day?
We did it at the same exact time as the incident.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you what is marked for identification as states quadruple K. And looking on the date of the video creation, does that refresh your recollection as to when it was done?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that done?
As March 10th, 2022 at 3 a.m.
And in terms of the weather conditions on March of 2022, were they the same or substantially similar to that of October 26th of 2018?
Substantially similar.
In terms of the lighting conditions, were they the same or substantially similar at the locations at US 27 as they were in 2018?
Substantially similar.
Have there been any additional lighting or street lights installed?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any removed from the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
No, ma'am.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict how US 27 and Pembroke Road looked in both 2022 as well as 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any development?
No, ma'am.
Any additional buildings?
No, ma'am.
Any additional businesses or anything put out there?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would renew the state's motion to move in state's quadruple K into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, same objection.
Objection, no, it's overruled.
Okay, and then with regards to state's quadruple, I'm sorry, that was state's quadruple K.
Excuse me 1 second. What's the exhibit going to be? Okay. Quadruple K, I'm sorry.
Quadruple K will be states 94.
94 and ever.
And with regards to state's quadruple J, I'm going to show you that one now. And you previously looked at these?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the lighting conditions in state's quadruple J. I'm sorry, state's quadruple K. Travis, I think I mixed them up a little.
Excuse me 1 second, guys. Can you show the exhibits to Travis, both of them, wherever's been marked?
I didn't put the numbers on them, so they can switch with the ones on my phone. Was that state's quadruple J, actually, that I just published the night 10 drive? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So correct it, please.
So states quadruple
J.
will be states 94.
Thank you.
So showing now
Excuse me, is that the flyby or the drive-by?
drive.
Drive.
So in looking at what has been marked now as states quadruple K for identification, is the lighting conditions the same?
No, ma'am.
In terms of being able to accurately show the path of travel as determined, is this the most efficient way of doing it?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
In terms of doing this on a nighttime drive on that, where there are changed road conditions?
The reason we filmed this during the day was because of the lighting conditions makes it more visible. The recording studio is no longer there. When we did the actual nighttime drive, there was construction on 595 and 95, so we had to divert. We didn't start. We had to extend the recording a little bit. So
in terms of the recording that is in right now is states 94 from the exit of Miramar Parkway and I-75 to Pembroke Road and US 27. Is that fairly accurately depicted?
yes, that's that.
So in terms of showing the actual road travel, how does the flyover show that better than trying to drive?
It's a more accurate depiction because it's at night. You can see it a lot easier. The construction is no longer on 95 and 595, so it clearly depicts the path that was taken that night.
Was there construction on October 26th of 2018 on those areas?
Not to my knowledge.
Here at this time, the state would renew its motion to put states quadruple K in as states 95.
Objection on relevancy, predicate, foundation.
Thank you. Objections notice overruled. It'll be admitted.
So states quadruple K will be states 95.
95. Perfect. Okay. So I would start with publishing states 95. So Detective Reddy, if you could please point out what we are looking at here first. Oh, and the lights, please, Travis.
Right here is the where the recording studio used to be.
And so at the top of the screen, is there a compass which indicates the heading?
Yes, right there. And then this is Flagler Street, which goes up to Sunrise Boulevard. And then this is Sunrise here. And you would make a left, which then would head west on Sunrise Boulevard. Take Sunrise west to 95.
Detective Reddy, when you did the drive of this, it took approximately how many minutes to get from the studio to Miramar Parkway?
Probably about 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes, something like that. this is the 95 ramp here.
So which direction is the helicopter that you're in traveling now?
We are moving south now.
When you get to Broward Boulevard, at that exit, will you indicate, please?
We took 95 down to 595.
Understood. And just for purposes of keeping reference as to where it is, are you for Broward Boulevard and the other locations? Was that Broward that was just passed?
I believe so, ma'am.
So where is the helicopter traveling now at this point?
We are turning west onto 595. That would be the turnpike entrance. Still on 595 heading west.
And just so it's clear, you can indicate which road is the pointer on the big screen, so everybody can see which road you're following.
We're still on 595.
And Detective Ray, I think the next thing I'm going to ask you to indicate to Lieutenant Moser is when the express lane's toll booth is shown, that we watched the footage from already.
We're going to be closer to 75.
Okay. Detective Ray, I'm going to ask you to go back to your Air Force days. What does an airspeed of 100 knots translate to?
I didn't fly to military now.
Okay.
If you look to the right, it has the miles per hour.
Thank you.
passing hiatus coming up to Flamingo. Southwest 136. And that would be the
Southwest 136 right there, or I'm sorry.
Well, it's 136 right here, and then there's the Sun Pass.
Okay.
And then we'll be turning south on I-75 heading south.
Just so you can indicate which road on this would be that direction. and switch to the other view.
We just passed Sheridan Street. That's Pines Boulevard.
Captain Marty, what is the exit just before Miramar Parkway?
Pines Boulevard. We're exiting Miramar Parkway now.
Okay, and that is at 15:07, and we're stopping it at 15.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Sorry, I'm gonna let it continue on until 15:30. Now publishing states 94. And Travis, I'm gonna ask the other light as well, please.
Is that exhibit 94 or 95?
94.
94. Thank you.
So Detective Marty, if you could explain where this video picks up.
We are right now on the off ramp to enter onto Miramar Parkway from I-75. We are now on Miramar Parkway, heading west, approaching Southwest 160th Avenue, which is also known as the Dykes Road.
And to the right of the screen, what direction is that, cardinal direction?
To the right of the screen, that would be the, we're traveling west now, so to the right would be the north.
Okay. And if you could, when you get to the Pollo Tropical, if you could identify that.
We just, there's a Chili's just past there. Should be coming up to a Target. the entrance to Regional Park, which is on the right side. We're still heading west. So there's the Boulder Tropical right there. Gas station, we should be coming up to Southwest 172nd Avenue, which is a McDonald's.
And if you go north on Southwest 172nd Avenue, what is located at Southwest 172nd Avenue and Pembroke Road?
That would be the hospital, Memorial Hospital.
And if you indicate again when you get to 184th, which was the end of the walking, I believe you testified to by the officers in your mark.
Yes.
Okay.
This is 178th, which is Silver Lakes, Southwest 178 Avenue. The next light you see, the green lights, is going to be Southwest 184th Avenue.
To get to the entrance of 40th Street for Sunset Lakes, the guard gate, which way would you turn at 184th?
You make a left, and you would head south on 184th.
You turn right on 184th.
You head north into Pembroke Pines.
On Miramar Parkway, does it connect through to US 27?
No. This is 184th right here. You're turning right, which is heading north.
During the time of this video, are you operating the vehicle?
I am driving, and Miss Carroll is recording in the passenger seat.
Are you observing posted speed limits?
Yes.
Are you purposely driving slower than the speed limit?
I'm driving exactly. I'm driving exactly at the speed limit. We're coming up to Pembroke Road.
Does Pembroke Road connect through if you turn left there to US 27?
No. The red lights we're approaching is Hines Boulevard.
Does Pines Boulevard connect to US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the next road? Let me rephrase. Is there another road in Broward County south of Pines Boulevard that connects to US 27?
No, ma'am. turn left, which is heading west on Pines Boulevard.
And when the Montessori Academy is on the left, because the
Correct.
letters indicate it.
This would be the Montessori School.
Okay.
Coming to US 27. We will remain on the left, heading south. Coming up Pembroke Road.
Is there a traffic light at Pembroke Road?
No. Left-hand turn, which will be east on Pembroke Road. this is Pembroke Road.
Approximately what time of the morning is this that you're doing this video at right now?
We're here approximately at around 4 a.m.
How many times have you been out to this location before you did this drive?
Several times.
And what vehicle just passed you?
That is a waste management vehicle going out to the dump. Now we're turning around.
Is there a particular reason you chose that spot to turn around?
That was the approximate crime scene location.
As we turn here on 27, you're allowed to submit this to be a logical place to break?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your own lights, please. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 5, so my thought is we'll break through today. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research, just leave your notepads on your chair. You'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the order reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. The witness remains on stand. Anything from this witness tonight?
No, just check ready. I cannot contact you or speak to you in any way. If there's any emergency or something, please contact you in my office or the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We have an issue, Judge, we'd like to discuss outside the presence of this witness.
Sure. You stepped out, sir. Come on, 9 a.m.
Dan.
All right, the witness. All right, the witness stepped out. Counsel, what do you want to discuss?
We need the assistance of the state to bring back Special Agent Collins when the state rests. We never anticipated that this witness would be qualified, able to testify to the coordinates or any of that, which is contra to everything that the FBI agent testified to in his deposition and what have you. And there's additional items to go through. In order for us to subpoena him, we have to go through the Justice Department, as the court probably knows, because we're defense attorneys and they're not that quick to respond to us, and we have to fill out paperwork and get permission. Since the state has called him, we would ask the state's assistance to get him in when and if we put on a case.
My understanding is Special Agent Collins was on a TDY. That was the information I gave
What?
me. A TDY, which is Manderson sort of training deployment, and will be out of the country for the entire month of July. That's why I had to rush to call him so early in the case. He told me it's pushed back, delayed for the start date, so he would be available last week if I needed to put him back as far as that, I think, but I don't believe he's in the country.
It's June.
It's July.
Oh, it's July.
Council, if you could just verify whatever it is, and then speak to. I'm sorry, yes, sir?
I said, if they would assist us and let us know if he's available, fine. If not,
He might be available by soon.
So can you do that, check into that?
So I would say emailed him on a different issue, and he has not responded. So I don't believe he has access to his email. That's the only way I can get in contact with him. So I'm happy to try and assist on that. But the defense still has to do the proper procedures before you'd be able to testify.
All right, but you're going to make some inquiries, and you'll speak to Councilman Edelstein and his cohorts.
In terms of the defense doing the proper procedures, Your Honor, that is a procedure that takes several weeks, if not months. So that's not feasible. That's why we're asking for the state's assistance in bringing him back. So because the hoops we have to jump through would have him here in September.
Thank you.
A one-page letter that has to be written around.
I don't know what it is, Council, but you said you're going to make inquiry, and that's what I'm asking you to do, to contact them, and we'll, once we find out where it's located, what is the next order of business, so to speak. So, how much more do you have of this witness, Counsel?
A lot.
So, are you going to be on direct for the rest of the day tomorrow?
I think we might start. We might start cross, perhaps. I said there's, a lot of messaging and phone data to go through and publish.
But you're going to be most of the day tomorrow, you think, when you're direct? And you have a substantial amount to go over on cross?
I would think so at this point. If they're going to take most of the day, I would ask that you not start crossing. So,
and you see what time of break, what time it is. I'm not guarantee anything, but
no, I understand. I understand. But
on after Detective Moretti, State intend to call any other witnesses?
Not at this time, right?
So
there's something that might change, but
understood. So right now it's Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday. You're going to be most of the day Tuesday. Council thinks if he gets to him tomorrow or not, he'll take at least half a day Wednesday. Is that about right, Mr. Edelstein?
yes, sir.
So assuming you don't call any more witnesses, state would be resting, then you'd be prepared to bring some witnesses in either Wednesday afternoon or Thursday, depending on how it goes. Is that right, Mr. Edelstein?
I have to confer with co-counsel. I can't answer that right at this moment.
Well, I'm just trying to get
an
idea. So you're prepared to go ahead. That's the way it sounds like to me. Am I correct, Ms. Bradley?
yes, sir.
All right, so we're talking about sometime, this week you'd be calling witnesses.
Judge, the only issue on that is we had the deposition, the first part of the deposition of the defense's witness, Larry Daniel, was done on last week. Then we had agreed and came before Your Honor on Friday morning to bifurcate that deposition, and we agreed to do it on Saturday. I then procured a court reporter for 5 p.m. on Saturday at the request, and after Ms. Liberty had acknowledged she would produce the witness at 5 o'clock. However, then at 4:57, I got an email from Mr. Howard indicating that they were no longer going to be having their expert and producing their expert. So I'm going to have to need some sort of court intervention to make sure that that deposition happens in a timely fashion. Mayor, Judge.
Before somebody responds, are you still intending on calling Mr. Daniel?
We do intend to call Mr. Daniel. We do not intend to call Mr. Daniel to address the subject matter for which the state wants to further depose him. It's outside the scope of what he's being called for. And so we're not making him available for them to put him to task to review what the state would have him review that's unrelated to the testimony in its entirety. So remember,
I don't understand. I thought he was an expert originally in Cellbrite, then he was switched over to Fitbit or something along these lines.
that to pedometer versus Celebrate. What the state is asking him to, the witness to do, is to go and review some Celebrate information and cell tower information so that the state can inquire of him on that subject, not regarding the pedometer test. And so we're not making him available for the state to go exploring and putting him to task. He's on our dime.
So he's going to testify as an expert regarding Fitbit.
If he testifies at all, that would be the pedometer. That would be the scope of his testimony.
Have you deposed him on that issue?
No, Your Honor. That was what the expert said. He needed the data from Celebrate to look at the activity data because the information that was sent to him by Miss Liberty was corrupted. So then I helped out and sent him a brand new copy of the cell phone download so that he could review it. I am still trying to ask him questions specifically on the activity and location data that is found in the phone. And for most of the answers to the questions were things to the effect of, well, don't quote me on that, I have to check my notes. He was doing it from the side of the road in a car, so he has to go back and check his notes. He also, they have not yet provided me these screenshots that he mentioned in the first part of the depo that he had said he had received. I'm just asking to have the information and be able to have the witness answer questions after he's reviewed everything. Because it's the state's deposition of the defense witness. And a deposition is wide latitude in the areas that you can cover, questions that you can ask. On that, the state wants to make sure we are prepared and in whatever area he is trying to answer questions, and if we need to file a dowry. So the state needs to be able to complete the deposition, and we were prepared and ready to do so on Saturday before it was canceled, 3 minutes before it was set to start.
She's not actually forthcoming, Judge. She had actually asked if we could do it on Sunday. Mr. Daniels said he was not going to work on the Sabbath. This was something that he teaches on Friday. We explained to the state he teaches. He was actually traveling. I was trying to get this done so he could be in his house and do the notes. I offered him up Tuesday or Wednesday evening. I know Mr. Howard Joe has filed a motion on pedometers. I don't know if we need to argue that motion before we even determine, because if he's successful on his motion, I don't think we need to have the deposition. So I would ask that we have time to argue his motion maybe tomorrow morning.
So with regards to that, I wouldn't be prepared to argue the motion until I finish fleshing out their expert opinion on that. So I need to have to do everything in order.
That's not so. The basis of my motion is authentication concerning the state's introduction of the evidence and what is required in order for them to introduce the evidence in the first instance. Our witness would be there to rebut the evidence that is being presented by the state. And so inquiry of the expert, of the defense expert, does not address or even implicate the question of whether or not the state has satisfactorily laid a foundation on authentication for admission of the evidence in the first instance. So Ms. Liberty is correct to the extent that we could obviate the need for any depositions if the court reviews the motion and rules favorably in defense position.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, sir.
So let's do this. Take everything one at a time. Counsel's asked to take the deposition of your expert. She hasn't deposed the expert yet, the way I understand it. So let's get the deposition done. I don't know where you would intend to call that witness, but you make them available. Work it out. What's good for you, Madam State?
I could do potentially Wednesday after court.
Is that good for you?
That's
Can you
fine.
check with your witness?
That's one of the dates I offered her originally, Judge, yes.
So that's good. Set it for Wednesday after, all right? And then you take a look at your thing. I haven't seen the motion yet. The motion was filed.
It was filed at a late hour last night, but it...
haven't seen it. So...
hope you enjoy it.
Pardon me?
I hope you enjoy it. It's an effort to do.
I have no problem taking a look at it. You don't have a hard copy there, do you?
I actually do.
Just for the timing it was filed, so I can check my email. You said a late hour.
Around before 11 p.m., I want to say 10:26.
Okay.
There's a problem sometimes where they don't, the clerk's office, even though it's filed, it doesn't show up on the clerk's system right away. I don't know why or what it is, but
There's a delay. I've been
There's some
seeing in a
delay.
lot of my cases, so.
I'm asleep at that hour. I'm an old man, Judge. So I would know, even if it was filed.
Why are you telling us something we already know?
Which is, you got to
Because I got to get some levity in this courtroom somehow.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I think it's the mere fact that filing shows such deficiencies in technology even in 2023 kind of goes to the heart of the motion. So,
All right. Well,
that takes.
anything else to talk about, Mr. Howard?
No, sir.
I just want you to be aware today, when I did make the objection, we did not have the full transcript of Brandon Collins, and I don't want you to be annoyed if I bring it up again tomorrow once I get the cross-examination. Just if I.
No problem.
Have a lovely
Good
evening.
night.
Good night. No.
Please be seated. We are back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Jackson, you may resume your cross-examination of the witness whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Right before the break there, I had some issues with the recording. I was able to play you during the break the recording that I was asking you about. Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, thank you.
And that was in an interview or a conversation, recorded conversation you had with Detective Anderson in January of '09. And you told Detective Anderson that he was violent with her, correct?
I believe it was Summershoe, but yes.
Summershoe, okay. And you told him that he was violent with her.
Yes.
He would grab her violently.
Yeah, by the wrist, I believe is what I said.
And she pulled away.
Yes.
She looked embarrassed.
Yes.
You were concerned because she had bruises at some point.
Yes, she did have bruises.
And one time was on her cheek, another on her body somewhere.
I believe it was the hand incident I was referring to earlier, and then yes, in that recording I said that she had a bruise on her face.
And that concerned you.
Of course.
So that's a little bit different than when you told us that everything seemed fine, correct?
Yeah, I did not remember that.
Now I want to ask you another question that you were asked in the December 11th, 2008 interview. You were aware that Alyssa had threatened to call CPS on your dad if he didn't allow her to do certain things, correct?
I was aware that she had threatened to call CPS, or I was told that.
You told Detective Anderson that you had overheard those things.
I'd overheard conversations, yeah.
You knew that she wanted to get tattoos?
Yeah.
Tongue piercings?
Yes.
She thought you and your dad were boring?
I believe she'd said that before, yeah.
And your dad wouldn't let her get tongue piercings or tattoos until she turned 18, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you a question about a pretrial interview. Were you asked to do a pretrial interview in this case?
With the state?
With the defense. We requested to do an interview with you.
Oh, yes.
And you turned us down, correct?
Correct.
Now, I have one more question. I believe you testified on direct about some jewelry that Alyssa had that was your mother's.
Yes.
A set of jewelry, correct?
There were a few pieces, yeah.
Do you remember that question you were asked?
Yeah.
And you said that, I want to say that you said it was odd that she left that behind.
Yeah.
You know, because that was something from your mother, correct?
Yes.
It was odd to you. You believe she would have taken that.
Yeah.
But in 2008, you were asked by Detective Anderson about anything she might have left behind, if she had any heirlooms or anything she cherished. Do you remember Detective Anderson asking you that question?
I not remember, but if you say so, I believe so.
And you told Detective Anderson that she had a set of your mother's jewelry, but unfortunately it was stolen by your cousin David, who had come and lived with you guys. And it was stolen a couple years before she left. Do you remember telling him that?
If I said that, then sure.
Would you like to listen to refresh your recollection?
No, I believe you.
I mean, did you say that then?
Yes.
So that's different than what you said on direct, correct? You said that these heirlooms, she left, and that was odd to you, correct? But in an interview in 2008, you told Detective Anderson that those heirlooms were stolen, correct?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
She didn't answer the question. She still hasn't adopted that saying. She said, if it's said. So I'm asking her, did she say that?
You asked her if that was yes, and she said yes.
You're admitting that you said that to Detective Anderson.
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
So are you lying now or are you lying then?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
They both can't be true, correct?
Objection,
What is the objection?
argumentative.
Sustained.
Where's this jewelry now? Do you have it?
I'm not sure.
Well, if it's your mother's jewelry and your sister left it behind, that would mean you have it, correct?
I'm wearing my mother's ring right now, sir.
One of them. What about the ones that were stolen by David?
I didn't see David steal anything.
Your Honor, I would like to
That's
have a
the
refresher
confusion.
recollection on this, please.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. This is probably, this is somebody else's trial. Day 2 of their trial. Yeah, bro, my head was hurting, so I took a little nap. I ain't gonna even hold. I was like looking at a little bit of it before, but.
Yeah, wherever he at, nigga, he just blend into the background.
If Drake was with Dirk, he'd be playing gangster. He changed his personality every album. That wouldn't surprise me.
That's really a talent, I feel like.
For real.
Adapting
to your environment. Give that thing an Oscar.
That nigga's a chameleon, nigga, a prime actor, nigga. No cap. But nah, that's different though. You feel me? Because we've been watching that nigga on Degrassi since 2001, nigga. Like we know that that's not what you're doing. Like that might be, you might be having a little rich moment and you might be feeling yourself right now, but we know, like, you know what I'm saying? That's not really what he professing. But like a nigga who that's just all he talk about, that's what he come out professing, got paperwork, I think that's a little crazy.
So he, the 03 Greedo, he like a real gangster rapper, like.
Yeah.
He from out here.
He from
LA?
LA street nigga. Yeah.
Okay.
He from Watts. I know. 03 Greedo, a real street nigga.
That nigga had the Grape Street album, huh?
Yeah.
That nigga cold.
Yeah. So what they saying? Look, I talked to a lot of you feel me. Some of my Raptable members from over there, and niggas is saying that he didn't. So, you feel me? I'm gonna stand with that.
Well, look, right, so he's saying though, right? So look. So the cops, right? Oh, sorry. Right. So look. So like, the cops said that he said this, and he's saying I never said what the cops were saying I said, right? So listen, if you guys, just from an unbiased perspective, right? And if the police said this nigga told me that he received $3,000 to go in that wheel because these niggas was trafficking, right? And like he says, bruh, I don't know what they talking about. I ain't never told the cops none of that. Who do you believe, the police or the rapper?
Well, do they got
I don't feel like you can't believe anybody.
They got black and white documents.
So they got paperwork with bro name on it. Like
the cops are saying that he said this.
So the cops said he not a signed statement. It's the police saying that that's what he said.
Okay. I mean that's like a police
shit all
tactic.
the
You know what
time.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
They'll get little Jimmy in the room. Oh, Josh told on you.
Yeah,
Josh ain't said nothing.
Yeah.
Josh
That happened
told.
to me.
Yeah.
Well, really,
That's
they
happened
was
to me.
over there. Like they just trying to get
They're
something
trying
up.
to trick you into
Hell
it.
yeah.
That's happened to me before. When they was like, hey.
I don't know.
I feel like they could put anything on the paper when you behind the wall.
I feel like police could do anything.
Yeah, once they have you, you in their hands.
They can do whatever the fuck
I heard
they
they was
want.
making people snitch with AI.
And it's Texas.
AI to make people snitch.
And it's Texas, bro. You know they don't play that shit in Texas. He fought that case in Texas, bro.
Yo, wait though. I ain't gonna lie though. Like, that's a cold game right there, right?
Yeah.
Dog. Yo, listen, right? Tell him, right? Yo, bro. And he's like in that other room telling you, right?
Yeah.
You go to AI. You like craft up like a whole testimony of in his voice and say, listen, here's your man's out here.
He ran on you, yeah.
Yo, is that even legal?
I don't know.
No,
They can
no,
do whatever they
ain't no way
want.
that's
Can be legal.
They
no
make
way.
what's legal or what's not legal.
Technically, they can lie to you.
Yeah, they
They can
can.
lie to you.
To get you to
Oh, really?
Yeah. Nigga, it's happened to me before in the interrogation room. Nigga came in there with a fat ass folder. It's really my record. The nigga acting like it's a whole little transcript from him and my co-defendant. Nigga dropped the folder on the table. Was like, yeah, you might as well go ahead and give it up.
No.
He didn't told us at all.
God damn. Just keep on going off and shit. Yeah, this gonna be the last video, man. I'm sorry, bro. My head was hurting and shit. I was tired.
You might as well go ahead and give it up. I'm looking at
They tried to trick you.
You think I'm stupid for real.
Yeah.
I'm like, I
They
know
trying to
this
get
nigga
your
since
ass.
I was like
You
8.
tell?
I know this nigga since I was 8, bro. This nigga way harder than me. I'm like, it ain't no way.
He
I'm
ain't
like, it's no way.
Hey, I don't know about that. You feel me?
I'm like, it's no way. So I was like, I ain't gonna say nothing. Call my attorney. You feel me? They stopped questioning me. Nigga, we was both out by that night.
Oh, that's it.
That's
He didn't say a
cold.
word.
You knew the system, though.
He didn't say a word.
Yeah.
And they went and
Toughest
told
niggas
him.
talk first, though.
Not all the time. They went and told him the niggas who act the toughest. The real tough niggas mentally are not saying shit. The niggas who are professors, just because you kill people don't mean you tough, bro.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
easy to shoot people. You can
Yeah.
close your eyes and just get the, and everybody dead.
Yeah,
That's
no,
not
that's-
tough. Like,
Yeah,
nigga,
that's
guns
facts.
don't make you tough, nigga. It's way harder to squabble a nigga than shoot somebody.
Yeah,
That's
that's big
very
facts.
much
for anybody.
way
get a gun.
harder. Anybody shoot people, nigga. I know the scariest niggas that pull their guns out and get to using them. That shit don't make you tough, nigga.
Yo, right here. So look though. So like the most interesting part though about this whole like case, right, is right. So look, and there was a chick who helped like right. So like they first offered him 40 years, right?
Damn, 40 years.
Yeah.
Wait. What he had did though?
Like guns and drugs in the whip.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
guns and drug trafficking. Like they try to say like he was moving shit across state
Yeah.
lines type shit.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, he was
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So look, you know, they came and they offered him 40 years. Now apparently like some white chick, like some Karen, found her way just being a fan and a groupie, requested the body cam footage, right? Right?
Yeah.
That his own lawyers just never looked at. So like she like seen and say, yo, hold up now, bro. Like this is some like foul shit going on. Yo, Greedo, don't take that 40 years deal. Go to court and fight this shit, right? Because it was a false stop, blah, blah. So due to her now, and he got like 20 years, but only served 4, right? So now she's coming and saying, hold up now, bro. I looked at all of his entire paperwork, entire everything, right? He did not tell. You know, like those paperwork that 1090J got from the Grape Street was all fake paperwork, right? And it was altered. Now, yeah, right. So look, here's a statement which I can't read, but maybe Almighty can read it.
1090 Jake says, my name 1090 Jake. I'm the one that did the video on Greedo and received the paperwork from his hood. You got a minute to talk? She said, this man is an idiot and no, I won't talk to you. Instead of being a little bitch like you, I'll address it publicly. Since you seem to be lacking the cognitive ability to understand how legal paperwork works, basic research skills, have malicious intentions to spread nefarious lies for clickbait about a case which you know absolutely zero facts nor seen evidence of the case. I'll tell you something, sweetheart. I'll speak to you like the child that you are because I can tell you never went to college since you clearly do not have research skills to obtain information from factual or legitimate sources. One, obtaining legal paperwork. She talking crazy. One,
he's stupid.
Obtaining legal paperwork that has been falsely altered from the hood is not the same as obtaining official documents from the state or official government source. 2, spreading lies online to maliciously promote violence, malice, and publish false statements that is damaging to a person's reputation via your video is written defamation, a violation that you could be subjected to a lawsuit over. Damn.
And Josh, can you
Jake is in the comments talking about so
go
he's
to the other
suing
post
me
too?
or the grapes that sent it to me. I'm confused.
Can you go to like the other post?
So how do he be getting paperwork? Like he ain't
Supposedly this paperwork is from the co-defendant, but what I don't know the truth. You feel me? But I do know some sources from over there, some reputable sources said that the co-defendant is really mad about something else, something personal. So then this came out type shit. So it's like you don't know, but he supposedly got it from the co-defendant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
That's
right?
crazy.
Right. So look, so like that was like her last statement before she got exposed. So yeah, Josh, can we? Go ahead, Almighty.
She says, actually, I worked the case and this is false. He had a gun to his head for 11 minutes total. The police were out of line and this was a bad stop of racial profiling. He and his co-defendant were able to get out because I watched the footage and reported back to the attorneys it was a bad stop and Fourth Amendment violation. His original attorney never watched the police footage nor tried to help him by looking at discovery. His 40-year bid was simply to believe a convicted black felon into believing he had no chance when in fact he did. Excuse me. I've seen all the discovery and actually made the binders for his appeal. He's lucky to be out of Texas, and it was made possibly by yours truly. Greedo Post asks Katie about my 20 plus 20 year conviction and the Texas legal system. When the truth come out, stay on your side. Stay tuned.
Yo, one, listen, bro. Like, I don't know what type of dick and he done gave her, bro. But for this shit to like, dog.
Yeah.
Dog.
She riding.
Yeah, she riding for him.
Dog. bro, listen, right? So look, she did.
Does she not have some sort of legal?
No.
Nothing.
Bro,
is she not a lawyer?
No,
Never
nigga.
been to school for it or nothing.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Nigga.
She was trying to get that check.
Dog, hundreds of hours of free legal work for 03 Greedo just because she was a fan. Man, come on, bro. He had to be dicking her down, man. Right? Facts. Right now. Guess what though? So folks like dug into in her background, and she on some like all right racist shit, bro. Listen, bro. Look. So she was like, in Texas, right? Just dropped, right now. Apparently, like she parked like near this homeless guy's, like tent, right?
I know what you're talking about.
So hold on. You telling me that this girl right here is the girl who's trying to who's defending 03 Greedo? She was racist? I mean, she can't be that much racist if she defending a nigga.
He says, "Hey, please, can you please just just park a little bit, like down the street, right? Because
she like some type of
right?
some type of
it's loud." Man, the bitch reached into her fucking purse, man, pulled out that blicky, nigga,
and shot
bow.
him.
What?
The bitch killed the nigga.
What? Oh no.
He survived?
Yeah, right.
Man, chill out.
Right?
Whoa.
Hey.
That's
bro.
Nuts.
Yeah, she got to be a nut, or
he got 3 surgeries though.
Or we don't know the full
story. Yeah.
Bro, listen, she got found guilty, right? Right?
Oh.
And got off on probation, no time served.
She a white lady.
I said, how?
She was in Texas?
She's a white lady.
It was in Texas?
So she just went and blicked a random homeless man?
Yeah, Texas is different with that gun law, so
That just means that 9 times out of 10, the bum was probably doing something he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
He was probably on her neck.
Yeah.
Probably breathing down that.
They always try to downplay
it. Yeah. Because it's like, hey, my nigga.
3 times in the back, though, was crazy,
This is a public sidewalk.
Facts.
In the back?
This is a public sidewalk, nigga. You can't tell me to move my car. This is not your house. What are you talking about?
That is true.
If this bum nigga get to breathing on my neck in the car, nigga, I'm finna up it on his ass too.
Who is you talking to?
Who are you talking to? Nigga, on this, you didn't pay for this square inch of block.
On the sidewalk.
What we saying?
That is facts.
Sidewalk.
Nigga,
and we not gonna act like bums don't be tripping. Some bums are just homeless people who, down bad at the moment. But a lot of them motherfuckers be crazy. Some is just motherfuckers who can't get nowhere to live. But a lot of them be nigga out they fucking noggin.
Well, no.
Just because they shot him 3 times in the back, nigga, that's just because the first shot made him get little, nigga. That's what that means. The first shot made him tough. And the other ones was just to make sure he ain't come back.
We just seen the homeless dude get his ass.
I want to see the full.
Before
all right, hold on.
Partner Stack was, it was all
just the man. That's kind of the man I was looking for too. So this is.
What's up, everybody? Happy 4th of July. I've got my 4th of July gear on today, celebrating
Okay, I might as well
independence.
show
Always
myself.
fun, but we couldn't go without a video. You guys needed a Melly update.
Yeah, I was tired
One
of
the
shit,
updates
bro.
is
I ain't
stopped
gonna
last
lie
week
to
and
y'all.
It's not coming back until next Monday, July 10th. So we're just going to bring you back up to speed as to what's happened over the last couple days.
Matter of fact, I need some water, so hold on with that. All right, bro. I'm back. We want to get into this one because
where we're at and what the state's real focus is. So hit that like button if you haven't already, and make sure you subscribe to our page. We are climbing towards 250K, and maybe we will cross that barrier during this video on 4th of July. How fun would that be? So we start by finishing with Sergeant Williams, the trajectory expert. And on redirect, we finished cross. He basically just ended cross, and then we jumped right into redirect. It was a pretty short redirect.
Lack of blood in the passenger side group.
But he's slender. He's tall, but slender. Just a smidge of credibility, because I was like, man, I thought he was short for some reason. And we're about to hear now how tall is to this sergeant.
And in terms of, would you say that he has broad shoulders?
No.
Slender is literally the opposite of broad.
And you said he was 5'6", right?
Correct.
5'6", and he says correct immediately. Then he looks down to his notes because he's a smart guy. So I was going to say he's not dumb, but I decided to say he's smart is the nicer way to say that. I did not mean to say he's not smart. He is a smart guy. So he looks down, he's looking at his notes, and he's like, did I just say this guy's tall? That's 5'6"? I mean, like, objectively, maybe that's not short, but objectively, that's not tall. I think average is like 5'9", 5'10", something like that for an adult male. So 5'6" is definitely not tall and slender. He could have just gone with slender. So now if I'm the jury, if this is a big deal about the defendant's size, I'm looking thinking he's not tall. This guy said he's tall. This guy kind of realizes he made a mistake, I think. And once again, it's one of those things where it's like, why? Why do this? I don't really think you needed to describe his build like this. The jury is looking at him. And this is going a little too far. Now is where the prosecutor starts to make steps I think are missteps. Not that. That was just kind of a weird description of the defendant. But now let's listen
hold on real quick. No, fuck it.
into what she does.
In terms of that car that we were talking about, what's the best way to get an idea of how big the inside of that car is?
So the car, what's the best way to get an idea of how big the car on the inside is?
You can measure it, or you can also view it.
Where's that?
And it seems like this was practiced with these two, with the lawyer and the witness, which is nothing wrong with that. But he says you can either measure it or you can view it. Okay?
Sorry, no.
That car is in the crime scene unit forensic processing garage right now.
Is it available?
And she said, where's the car right now? He said it's in the crime scene processing unit.
That car is in the crime scene unit forensic processing garage right now.
Is it available for the jury to view this morning?
Yes.
Is it available for the jury to view this morning? And he says yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
And then she says, Your Honor, may we approach? We've seen jury views before. Everybody that's watched the Murdoch case, nothing wrong with a good jury view if it's necessary. But I will tell you, the vast majority of times jury views happen in cases, they're agreed to by the parties, or a motion is filed with the court, there's arguments made if the other side wants to object, and then the court makes a decision. And I wrote my live notes where if she didn't discuss this with anybody and then just said that to the jury, and they don't end up viewing the vehicle, now it very clearly looks like the defense wants to hide this from the jury, does not want the jury to view this vehicle, and that is absolutely prejudicial to the defense. So I was thinking maybe they did talk about it. Maybe she's going to set up a jury view. Well, later on, we get our answer to that. And stick around till the end if you want to know whether or not anybody knew about this.
So this is a recap from last time.
What's
So
going to happen about the jury.
I'm doing this
And
whole
remember his
recap.
answer when she said, oh, so it's downstairs in this building. Is it available for view this morning by this jury? And he says yes. Is that a true statement? I'm going to make a note to make sure I come back to that. All right.
That's two lawyers I listen to. I listen to him. I also
We start
listen to
arguing about,
Rivers. So
photos coming in. There's like 300 plus photos. Defense keeps arguing that they shouldn't come in, but they made the argument that this phone is not Melly's. This Snapchat's not Melly's. So the state's going to be able to get a lot in to try to prove that. And there were so many arguments going back and forth. And I kind of wrote down that it's annoying that both of these defense, and I thought they've done a great job, but it's annoying that they both keep arguing. It's like, who is taking this point? Because this guy will make an argument, and this guy's like, oh, one more thing, Judge, before the state even gets to respond. So now there's like multiple people firing at you, and the vast majority of courtrooms do not allow this. So I was surprised. Again, these are my live notes. The judge does say something about them later, which we'll get to. But the judge gets mad at the defense attorney for making these arguments, saying you should have filed the motion in limine long before when talking about these photos. But the defense responds, and the defense is actually correct here. So again, while certain things they did, I was like, come on, guys, you know better than that. But they actually corrected the judge on his argument. In my opinion, the judge didn't say like, oh, you're right, I'm wrong. But he ended up granting some of their objections because the defense explains it better than the judge on what you do when the state drops 300 photos on you, and now they want to put them all into evidence.
What's the 403 analysis?
Well, the relevance is the 401 analysis.
Right, I heard 403. All right, so relevance on past because they're trying to establish who owns the account. So the relevance objections overruled.
So he's like, stop arguing about relevance. You're making him prove that this account is his. We're moving past that. Talk about the prejudice.
What's the 403 analysis?
Okay, I understand, Your Honor, that it's overruled, but I'd just like to actually make the argument, which is, if their purpose is to establish ownership because of who is depicted on the videos, that would be undercut if we're seeing other people depicted on the videos. That does, if the person on the video establishes who owns the account, then it might be the other person's account. So that just shows that the argument does not carry weight. As far as the 403 analysis,
you can argue that to the jury. You can argue that to the jury.
Okay, I want to put my relevancy argument on the record for the court to consider.
And that's a little way of saying from the defense that, Judge, I think you're wrong. So I understand your decision, but I want to put this on the record so that when we do appeal this issue, if we lose, that it's appropriately on the record. I'm protecting the record for appeal because I think that you are wrong. Okay? That's not the part the defense was right about. We haven't gotten to their little argument that I think the defense was right about yet, but I think we're about to get there.
As far as the prejudice is concerned, Your Honor, in each one of these, it depicts Mr. Demons in a, what maybe, and we've only seen it. One thing we want the court to do is see them all, not assume the balance of them is not going to contain information that may have a 403 objection. So we first want to see them all and not be ambushed and try to unring the bell after.
You haven't seen them?
We haven't seen the ones, we haven't had them identify the ones that they intend to play. I mean, if you download some social media.
He's like, oh, you're saying you haven't seen him now? And the defense has seen him, but they've probably seen thousands of pictures, not just these 300.
With millions of items of information, and then come in here and cherry pick some to show, we need to see what they intend to play so that we can have some basis to either interpose an objection or not.
That's what they call a motion in limine. You file a motion beforehand, say, Judge, we need some determination as to all of these videos, which ones they're using or something along those lines.
So this is where I think the judge is incorrect. Now, generally, it makes sense. You should file a motion in limine before trial to keep as much out as you can or bring it in. It does not sound like there's been a lot of back and forth between the state and the defense as to we're going to put this in, we're not going to put that in. Or like in civil cases where you list every single exhibit you're planning on putting in and we have to put our objections next to them. It sounds like they didn't know which pictures were coming in. And to be fair to the state, they probably didn't realize they were going to have to prove this was his Snapchat. It seemed like it was obvious. They didn't feel like they were going to have to prove it was his phone. It was obvious. But the judge says, you should have done this before. You're way past making these objections. And I think the defense correctly explains it, makes the argument, and then the judge actually agrees and takes some of the pictures out. 200 plus pictures still come in, but there were a few that came out because they were prejudicial.
So we're not sitting in here while the jury's sitting in the jury room saying, what are they doing out there?
The other reason for the rules of evidence and the need for authentication is before they admit it into evidence, at the time, they establish its relevance. So this is the time for that. Not us asking, looking at...
The defense is right. This is the time for it because we don't know what they're going to put in, for what reason, or when. So even though they're authentic, it doesn't mean they're relevant to come in, Judge. So if we made that argument motion in limine, you would say, well, let's see how it plays out in the trial. We've all seen that before. Well, now we're seeing how it plays out in the trial, Judge, and now is when we have our argument. So this is when our objection. So this is when we want to make our argument. He's right. And the judge understands that, listens to their argument.
At 16 million items and saying, out of these, we are going to ask you to eliminate 14. The proponent of the evidence is the one that carries the burden of establishing the relevance of the evidence they propose to admit. And at that time, the relevancy or 403 objection becomes right because of what is ensued in the trial. And
I think he knows he's wrong at this point. This is a really good judge, by the way. I really do like this judge. He's doing his best. He's trying to keep it moving. It's very contentious lawyering on both sides. He's been really fair. He's kept it pretty light. So I do really like this judge. But I think he realizes the defense is right at this point, especially when there's millions of photographs. It's not the defense's burden to go through all million photographs and say, these 903 photographs are irrelevant or should be struck. These 97 are good. No, it's up to the state to say, we're going to use these 97. Then the defense responds with, these 12 of the 97 are not relevant, are not authentic, whatever the objection may be. And the way the defense explained that is correct, not the way the judge initially said it. And the judge is just showing his frustration at this point. Like, you guys keep saying you haven't seen this stuff. You've seen these pictures. Why didn't you object to these beforehand? And the defense is explaining why. And so the judge makes a call. And again, the judge does not hold this against the defense. And he does end up striking a bunch of these photos. So I'm going to jump up ahead for a second to show you when the judge correctly does come on to the defense here and say, guys, one person should be arguing here.
Is the juror hearing the voice and seeing?
And this is talking about now the victim's mom comes and testifies. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but I just want to, the judge and the lawyer interaction here is what I'm looking for.
Remember thinking and developing a sympathy and maybe feeling like they owe them. So there's, even if they don't become emotional, the risk of that happening does exist.
They show autopsy photos and everything else. There's all types of, and the jurors are explained to try to, you got to separate the emotion from it. It's part of the jury instruction that we give at the later time.
Yes, no,
serious case.
And you see how one lawyer made the argument. Now the other lawyer on the same team is coming up to make a different argument, responding to the judge again. That's annoying. And that when it happens once, it's no big deal. But when it happens throughout the whole trial, which it really has felt like it has happened, it makes it so much more difficult on the judge, makes the arguments take so much longer, and is appropriately not allowed. Like, appellate courts have appropriately allowed judges to say only one lawyer makes the argument.
It's certain pictures and certain things are emotional. The jurors are explained that in the instruction that they're not to let emotions play a role.
We understand the court's ruling, note our objection, and we certainly don't want to stand up and object of this testimony in front of the jury, because I think that draws more attention. So if the court will allow us to have an objection to this.
Do you have any objection to it? Standing objection?
Just for the record, Your Honor, they might as well say they look for Jimmy Hoffa, because they made no effort beyond what they already know. Or they just...
Again, now it's back to the other lawyer who's had a second to think more of his argument, so now he has more to argue. And this is all about Christopher Thomas's mom coming and testifying to ID him. The state had to prove. They tried to get other people to ID him. They couldn't. The defense was annoyed because they didn't actually try anything that they hadn't tried over years. They knew those people weren't going to be able to come and testify. So the mom is the one that's going to have to testify. And yet the state has let her sit there and listen to the entire trial. And the defense said, when Mr. Demon's mom wanted to come, we put the court on notice. The court allowed it. We had that discussion. They did not have this discussion. The state said they're not going to call Mr. Demon's mom. And they said they were not going to call Mr. Thomas's mom, but now they are. And they're saying because other witnesses are unavailable, but they're not actually unavailable. They didn't try to do anything to make that argument. That's the argument that's going on here. Judge ends up letting her testify. We'll talk about that. But again, this is more to focus on what the judge is about to do to the defense here. Rightfully so.
Same voice, the name of people they have there.
Like a tandem thing. I thought we talked about one attorney making the argument. It goes back and forth all the time.
Just want to make sure we have a complete record.
Well, then talk to yourselves about it beforehand. But one attorney making the case should argue for the state on this issue. One of you should be able to argue the issue, not have both of you come back and one after the next. All right, I've ruled.
And there he goes. He goes, one attorney. He said it very nicely. And the defense is like, we're trying to make a complete record. It's like, the rule, that's fine. Talk to each other, take your time, discuss your arguments, then one of you present the arguments. You can sit there and discuss with co-counsel, okay, make this argument, this argument, this argument, this argument. What you can't do is me make 4 arguments, then he makes 4 arguments. And then while he's arguing, I can think of more arguments, because then you could just go forever. And you do want a complete record. You do want an accurate record, but you do not want to take all day arguing back and forth. So one lawyer should be doing that. So Chris Thomas's mother does take the stand, identifies her son based on photos she was shown before court. They didn't bring up the photos again and make her do it. They show her the video, so she identifies her son gets in the back passenger seat. And she also identifies that Melly gets in the back driver's side seat. So that's important as well. She's able to put them in the chairs, the deceased, and then based on the trajectory analysis where he says the shooter was sitting, Melly was sitting. Now, so we're continuing to zone in that circle for the state. No drive-by. Nobody outside the car, must have been inside the car, okay? Where inside the car? Back driver's side seat. Okay, who was sitting there? Now we have identification as Melly. Was he still there? And that's when we get to all the cell phone pictures. Okay, so they put in picture after picture and clip after clip to prove this is his Snapchat. This is his cell phone. The state did a good job. You know, when somebody takes, I don't know if you've ever seen a selfie and somebody has like 50 pictures they take and they pick the best one. Well, whose phone do you usually take the 50 pictures on? Yours. And so that's what the state's arguing. A lot of these seem like duplicates, but he took 50 pictures of himself, picked the one he liked and put it on there to prove this was his phone that he was taking all of those selfies with. He picked the best one and posted it on social media. We're going to show that social media post. That proves ownership of the phone. That proves ownership of the Snapchat account. And I think the defense basically is kind of stepping in it because they've given the state a broader relevance besides just stipulating to it. Same thing with calling the victim's mom. Incredibly sad. The only thing they asked her on cross as the defense was, we just want to express our condolences. They put an objection on the record before the jury got in to not object while she's on the stand to draw more attention to it or make them look like jerks. They knew all of that. And that does look bad. And it is sympathetic for a victim's mom to come testify. How do you get around that? You can stipulate to the victim's identification. The judge even said that happens in most cases. They didn't do that here. So it was their decision to bring this potential extra sympathy. And the judge said, we have to tell them to put sympathy aside 1,000 times in a trial. This will just be another one. So they continue more and more and more photos. And I'm thinking to myself, I feel pretty confident now that this is Melly's phone and this is Melly's Snapchat. Now, are we going to get the GPS boom, 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 boom that show Melly's phone was right here when this happened? I know we have some cell phone data. I'd like that loop to be closed a little bit better, but I'm starting to believe it's Melly's phone. And one of the reasons that I'm starting to believe that is the defense going to bring in somebody that shows me a bunch of selfies of Christopher Thomas or Anthony or Bortland? Who else's phone? Who else is taking selfies? Who else is connected to all of their social media accounts? Who else is posting pictures on social media accounts from this phone? And while the defense does not have a burden, I think the state has proven it's Melly's phone. And the only reason I'm going to think it's not Melly's phone is if the state or if the defense comes and pokes some holes in that, not just by saying somebody else could have done this, but did anybody else do this with this phone? And if I don't get any of that evidence, I feel like the state's given me enough that this proves this is Melly's phone beyond a reasonable doubt. And then if we get there and we've heard the defense kind of make these arguments that, oh, it's not Melly's phone or somebody else could have used it, do I start to think the defense is lying? Is the defense losing any credibility with me as a juror that doesn't know any of these people from Adam? And the whole time they've been making me think, oh no, this is not Melly's phone. Lots of people use this phone. Well, who else? Because the state's given me some pretty good evidence and a lot of it to show that this is Melly's phone. So you have to be careful about making arguments like this because you don't want to lose credibility. It's a good argument and it's an important argument because of the phone pinging and tracking. But if they're going to be able to prove it, do you start to lose credibility? And that's something you worry about, right? And it's just one thing, right? A lot of things happening in the case. I'm just kind of diving into the cell phone data because they showed so many pictures today. So in the middle of the day, but the last thing we're going to talk about before they're taking a week off and things like that is the jury view of the car. If you remember, it's available to go view today, according to the sergeant. She brought it up in the presence of the jury. They heard that. And that's the best way to see how big the inside is and how we can fit Melly's, tall and slight frame. So let's hear the arguments now from both sides about that jury view of the car.
Jury can go and view the automobile. And we have been presented with a written motion that they have fashioned very quickly, nice and efficiently. We want an opportunity to respond. And so we would object to the viewing of the vehicle today. And if they're going to take 45 minutes of the jury's time to take out photos digitally, and that's all they're going to do when we come back and play them, we might as well conclude and get this thing up on the 10th when we return. So that's just my suggestion, and it's predicated on an understanding of what state has.
Defense basically says, we don't want it to happen today. We have some arguments against it. I see no reason for it to happen today. Since it's available today for us to be able to do this morning, and they're just going to play, this is before they played those extra pictures and videos, but if they're just going to play pictures and videos the rest of the time, let's just do that and wait for another day to view the car.
That's 100%.
If the judge decides we should view the car after our arguments.
Thank you. So what is it that you need to do to prepare for a motion to do a jury view, counsel?
Well, look at some research, particularly with respect to the purpose for the that the state has advanced, which is to demonstrate the dimensions of the inside of the cabin of the vehicle. If it is to do that, the jury going and viewing a vehicle with 5-year-old congealed blood in it, total scene, we might very well be able to find a substitute automobile. That is
basically, he's just saying, Judge, we may have a better idea. We don't want him to go see a prejudicial scene. Maybe we'll do a substitute car, same measurements. If the only point is because she laid the foundation, the only reason to view it is to see how big the inside is, measure it, whatever it may be. The state ends up saying it's not prejudicial. There's not blood everywhere. But he's just at this point saying, Judge, we need time to figure out our arguments and make them. We don't know what they are. It's been sprung on us, is what it sounds like.
Clean that we can rent that will serve the same purpose. So if the court is of the opinion that the state is entitled to have the jury examine the dimensions of the vehicle, they can do it in a clean vehicle where there's no prejudice. So we want an opportunity to go rent one so they could go and see it. Opportunity to find one that is of exact dimension so there'd be no prejudice. And proceed that way. And an opportunity to research whether or not, under the circumstances, they'd be entitled to do it at all.
In addition to that, Your Honor, we'd ask the court to review.
And this was before, again, he told them to stop both arguing because once again, they're going to both argue. But this is actually a really good point. So the assistant defense attorney is about to now make an additional argument that the court's already ruled on a jury view.
The Judge Siegel's order denying the state's motion for review by jury of the proposed scene on the grounds that there are numerous photographs.
So he did say it right because there's an argument about this in a few minutes. He said Judge Siegel, the prior judge, already denied the jury view of the scene. So not necessarily the car, but the scene out by the Everglades. So that's what they asked to view. Judge denied it. This is completely new, which is why I just hate that the state did this. I would be so annoyed if I was the defense that the state did this because now they've already put it in front of the jury. So no matter what, either we have to go let them view the car. If we think it's bad for our client, that's prejudicial. If we object to it, then the jury's going to think we don't want them to see the car, also prejudicial. So this is yet another reason for appeal to me that the state did this without asking the judge or telling the defense or filing the they filed a motion to view the scene. Why didn't they file a motion to view the car? Come on, Judge.
The exact language is the state has ample evidence from which a jury can gain an understanding, and in this case, the place where the alleged shootings of the vehicle out of 27 occurred. And as such, the court.
And the court said they don't need to view the scene because there's ample evidence, like with the pictures and things like that, for the jury to get a good idea and understand this evidence. So the same would ring true of the vehicle, even though we're talking about the scene. There's been thousands of pictures shown with the holes and the poles through it and everything. So knowing that the prior judge has already ruled like that, to me, I would argue this is totally inappropriate that the state did this. Totally inappropriate that the state brought up a jury view in front of the jury with an expert saying it would help. And then it not happening because the jury's not stupid. They're going to know the defense didn't let it happen. So my guess is that if they don't have a jury view, there's going to be some corrective discussion from the judge saying,
Listen, y'all, too much shit going on right now. I'm going to hit y'all back later. You feel me? And we're going to go over this shit. So I'm going to make sure I like it. We go over it. And then we go over to this one. But I'll see y'all next time.